here with
some of us are queer.
Huh? We're here with a queer.
Ah, yeah, you are.
And he brought a bunch of trouble like he usually does.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
He had some stuff he wanted to talk about. So and if you're wanting to come on, talk about anything you want, please feel free to hop on and interrupt.
Well, we already had a question from Just Frank in the comments, so.
Oh.
Yeah, let me address that. It seems important to address this.
That is important. Honestly, it is.
$1 million job interview. Whew. What jobs would those even be?
I don't know.
Like cut your hair and dress you. Probably not Stevie Wonder, because he probably has people doing that for him anyway. I don't trust it. I don't trust Tommy at any moment, because he can turn to ugly Tommy at any second. So that's like, that would take way more trust than I actually have the ability to give. So that almost leaves me with a drunken Chris by default. And I have been dressed by drunken people before.
Yeah.
Not to go to $1 million job interviews, but to like go to the club. And it wasn't a terrible result. So
and
I think even a drunken Chris could get me to a job interview. Probably almost better than I could get myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and even like, yeah, I was gonna say, even drunk Chris has probably a better sense of style than like most people combined. So
I would agree with that. I do have a pretty good sense of style. I think I could dress you pretty well. Drinking doesn't change me that much. So
oh, there you go.
I'm not much different when I'm drunk than when I'm sober, to be honest. So
well, there you go.
Now cutting your hair is a different thing. I'm not great. I've never tried to cut anyone's hair.
I keep my hair really short though, so it shouldn't even be that hard.
Chris, you can YouTube it. It's fine.
Yeah, probably so. I'm just saying I've never cut anyone's hair, so I don't know about
I would want to let Stevie Wonder do it just for the novelty. Just like go into the interview and be like, Stevie Wonder dressed me for this interview.
If they have any criticism, I could just tell, well, Stevie Wonder did. Take it up with Stevie Wonder.
And you'd be like, okay, what are you going to turn down Stevie Wonder if he wants to dress you or cut your hair for an interview? I don't think so. Like, exactly. I mean. Just make sure you have it video. You're like, I can prove it. See, here's a video of me.
You can blame everything on him too. Like your socks don't match. Well, Stevie Wonder did my outfit.
Yeah, But I wanted to talk a little bit about Rojava, which is, for those who aren't aware, it is a region in the north of Syria, a de facto autonomous zone.
It's an autonomous zone.
No, it's so the thing is,
it's a hippie paradise, like a progressive paradise.
No. It is not a paradise.
This is
Jack
Syria.
It is so far from a paradise. They spend 70%.
Do some good.
They spend 70% of their money on their military because they have to.
Oh, like, okay, never mind. I think that's NeuroJack right there.
And in fact, actually, the Kurds are the ones who America has actually been helping and funding to fight ISIS. Because they are like experts at like guerrilla warfare. They inspiration from sort of the Maoist guerrilla tactics kind of stuff, which, look, say all you want about Mao, it's probably true. What is also true is that he was a really effective guerrilla warfare leader. That just like, you can't like deny that, and the tactics that they used are working very well for the Rojavans. I think use the word Rojavan because Rojava, while many people oftentimes call it Kurdistan, basically because a big part of the movement in Rojava has been Kurds, which is a ethnic group in Syria, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, that sort of area, sort of all in that. You know what I'm talking about. How there's that like one place where all these countries meet. At that place, that's where all the Kurds lived, and Kurds are like, they're very much like Jews in that basically throughout history, everyone fucking hated them. Just the difference is they never got
their own land and became oppressors.
No, they're not. Like, they just fucking
So they're lower on the oppression pyramid.
No, there's not really an oppression pyramid. I'm just
Are
saying
those are those the Rohavans, the Kurds? That's their land.
Yeah, though they have, so basically because of the Syrian civil war and just general Middle East stuff, a lot of refugees have fled into Rojava, fleeing ISIS and Assad and all that kind of stuff. And so you have this huge mix of all these ethnicities and religions and ideologies all in this one area. And they're not murdering each other. Rojava is explicitly a secular. They don't have like a state religion. They.
I never thought they would murder each other. Like,
well,
I think some of that's a left wing boogeyman. But
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Like,
Because
religious extremists are all out to murder each other if you put them together.
Well, no. What I'm saying is they are explicitly not religious extremists, comparing them to the people around them, aka like ISIS, the Iranian government, Turkey. Like these places all have religious extremists who are killing shitloads of Kurds. Actually, Turkey really, really wants to kill Kurds. They've actually, there was a weird deal where actually Trump had us actually pull our support from the Kurds in like a deal with Erdogan or Erdogan, however the fuck you say his name. This was a few, obviously Trump was president at the time. It was a few years ago. I can't remember the exact details, but basically we had been giving air support to the Kurds because they were basically the most effective fighting force against ISIS. And then we stopped because Turkey wanted to murder Kurds. Basically, they don't like Rojava. They don't like the Kurds. It's all like ethnic hatred stuff. But Rojava is a very interesting. There's I linked to you a paper, and actually I'll link it again. And actually, I don't know if I link. I guess I can link a PDF, right?
I'm not sure.
Link it in the private chat.
Try it in private chat.
Yeah.
See if it lets you.
If I can't, then I can always just share my screen.
Yeah,
But
you can
let's
share
see
your
if this
screen.
works. Can you click on that and that work?
Moberg. Oh, is this Moldberg?
Yeah. Moberg. Yeah. No, I struggled to find the author because the author is just ML Moberg, and there's no other like credits anywhere on the website that I found this on or anything. However, I was able to find a guy named Eric Moberg who is like a Swedish political scientist, and he like writes books. Yes. So, well, the first part's in Russian. He's Swedish, so it kind of makes sense that he would put the first part. But yeah, it's really interesting paper that like sort of goes into detail on the specifics. So, like for instance, the Rojavan, I'm going to put this in very heavy quotations, police force has to go through, before they begin any like police-like training, they go through 2 weeks of feminist reading. They teach these guys feminist literature for 2 weeks before they even fucking do any teaching about like policing. And it's similarly, they have like what is it? They're very like democracy oriented. It's all about like these tiny, small sort of communities that all then elect representatives who go represent them at a higher level. And then
we have that here.
Yeah, no, I know, but like so the thing is, instead of it being like that like sort of organization being run through a state, it is all done by the people who live there. Like,
So would you consider it a government, not a state?
yes,
It doesn't meet your qualifications to be a state.
it does not meet my qualifications to be a state.
Well, how does it not? Because I mean, you say spend a lot of money on military.
Well, yes, they have militia
He
forces.
can make the word fit whatever he wants it to be.
No, it's not that. Okay, so they have militia forces who are.
Hey, Joe. Wake your ass up.
They,
Yeah.
they,
Are you
they-
putting our host to sleep?
I've just got a headache. I'm awake.
Oh.
they function at more of at a community level, not like at a government level. If that makes any sense. Like,
yeah, but at some point it has to scale up.
Well,
does it
yeah.
not?
Well, of course. Like, I don't think Rojava is going to remain stateless.
Oh, okay.
It will.
Oh, okay.
It will either
Oh,
be destroyed.
So it's not. You think it's going to form into an
a
official
state, yeah.
state?
Well, it'll either that or it'll be destroyed by all of the enemies around it.
I'm picking destroyed. So
I
far.
mean,
It reminds me already of the Chaz and some little hippie happy commune that I don't think people are gonna tolerate for long.
I mean, it's in Syria. I doubt it's that
Once they
hippie.
become too obnoxious,
It's
they
not-
always become
it's not-
obnoxious.
hippie-like exactly. Like, they're basically just trying to educate.
It's kumbaya enough for me to call it hippie-ish.
I mean, what you think? Like,
I mean, you just
communities.
described how all the religions are living in harmony and happy.
Well, they're not living in
community.
like perfect harmony, but like, there's not the sectarian violence that is very endemic to the Middle East, as we're all aware. It just
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's going to last for very long where it is.
I don't know anything about it, so like, I mean,
Well, I don't think
I don't
I'm
either. I'm just
reserving
giving
judgment.
I don't think it'll last very
Good
long,
impression.
but that's because of external pressures. Like, you have Turkey, you have Iran, you have Syria. All of these places want Rojava gone for various reasons. Syria wants it because they don't like having autonomous zones. Turkey wants it gone because they don't like Kurds. Iran wants it gone also because they don't like Kurds. I mean, it's mostly like people just are ethnically bigoted. Like, that's, but common in the world. So, but Rojava is a very interesting experiment. Honestly, Jeff, people probably were saying similar things about. Actually, it's not that they might have been. They were saying very similar things about the American Revolution. That, all these high-minded ideals, it's never going to happen, never going to work. People in Britain were saying this. A shitload of countries.
Lots of very important people are saying it. I'm just saying, I hear a lot of people, very important people saying this.
Yeah.
That,
lots of very the Tsar of Russia. He fucking hated the American Revolution. I don't know. I think they liked it because they didn't like Great Britain at the time. But
right, yeah.
I mean, they're not communists, but okay.
Hey, look who's not in a bunker in the woods.
Yeah, iPhi, you're welcome to come up, as you know.
Yeah. You're welcome to come up and explain how community-centric democracy is communism. You're welcome to explain to me how democracy is communism.
Well, it doesn't. One doesn't have to do with the other. Like Rakovi or whatever doesn't have to be communist for the propaganda he's talking about to be communist propaganda.
But communists hate Rojava, though. Like people who are communists and just who explicitly aren't don't like anarchism or like that kind of stuff. They fucking hate Rojava because the point of Rojava is Rojava's working and it doesn't have a state. Now, that's mostly due to its material conditions. However, it is still an interesting case study.
I will personally. I'll look into it more because like I think I'm curious about it anyway. It doesn't say because it's in Syria. I have trouble believing it's some hippie to be
It's not. It's not some hippie to be commune. They have to worry about threats from ISIS. It's a lot of it's ISIS. They fight ISIS a lot. Because ISIS doesn't like the fact that there's a secular group of autonomous zones who
Well, I mean, yeah, if they're anti-ISIS, I mean, I don't see how I could be entirely against them. I mean,
no, yeah,
ISIS is pretty obviously
the
bad guys. So
yeah, it's
just Frank, man, you were really on one today, dude. I just gotta say, like, I have no idea what the blueberry picking accident thing has to do with anything, but it's interesting story, and I'm really hard to hear that your headache kept you from pooping for 2 days. So, and hi, Auntie.
Hey, Auntie. Yeah, I never know when to take Frank seriously, or if they ever take him seriously.
And then, hang on. Also, as an additional point, people claim are communists, like China, also don't like Rojava because China's a fucking totalitarian state that doesn't like people having independence. Yeah. Well, no, yeah, it's not going to because the material, like everyone around them wants to kill them, and the United States has basically withdrawn all of our support. Like, yeah, they're fucked. They have AKs and RPGs. They don't have any like heavy equipment. They are probably like the definition of freedom fighters.
Well, it's interesting that they've managed to set up managed to come up with some sort of government type thing, and how long has it been going on?
Oh God. I want to say Rojava's been going on since the 90s because I remember.
Oh wow. Okay. I thought this was something new.
I mean, it is
I've never heard
relatively
of it
new.
until now.
I mean, it's a really tiny zone. Like what's the population?
2013 is when the transitional administration was declared.
Yeah, population 2 million. Yeah, it's 2 million people. I know that happened in 2013, though the area has been like, yeah, the transitional administration was declared in 2013. However, the ideology, the groups have been around since the 90s because they started when one of the I can't remember his name. I'll have to go in here and find it. One of their early founders was arrested and like spent fucking decade in jail, and in that decade he was able to access a copy of Murray Bookchin.
Murray Bookchin.
He's a I'm butchering that name definitely. He's a left anarchist writer, thinker.
Well, Bookchin sounds like the perfect name for that.
It is. It absolutely is. It's nowhere near as funny as he doesn't have anything as cool as the bread book.
Greetings, Earthlings.
I know. I said I would never argue with the cartoon ever since Paul did that cat one night.
Oh my God. I need to get a camera so I can do.
Greetings.
Are you
Earthlings.
Asian?
I have been sent by the human known as iPhi. Please input.
Are you Asian in real life? You look Asian.
I am a robot. I do not have a race.
I don't believe you. He looks
I think
anime.
you're iPhi.
Well, he's not just iPhi bot. He's clearly a femboy bot. So
Frank, they didn't let him have books. Frank, yeah, they didn't let him have books.
This is the masculine preset from the studio. There is no female in this avatar.
Still looks like a femboy bot to me.
Then go blame the 3D model studios.
Also, wait, hang on. Also, Frank, hang on. What do you mean wasn't much of a prison if they let him have books and stuff? What do you think prisoners shouldn't have books?
Yeah, I think most prisoners have books as far as I know.
Yeah, Frank. Seriously.
What is the topic of debate?
Rojava. Do
Rojava,
you
yeah.
know about it? It's some
There's a-
little hippie commune in the desert.
It's not a
Sounds
hippie
like
commune.
communist
It's not a hippie
bullshit to
commune.
me.
No, you just don't like the word commune.
Okay, sounds like communist propaganda, but okay.
Hey, did you know they're Israeli
It's really weirding me
communes?
out.
You're saying you don't like communes? iPhi, it sounds like you're being anti-Semitic.
I do not understand this term. I am a robot.
Oh my god. Such an anti-Semite.
I wouldn't. It does seem like every single AI that they've ever tried to personality-based AI that's gone on has become anti-Semitic really quickly. So
Yeah, I mean,
give it a little time.
well,
Please define Semite to see if I am anti-Semite.
people who are ethnically descendants
Jews.
of people
Just
from the
Jews.
Levant.
Jews.
Well, no, because Arabs are Semites.
I know.
Or
but
some Arabs are Semites.
But colloquially speaking, the modern term just anti-Semitic means anti-Jew.
So the
That's all anybody
ADL is concerned about anti-Arabs. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, the ADL isn't. It's not even. Isn't it like funded by Israel? The ADL,
Yeah.
or am I thinking
Yeah.
of APAC, or is it just APAC?
No, APAC and ADL. They're both the Anti-Defamation League and the.
Really? Okay.
We need to get. I can't wait till we get big enough to have a fact checker.
So Semite
Yeah.
means Arab. Is that correct?
No,
Are you
Sarah.
asking me
No,
if I'm anti-Arab? No, I am not.
Are you anti-Jew?
Do you mean religion, nationality, or race?
Whichever one you're anti.
Well,
Any of them.
I guess that
If you
only
have
means one
to
thing.
ask,
It's time to break out the AI. It's time to break out the AI, Jeff. So we can.
I
speak
am
to this-
here. Please ask me any question.
This artificial anti-intelligence here.
Frank, lib is actually short for I fucked your mom last night. I am indeed very serious.
you're still a kid.
iPhi's jumping around.
It's way too much stimming, even. For
I'm
this
sorry.
show.
There are currently seismic activity where I am.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The bunker is not very stable.
That cartoon is more artistic than any of us.
Well, we don't know what's going on below his midsection, so
Yeah.
Well, Hank, check. What did y'all say the two organizations were?
The ADL and the APAC. Yeah, actually, I can.
Yeah,
I can
check and see if they're both where their funding comes from.
Yep.
I mean, just Frank did make the generous offer of making up all the facts for us if we want. So.
But don't get in a wreck over it. It's not worth. You can talk. You can do it audio now. Like you can just talk through your car without touching things.
So the ADL does support Israel, though hang on.
No shit, Sherlock.
Well, hang on. No, that's not. So first off, the ADL at least likes to talk about how they're trying to prevent like Jewish hatred.
That's the anti-defamation.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. Well, Jew and Israel aren't the same thing. They're non-Israeli Jews, and they're Jewish people who aren't Israeli.
Yeah.
The Jewish state is Israel.
That is factual. Yes.
Yes.
So when you ask me, am I anti-Jew, you must specify nation, religion, or race. There are three
I
different.
sort of think this is a bot.
It's
even more. It's even more retarded than the real iPhi.
Honestly.
Hey, he at least has a little personality.
No, it is him.
He's still in beta. We're working the bugs out.
Oh,
Sorry
he's in
about
beta.
that.
All right.
He's a beta, all right. Yeah, that's true.
So we know what lib is like.
He's certainly not in Sigma.
Who's Sanity Machine?
Oh,
What King
Sandy
Steven.
Machine. Yeah, he's like this dude that.
I don't know. I don't know much about him. I don't know him very well. He
He's been
stopped by
on
one day.
TML. He's been on TML a few times.
I apparently should go bowling with him and or have babies. Unless he
yeah.
has a womb, or we can magically, fast travel in time where we have developed womb transplants and
Or
I
just
can
give
get
him a
one.
womb.
Can't do
Like,
that.
Anybody can get a womb nowadays.
Yeah, just go. You just go down the street, man. You can find a womb. Just like they're just laying all over the place.
Yeah.
Get a
Yes,
womb, you two.
I am in fact a liar. Every word I say is a lie.
Ooh, what, Frank? Why are you coming at Lib? What happened behind the scenes that I missed out on?
Nothing.
Just because he said he fucked his mom last night, so that's
Probably.
Yeah.
He got a little triggered. I mean, nah, he was kind of going after me a little bit before that. I think he just doesn't like that I'm a communist.
That's fair.
Although
All
how
communists
could anybody tell on this show? I mean, my subtitle says local.
I called it.
I say volunteer fed
iPhi
tube
is still
member.
in the bunker. I have been sent on his behalf. I am
Yeah.
iPhi bot 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah, iPhi's bunker is looking less and less like a realistic thing that instead of just something he made up for shits and giggles. But we know it's you, iPhi. We know it's not a robot. Just making sure we're clear.
Error.
We know it's you, dude.
I am iPhi bot 2000. I don't understand your accusation.
Well, robots don't giggle, and you've been giggling a lot, so.
Well, you
Actually, AI can giggle and smile and laugh and cry.
Bro, there are Canadians who wish that was true. There are some Canadians who wish so badly that was true. It's not, though.
Also, for the record, we do dream of electric sheep.
That's fine. I dream of trans sheep, so it makes sense.
Which is weird because the whole idea of the sheep thing is you're supposed to count them to go to sleep. You're not supposed to dream about them. So I don't know how you guys' wiring got screwed up like that.
That would really get
dreaming.
You have to count the.
You're supposed to count sheep when you're going to sleep. You're not supposed to dream about them. So if you're dreaming about sheep, then something got fucked up in your.
That never worked for me because I would stay awake counting the sheep.
Important information. Auntie just said, Boston cream pie Pop-Tarts aren't bad, but they do taste weird heated up. Hot take, that's actually not very hot. Pop-Tarts aren't very good warmed up, just broadly. They're much better just cold.
Generally
I thought
speaking,
you were reading like some news headline that just came in.
No, it was Auntie Dearest. No, if you want to talk about, we can talk about other news.
Topic of debate.
Hi, Machine. Welcome.
I mean, there's not really a debate, really.
You're still trying to figure out what a Jew is. Please let us know when you catch up.
Jew can refer to a number of things, and what I'm saying is, if you are anti any of those, specify which one.
Christians
or say
are
none.
Anti-Judaism.
I would not say that's necessarily true.
Christians
it depends. Wait, hang on.
Christians believe something different than Judaism, but that doesn't mean that they're.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they're anti-Judaism. Yeah, you don't have to be like, just because, like, I'm religious, but I wouldn't say I'm anti any of the other. Well, okay, actually, I am opposed to organized religion broadly, so I am, but like, I'm an outlier. Most people aren't anti-religions because of their religion.
Christians are pro-Jesus. Jews are anti-Christ. By definition, they are opposing teams.
What about someone who's ethnically Jewish and is a Christian?
You can say as many words as you want. Does not change the equation.
Well, I did. I just did, because you
don't
made
matter. Facts
no, it's
do not care about your feelings.
We're all aware of this, which is why it's kind of
Machine
switch and lib statement
seems to have caught you in something.
I didn't.
I'm sure he'll come on. And
greetings,
it.
Machine lies.
If I did make a switch, I would.
Well, yeah. I mean, clearly, Machine Lies is talking about iPhi for sure. So,
but you were talking to iPhi, so that's not, he makes switches all the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's true. You got a good point there, Hank. He sounds more artistic than robotic.
A little bit.
So, Lib, should a Christian nation be pro-Zion?
Depends what you mean by
Yeah, I was gonna
pro-Zion.
say. Yeah, so like evangelical Christians broadly are Zionist.
I didn't ask about your religious views. I asked about your national views.
Well, I don't think that I don't want a Christian nation, so the question is moot.
Should
if you're
we
asking
support a Palestine state or a Zion state, which side should we take?
I'm pro a one-state
Israel.
solution. I'm pro a one-state solution, a combined state where you have
Yeah,
Like
good luck with
Israelis
that.
and oh no, I mean I'm aware. I'm just saying like that's the ideal circumstance. The circumstance that is the good circumstance that's most likely to happen is a kind of shitty two-state solution that will take decades to get off the ground because there will be a lack of funding, and the settlements won't get cleared out, and
So Israel, like the correct answer is Israel. Support Israel.
That's not what I said. You can say that, but like that's not what I said.
Greetings.
Hey, now we need one more for a person.
I broadly don't support people who are enacting ethnic cleansings. As not my thing.
Who would support ethnic cleansing? Like, what the fuck?
He's being disingenuous.
I mean, I'm not being disingenuous. Israel
Jews and Hamas would both support ethnic cleansing.
Now we have our full panel.
Israel is currently doing an ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing merely requires
in your framing of it, but I'm
in the framing that the word is
I've posted the tweet so many times I'm tired of posting it. I'm not going to look for it again, but it explains the specific process under international law, how those things are charged, investigated, and when they become
I'm not talking about charging
categories. And so that process, I would rely on trust. If it didn't come out of that, I'm not interested in it.
Whoa, wait, hang on. So the only times you think a ethnic cleansing or genocide, an ethnic cleansing, are valid is if the international courts say it.
What more than you just coming here and saying it?
Well, no. It's important. This is an important distinction. Do you think that it has to go through like the UN, international courts for us to be able to?
It has to go through some sense making process other than just yourself and me taking your word for it.
Why is it our business what Jews and Muslims do with their lands?
Because we are currently, first off, it's not Jews and Muslims. It is Israelis and Palestinians. Use your terms right.
Retarded. Those are Jews and Muslims. You retard.
They're Christian Palestinians. There are non-Jewish Israelis.
The debate is not between Christians and Jews and Muslims. It's between Jews and Muslims.
No, it's between Israelis and Palestinians. You fucking idiot! What?
The state of Israel is not for Christians or Muslims.
And yet, Christians and Muslims live in Israel. Israel is not like Israel is not made up entirely of Jews. There are non-Jews living in Israel, and there are Jews
fucking
who don't.
Retarded. I can't argue with him anymore. Shut him down.
Okay.
Well, it's an ethno state and not a theological state.
Well, they want. Sorry, it is important, Machine. They want. There are certain people within Israel who want an ethno state. They are not currently, I don't think, an ethno state. I think
there's a sizable majority of them. I mean, there's a sizable.
Yes,
I don't know how. I don't think it's sizable.
Well, just based on the Netanyahu, like there's more.
Yeah.
Like
I know, but I think that
extremist leaders.
Also looking at the number of like polling on the Israeli population. Broadly speaking, they're all on kind of the same page in what they want to do.
I was laughing at Liv because he goes, I'm I'm pretty religious, and then he goes, I don't follow organized religion. like a second.
I mean,
guys fucking retarded.
You are correct. I should have said I am very spiritual.
It was funny. I used to say
Hey.
shit like that when I was 23 too, dude. Don't worry about it.
That's fair.
Get a brain.
I went through an edgy atheist phase too, so I'm catching up. Okay. But yeah, no. The polling in Israel does seem like they support like what's going on right now in Gaza broadly. Like there's broad Israeli support for fucking carpet bombing Gaza and the West Bank.
I would support it too.
But they are not broadly supportive of Netanyahu specifically. They don't like him, which, you know, fair. He's kind of an unlikable turd.
So it's
what were we going to talk about before we started?
So it's genocide. It's okay when we do it.
It's not okay when we do it.
It's okay when Lib says it's a genocide and uses one definition.
Sounds like a typical Democrat.
If somebody else tries to use the dictionary definition.
I use the UN definition.
Sounds like a typical Democrat. Fascism. It's okay when we do it.
I'm not a fan of carpet bombing anyone. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's broadly the consensus of the world. Broadly, I think most people are just broadly opposed to carpet bombings.
I'm still waiting to hear why America needs to be involved in this conflict.
Because we are currently giving Israel the bombs that they are dropping on Palestinians.
We have treaties with Israel.
Yeah, no. I fully agree. We are involved.
We must fight all their wars for them. I don't remember that being part of the treaty.
No, I don't think
there's different treaties. It depends on what the terms are when they were signed.
Excellent topic, Frank. For sure.
If they are attacked, they are allowed to defend themselves.
I don't think blueberry picking
permission to wipe out the entire Middle East.
It is actually important to note that while yes, they are allowed to defend themselves, there are international limitations on.
Yeah, but I've covered that so many times on here, and nothing you've said has gone outside of that yet.
Whoa, wait, hang on. Hang on. No. Shut the fuck up. You.
Whoa, dude, can you guys have a cordial conversation? Like, Jesus.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Now what this guy here is.
I'm trying to get out like before I forget this thought. I apologize.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to.
I'm just kidding.
No, it is autism. It's ADHD. Oh God, now I did forget it. The international like laws around defending yourself are like it is proportionality is important, and also there is a distinction being made when there are occupied territories, of which Gaza and the West Bank are, which is part of the actually conversation that I have. One of the articles that I linked to you is a Jewish Israeli organization that has been attempting to like document sort of human rights abuses within Israel and the occupied territories.
Okay, well, it sounds all very vague. Let me know when you get something concrete. About the fact that they're it's disproportionate. 45% of buildings in Gaza have been destroyed, Jeff. But I keep
is that no. I'm gonna refer.
We're all out of time.
That's
folks.
gonna be my authority.
I'm gonna refer back to what is a proportionate response to October 7th, in your opinion, Jeff. In your opinion, give me your opinion.
There's people whose entire job it is to figure this stuff out.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about them. I'm asking you because you support Israel.
I don't need to even have an opinion on it.
You support Israel, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, then why is their current campaign
justified?
I
support Israel's right to self-determination.
No. I'm aware you do. Why?
So
why?
It is up to them. Like my opinion does not factor into this.
Well, I'm only talking about your opinion.
I don't have an opinion on it because I'm leaving it up to Israel.
So you don't support. So you don't support Israel.
Just take a chill pill and let him finish what the fuck he's saying. God damn. Go, Jeff, please.
He's dodging the question. That's fine.
Well, you keep going. No.
Hey, I gave you the same answer twice. How is that dodging?
Yes, because it's not the answer to the question. You're not answering the fucking question.
I would like to make a proposal before the committee that we stop talking about Israel-Palestine entirely because it doesn't go anywhere and it turns into.
Well, I want to know what the question is because I don't like being accused of not answering a question that I answered twice.
Yeah. In your opinion, only your opinion.
Okay, the answer. I don't have an opinion.
That's not an answer.
Force me to have an opinion that I don't have.
But
okay, if you're asking for their opinion, they don't have one. How's it not an answer?
Neutral is
because Jeff
response.
Also holds the opinion that we should support Israel. However, that opinion that we should support Israel is contingent, I assume, on the fact that they are abiding by international law, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So far, there's nothing to indicate that they're not, because they have this whole
international law requires proportionality.
In charge of investigating and making those determinations. It's not you on the internet.
I'm aware. 45% of the buildings in Gaza have been leveled. How is that proportional?
Then go talk to this committee and give them this information, because I'm sure they're going to be making those determinations at some point.
Okay, here's the problem, Jeff. You're assuming this is all under the assumption that Israel is not currently doing bad things, because if they were doing bad things and covering them up, talking to them wouldn't do shit. First off,
I have more trust in Israel than you do.
Well,
I have
considering the fact that they leveled half of Gaza
in any country in the world, I have no reason to think.
Considering they leveled half of Gaza, I do think they do need to justify leveling half of Gaza and killing 30,000 people.
I don't know why you're here on this stream telling me this. Go tell them.
Because you support Israel. Because
I
want to understand.
It doesn't support them financially or anything, though.
No. Because it's not like this is very. This is very low stakes. I want to understand why Jeff supports them.
I just want to say one more thing. You don't really want to understand because you don't give anyone a chance to actually respond. You just keep talking. You're killing me.
The problem is, Jeff and I have talked about this. So I know when he's doing his I'm gonna give you.
You can go back and watch any stream. I'm gonna be saying the same thing. So I don't know why you think it's something I'm doing under certain circumstances. I've been very consistent about this in every conversation I've had.
So you support Israel, but you also don't have an opinion on whether or not Israel is abiding by international law, even though them breaking international law would rescind.
I've referred you to the same place that I would refer my opinion. So I don't know why you're so caught up on my opinion.
Because that's the only thing we're talking about.
I've given you my 3 or 4 different ways. I've tried to give you my answer,
and I'm trying to
have a board.
I'm trying to blend.
I know that determines that anyway.
What happens?
To have an opinion when there's professional people trained to do this.
Hang on. Okay, it is worth noting that Israel has, in the past, before October 7th, murdered a lot of innocent people. Do you agree or disagree?
Where are you going with this conversation? Because we were going to start a different one before the Israel stuff even came up, and I forgot what it was.
Were we? I know iPhi came on and kind of hijacked it.
That's what I did on my stream. I literally went back and watched my own stream to figure out what I was talking about before.
Hang on.
I was like, hold on. I was like,
were we on another topic before iPhi came on?
You were about to get to an interesting one that I don't remember, and then you said, "Well, real quick, I had some Israel stuff that I wanted to clear up."
And then you blamed it on iPhi, you asshole. Fuck you.
To clear it up.
Oh no, I made the anti-Semite joke about iPhi. That was what it was.
That was you, retard. That wasn't me. You fucking idiot.
Well, you continued it. I made a joke and then you kept egging me on.
Sure, blame the robots.
I will.
Typical commie.
Yeah, that's exactly what it seems like he's doing to me, Mitch.
Blame all robots.
Like you
no. I'm telling.
Have an opinion.
Sorry, my apologies. It's not that he is wrong because our opinions don't agree. I'm saying that I think that your opinions are in many ways clash because you're relying on your ignorance of the topic to continue holding the position of supporting Israel. Does that make sense? And that's my issue.
I'm supporting Israel until I have a reason not to. And so far, I haven't seen any definitive reason not to. And you just telling me stuff on the internet.
I do have a question.
If you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to come over there and take your goddamn computer.
Is that a promise? Please come over here. Fucking dominate me, daddy.
If this was my channel, I would have thrown your ass out of here.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, I know.
He's actually a regular here.
Hey, Jeff.
He's
May I make a
lived,
suggestion?
We have good
almost one of
conversations
us.
when it's not about Israel-Palestine. We
Hey,
actually have
Jeff.
conversations, but Israel-Palestine is a bad
Who's
topic. for
talking?
this
Is that
stream.
Me,
the
the robot?
That's iffy.
May
Yeah.
I make a suggestion, please, Jeff? Please stop
Go
being
ahead.
so
You've been trying to
bourgeoisie.
and not be very
That's
successful.
what your problem is. You're being bourgeoisie.
What?
Okay.
I wish
Well,
I
that's
was
new to me.
bourgeoisie.
That's one thing I've never been accused of in my life.
I
So
wish I
don't
could
know
be
what to do with
bourgeoisie.
that one.
At least then I'd be rich.
I don't know if
you
that's a
I'd be
good sign.
successful and
If it's something I should be worried
lazy.
about, I have
If you're
never
dumb
been in this
enough to argue
situation
with a
before. This is
commie, I
completely
can't help
new.
you.
I've never been thinking for bougie. I don't even know what to do right now.
He tried to blame the robot. He's fucking retarded.
Okay,
I am.
but, like, can we stop the whole robot thing now, dude? It's not. It wasn't funny when you started it. It's not getting more funny.
Okay, I like the robot. You
Okay,
didn't bring
never
the
mind.
robot on the machine lines.
Okay, well,
I did want AI
machine
guests at
lies
some
supports the
point, so I
robot,
guess-
so I
It just goes with the theme of my show for sure.
Thank you. I will guest appearance on your show as well.
Sure, hell yeah.
Jeff,
okay, well,
to lighten the
Machine,
mood, you should.
I was gonna say, Machine, since you're here, like, introduce another topic for us, please.
Well, we
something
have
else.
here, we have a conservative robot, and we also have a liberal who's basically too agreeable to get offended at anything. So it's a hot mix. It's a hot mix. It's a little bit of sweet, a little bit of salty. You got your everyday trail mix.
Please pick a new topic, please.
So Hank, so Hank, you said I'm wrong. It is funny. What was? Did I even make a statement like opinion of any kind? What was I wrong about? I don't think I've made any statements of fact or opinion, except for like the fact that I was. I mean, I'm fine.
Well, if you
I'm
don't
wrong,
give an opinion, it's just as wrong as if you give the wrong opinion. So I don't even get on the
but
little.
I didn't even
treadmill.
engage in it. I didn't engage in any of that. So I'm just wondering what I was wrong about.
You
I'm just-
made negative comments about the robot. It's okay to be wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong. I'm wrong about the robot. I see. The robot is funny, Chris. Okay, if you guys love the robot, then you go for it. That's great. Well, I'm
New
glad that
topic, please.
MoOse is not loving it either. I don't think he's loving the lib or the robot.
I don't have anything wrong with Lib. The only thing is that he talks and talks and talks, and he wants a response, but he really doesn't. He just wants to hear himself talk.
I do like
annoying.
hearing myself talk.
That's how my little brother is, straight up.
You're the only one.
You just be like, but I think it's more like kids that get in that age where like people don't listen to them for a long time, and then once they start learning shit like the ism schisms, then they got a lot to say about it. So it just so happens like I was the same when I was circa like 23.
And he is
to
our
26.
millennial.
Yeah, so I appreciate his, yeah. You know, he's got the zestiness, the a lot of jizzy energy. You know what I mean? But
Hell yeah, hell yeah,
Well,
hell yeah. Jeff, to lighten the mood, I posted it's like a 30-second video. It's the dude who's talking about democracy. It's for 30 seconds. It's very funny. You should show it. It's just
Okay.
a poopy. I don't know what poopy is. I don't know what poopy means here in this context.
I think he's saying you need your diaper
Well,
changed.
I'm
but,
concerned I'm going to
Probably.
get copy struck.
You're not. It's a
I don't know what
very
I'm playing.
it's from a
But
very you can play it in your
the
own
people
thing.
are retarded.
Yes, yeah, that's the
There's a lot of trouble.
The people are
Oh,
retarded.
I think I've seen him. I think I remember
yes.
him.
I imagine everyone here has seen this, but it is quite entertaining.
It's also when they say stop, like Indian guys will say stop,
Copyright.
and you'll think like you don't know if they're saying like shut up or stop. They'll be like stop.
Because basically means
The subtitles add more.
government.
I think it's muted. Yo. Oh no, it's
No.
I thought he glitched.
of the people, for the people.
But the people
But the people are
are
retarded.
retarded.
That is my favorite video. I love that.
Now
Some
that
of
you
them
got
are.
what you
I mean, I hate to
requested,
say it. I don't know how they got
Waste.
that way, but some of them are.
At the
I
Wendy's
request for a doctor's
drive-thru.
opinion on what kind of medication Lib needs to just bring it down. Just even a
Ooh, they try to medicalize you.
Probably Wellbutrin. I've taken it in the past and it helped a lot, but
No.
Well,
I think
Moose,
I think that's just his passion. Like he's always had that.
I guess Starlink got Moose again. Right?
I mean, I am. I am sure I seen Lib at the Wendy's drive-thru. I don't eat Wendy's, though they do have good chicken nuggets. I do have a gift card.
I think that's like a 2-layer clarity. I think it's
that's a reference. I was like I was talking on Benton's show and I started talking about like I gave this whole rant which ended up like it ended in this statement whacking off in a bathroom at Wendy's.
Oh no,
So
no!
Frank-
Oh my god!
Frank's been running with that ever since. It's hilarious. Yeah.
Oh okay. I thought he was referencing the sir. This is a Wendy's.
Yeah,
drive-thru.
Frank's
that's
Frank's
what I
been making me laugh.
I
for
thought he was
months
doing.
That shit is hilarious.
I thought it was a sir. This is a Wendy's reference myself. So I have to admit.
Why'd you have to mention it? Now I want Wendy's chicken nuggets really bad. God damn.
I like the Baconators. All right.
Their burgers are okay. They're better than McDonald's by a lot. That's not saying much, but you know.
They're all expensive as shit anymore, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh god, yeah, they are.
Honestly, like you can go to a restaurant and eat for the same price you can at fast food places now.
Except Taco Bell. Except Taco Bell.
That's true. They do have actual dollar items, but not many.
Get them nuggets.
Get them nuggets.
Nugs.
Well, like, it used to be.
Hey,
it
Dave.
used to be. It used to be. You could go to Taco Bell and you get a $5 box thing. And like I went there a few weeks back because my wife really wanted one of the Mexican pizza things.
And it's a $7
And, like,
box.
And oh no, it's a $10 box. It's like the box is like $10.69 now for like the same thing you used to get for $5. Just like not.
Did I
even
tell
a
you
year ago.
my Popeye story? When I was at the Dallas airport, I got off the plane, and one of the first little stores I saw, the little food places, was the Popeyes, and I got so excited. I said, I'm on my way to Louisiana. I'm going to have my Popeyes chicken. And I got in the line, and I started looking at the menu, and it was like 6 pieces of chicken, $41.99.
What?
And then I looked at the next one. It was
41?
like 8 pieces for like 50 something. I could not believe those.
It's an airport. You're saying it as an airport. Yeah.
$41
No, yeah.
for 6 pieces of chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
What?
No, airports will fuck you.
Yeah,
No,
I've never heard of
right
a 6-piece chicken nugget for $40. Period. Although I did see something like I saw some taco place, some like local taco place, advertising a special for like two tacos for $19.99. I was like, what the fuck? Like it was like it's like one of these little local. No, this is like this little local place up the street. And they had it on their sign, and it was like two. Maybe it was like shorthand. They were trying to like it was like two like meals or something like that. But like it said two. What do they call it? Like like the shredded pork. Like what do they call it? Anyway, but it's like 2 shredded pork tacos for $19.99. I was just like, holy, I don't even know what to say about that. That's more expensive than anywhere. And it's not even like a nice place. I don't know. Like food prices are going through the roof everywhere.
Yeah.
I think some places are just trying to see what they can get away with. I think they're just they're just raising their prices up just to see if people will pay it. Will people pay this? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave.
What a thing to think.
What a thing to think.
That they're just deliberately like raising their prices to experiment to see if people will pay. I mean, in a sense, that's what you do on the market anyway.
Well, yeah.
That's basic.
But there's probably a lot more factors going into the price rise, because I've noticed it too, than just people in the back giggling about, let's see how high we can raise these prices.
No. It's not people in the back. It's the people at the top. This has nothing to like nobody.
They said they're in the back at the top.
Well, what I'm saying is none of the people in the store are controlling the prices of anything. It's none of those people's fault. It's not even like regional managers.
I just
like
it sounds to me like it's multifactorial, and people
that
try to reduce it to.
There are multiple factors.
They
but
usually try to reduce it to the most sensational conspiratorial explanation they can.
I wasn't being conspiratorial. I was just saying.
Not
I was saying
even.
that it's the only thing that makes sense. Like, there's no way they're valuing their tacos. At
It's
$10
not the
each.
only thing that makes sense because I just offered other like saying that there's could be other factors involved, like
Like
the
what?
supply chain.
Other.
Well, but the supply there's not issues with the supply
Well, why
chain
don't
now.
you let's look it up? What causes
Yeah.
prices to like? I can't believe you would think there's only
Oh,
one thing that causes
No.
prices to go up.
It's not there's only one thing. It's that the prices have ballooned and
Well,
nothing else
Chris
has.
just said that's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing that makes sense. And I said
Well,
there's all these other things that can make just as much sense.
Considering
how we got
inflation has gone
what
down,
causes-
supply chains aren't like anywhere near as bad as they were in COVID days. Like economies are recovering.
Yeah, ours has recovered too.
Yes, and yet prices are rising.
Okay, this is what it says. There's demand pull inflation where demands outpace the supply. There's cost push inflation where the cost of production increases. That's what I think we're seeing some of. And businesses often pass those costs on to customers. Some factors impacting current prices: the ongoing pandemic, the global disruptions to supply chains, variety of shortages in goods, higher transportation costs, etc. The war in Ukraine has further disrupted global supply chains. Labor shortages. Many businesses are facing difficulty hiring workers, particularly in low-wage industries. And monetary policy. The Federal Reserve is currently raising interest rates in an effort to combat inflation. This can make it more expensive for businesses to borrow money, which may lead them to raise prices. So those are 4 or 5 factors right there, in addition to they're doing it for fun or to experiment.
Well, it's not fun.
I didn't say it was for fun.
It's for profit. They're trying to get maximized profit.
It's like A/B testing. Okay, it's okay. So you're trying to.
I know,
figure
but
out
that's what anybody would do anyway. There's nothing sinister about that.
I didn't say it was
like
sinister.
Any business is going to try to gauge his prices to match the market.
When did
demand.
I say it was sinister? All I was saying is that it's like clearly the price has been going up. So you're trying to gauge like what will people pay for the food I'm selling. So like sometimes I mean I've done this before with my own like my own like clothing shop and stuff before. Like there's been occasionally times like whenever like things are selling really well or like almost too fast, and I was like, well, if I raise the prices up, like will people keep buying or like will the sales die off? So I raise the prices up and see what happens. And sometimes the prices and sometimes certain items would keep selling and some wouldn't. So you lower those prices back down. It's just like it's trying to figure out like you're trying to balance with the market, like you're trying to balance the supply and demand. I don't think that's conspiratorial or sinister. It's just like but whenever a little local taco shop starts charging $20 for 2 tacos, it seems like they're just trying to find out if they can get that or not.
This is just a really pretty girl, in my opinion. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Am I getting pee bombed by machine?
No, there's no pee in it, but yeah.
There's no pee in it. I hope there's no peeing in it.
Yeah, I've seen porn.
Okay, well, I guess we
the
can
last
go
few
on to
months.
another topic then.
Yes,
Just
we
from
can go
porn
on.
bombs, I've seen it 3 times. It's crazy.
Yeah, and isn't apparently the porn bombs you've gotten, it's literally people peeing too? I guess.
Yeah, it's literally pee based. Yeah, somebody laughed because I said the word pee based.
Like you're letting people on you don't know before, or is it people you know that are surprising you?
It's both. It's been both. Yeah.
Well,
because they could use a picture. They could use a picture and a name of somebody I know. They could even use a recording of somebody who's been on the show before.
Oh, like a fake video?
Yep.
To get on?
Yep.
That would probably fool me too.
And well, but has it actually gotten your stream taken down?
Well, you have to take it down right away because they do that so then they can go and report it right after.
So you can take the stream down, then you can go and edit that out, and then you can put it back up. Right, got it.
Yeah, but you lose like hundreds of whatever's, likes, views. You lose the whole chat. Like it's annoying.
You can't edit it without deleting the video offline. I thought you could.
I mean, not with the 10-hour video. It won't let you edit it on YouTube. You have to take it off of YouTube and then edit the shit. Yeah.
I've haven't like my computer will not let me edit videos here lately. Every time I try to go to edit something, it just.
So I got a
It's
team
freezing.
building exercise here from the great Chat GPT, right? So it's
Oh.
including everybody from all religions. I said how we all have different beliefs, how we're conflicting with each other, right? And so it says here that we should do a 3-round activity, thing, and each member of the group should share a story or a personal experience related to a neutral theme, right? Now, this is going to be hard for Lib here because
It is.
part of that is you have to listen
I already know. Yeah.
actively without interrupting or expressing judgment. So I don't think we can even do this exercise. So I'm gonna work on this, and I'll get back to you when I get something that we can actually accomplish. All right.
As
What
I
does
said
the
before,
story have to be
we've had
about?
very
Like,
good conversations with
what
Lib
is
so far.
what's considered neutral? Like, because I can see people
Yeah,
fighting
yeah.
over that.
Yeah, like let's figure out what a neutral topic is first.
I'm working on that. I'm gonna ask it right now what a neutral topic is.
What
Ask it to suggest a neutral topic.
what if we just said
Like
not
something
Israel?
like food is pretty neutral. We could tell our favorite.
That's
mean,
why
story.
that's why I got the show here. The machine lies. Like that is one neutral ass motherfucking topic. Like, like people will go down the middle with that. They'll be like, "Our machines evil." Motherfuckers will talk about that all day. They'll say technology is a problem. They'll say it's not a problem. They'll say it's the machines are to blame. They'll say the people are to blame. They'll say all that shit.
We're not all evil.
Oh, okay. Here's some like innovations and inventions that impact everybody, respective of their background, beliefs, or religion.
See, that's technological. It's crazy how
Yeah.
that just came out as a
Yeah, I don't think
technological
that's
one.
gonna be neutral.
Yeah,
Especially with
it's
machine.
you called it, dude.
I think
But we can all agree that iPhi bot's evil, though, right?
that's
No,
true.
false.
No.
True. Facts.
Sci-fi is the only holy
I
robot.
can agree that he's obnoxious, as exactly as I thought he would be.
Well, we'll define evil as obnoxious, and that way we can keep on going.
Let's keep redefining the words as we need to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's Lib's superpower.
Allow me
Yes.
to move the goalposts.
Facts. Logic.
Anyone who disagrees with me is evil.
I'm a Satanist. So I have no problem with that label.
I'm just gonna redefine evil as being good, then, and then therefore
Evil is good.
Based.
What's up with Chuck sitting in the chat today and hating on Chat GPT? He should already know by now that Chat GPT is the go-to for all the answers for a panel discussion.
Or Google Bard.
It's an inferior
Do
model.
do you believe Frank on this one?
I'll
I
go
just
on the
never know
panel
when he-
for that and tell the story about the time I was ice fishing with Betty White and Frank Sinatra. It was Hudson Bay, 1994, and it was snowing, and I had a broken snowshoe.
So
I don't
Were you
know.
like the
I don't
tour
know.
guide
Yeah,
or the
Frank.
dog sled operator.
I don't care if that story is true. I do want you to come on and tell it because I feel like it's going to be more entertaining than anything we've had on the show so far.
Have you ever read stories written by Chat GPT? They are so shitty. I thought they were.
Yeah,
written by
I created
Ron Hubbard.
Yeah,
like
they're pretty
entire
bad.
characters
Pretty
that I
bad.
had conversations with.
they're
Well, I
gonna
just
be.
tried to bring Euro
The
on,
character
he
sim is
popped
pretty
off.
good. The stories are bad though. If you actually, because I tried to get to write like an outline for like a couple of the ideas we talked about, and they were unusable. There was like nothing in them to use.
Welcome, NeuroJack. You are in the future. We have arrived.
The future is a thing of the past.
Also, AI, what's the deal with all the fucking fingers? There's only 5 fingers on each hand.
Yeah, I got you that one. I refuse to fear AI until it can spell words correctly and it can actually get them. Although I'm starting to think the finger thing, I'm starting to think that the AI has decided instead that that humans should have more fingers and therefore it's drawing us like that because it sees us as
Maybe
having
it
5
feels
fingers.
like we
And
do,
it's like, you know
we
what?
type on it.
Human beings would be so much more effective if they had 8 fingers. And therefore, like, I mean, think about the different instruments we could play. Think about all the things we could do if we had 8 fingers. And like, I'm not sure it's wrong. I think all this concentration we've had, like trying to improve our brains, we should be just trying to figure out how to mutate ourselves to have extra fingers. I think maybe that would be that'd be the thing, you know.
I can barely use the one I have now. I don't need that.
Auntie, it's actually interesting. So AI hasn't been getting dumber. AI is still as dumb as it's been for a long time. It's all our current iterations of AI, it's like generative AI, which means that it is entirely dependent on the data that you feed into it. So like ChatGPT is basically as dumb as the shit you feed it, basically.
And yet they are smarter than all communists.
It's also getting more restricted. That's what it is. It's not that it's getting dumber, it's just getting more restricted.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a good idea, because I do think there needs to be rails on technology like this.
Except for the communist overlord should have like infinite access, right?
Glad to hear your microphone's working.
True. The communist overlord.
Have you ever seen that movie Zeitgeist, Lib? Have you ever seen that movie Zeitgeist?
Zeitgeist.
Yeah, the old school like early
have.
YouTube days, like paranoid documentary about that was the first time I ever heard the whole Israel thing. It was the Israel was actually it was a portmanteau. It was ISIS, the goddess Isis, and it was Re, the god Re from as the sun god, and El, the storm god, and that's what Israel came from. It was a combination of those three gods was where the name came from. I remember seeing that when I was like 14. It's kind of
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, it's a bunch of crazy nonsense mostly, but
I mean, I guess I can say it's crazy now, knowing what I know, but probably wouldn't have thought it was crazy when I was 14. So
I didn't know what to think about when I was 14, but it made me, I'll say this like guys, it made me start researching my own stuff and start looking into stuff. I started looking into stuff really deeply, and it spurred me on into a bunch of research that I probably wouldn't have done otherwise. So, so there's gonna be, you can get good out of bad.
Hey, NeuroJack, iPhi has a question for you. Can you hear me? NeuroJack.
I may not have been 14, so our poll, but I was probably 16 anyway. And yeah, I'm old enough for that.
1, 2, testing. Can you hear me, NeuroJack?
I can hear you, but he's on mute. Oh, there he is.
It feels like I was 14 when Zeitgeist came out anyway.
Are we doing a fucking show or not? What's up, NeuroJack? Make up your mind.
God, with that approach.
Yeah, you don't have to answer him, NeuroJack. You're not required to. We have freedom of speech in this show, and it's freedom to not speak to. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney.
People were not comfortable speaking to a seashell, so I have uploaded iPhi bot to speak on my behalf.
And now we're even less comfortable.
Yeah, we're so much less comfortable than we were before.
Yeah, Neuro, nobody can hear you. You might have to go out and come back in.
Plug in your microphone. Try again.
Jack
fucked up sometimes.
Alcott Jack or NeuroJack?
NeuroJack.
I'm driving up the mountain, and so I don't know who said what. So what's up?
Oh, okay, there he is.
Don't drive and social at the same time.
I mean, you
Dangerous.
can, but be careful. Don't
Yeah,
die.
you can do it now. People they control everything.
Well, I have speakerphone
in the radio,
and I don't need to touch my phone to talk, except for to unmute and mute.
Yeah.
So are we doing a conservatarian show or not? Yes or no?
Well, I don't know what it would consist of other than what I'm already doing, but
yeah. In the
And
meantime,
you
you can
doing
always hang
now?
out here, do your little pretend
we
show.
because we need people to disagree with our positions in order to have an entertainment program.
We've got a room full of them right here. Every one of them will disagree.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You might as well just do it.
Bring
here.
the commie on. I'll disagree with both
We
of
even
you
have a producer.
simultaneously.
We'll disagree with each other too, for sure. So.
Oh, definitely. Ready when you are, lad.
Imagine being a statist. Oh.
I'm not a statist.
I'm half joking. Statist isn't.
I think iPhi would be
belong to a political party. Like what the fuck?
Well,
I
think iPhi would be disturbed by how much I agree with Lib on shit.
Oh, he definitely.
I
would.
definitely will. If you agree with anything he says, I already don't like you.
like once again, Liv and us have had great conversations. We've had a lot of good where we've actually agreed on a lot of things. It just Israel Palestine is a bad topic for us to talk about. And we have
I'm
learned
still
this
waiting for
over
one
time.
example.
Well, because there's nothing concrete. It's just filtered propaganda from one source or another. None of us are on the ground. None of us are behind the scenes.
Well,
Either the government or the investigatory bodies.
One thing that's pretty clear is those, and I did I've counted almost 40 hours so far. So, it's going to have to be released in 4 parts. But nevertheless, there's at least 40 hours of historical material on my show that show that the conflict has roots almost going back 2,000 years,
Longer than that.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Hey, Jeff, can you play a YouTube video, or do you want me to play it in my background?
It depends on what's on it, and if I think it's going to get copyrighted.
Yeah, it probably will get copyright strike. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't want to take the chance because I've been getting a lot of takedowns lately for random stuff.
It's called "This Land Is Mine."
The Woody Guthrie song.
No, it's an iteration. iPhi doesn't know who Woody Guthrie is.
I'm not familiar with that individual.
And if he knew him, he would fucking hate. He's a communist.
That's true.
He was an Appalachian communist.
Look at what our poll said. Our poll said something interesting. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. I've been hearing.
Don't let it work on you then. If you're onto them, resist. Fight the influence.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? What are you talking about, Jeff?
Our post chat comment.
No, he's saying Elon Musk went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Right, but he's saying totally not divisive. They gave Elon the whole theatrical experience.
They gave Elon. I think it meant gave. They gave Elon the whole theatrical experience.
I know, but why would it be important to give him a theatrical experience?
I think because Elon has been kind of on this. He's been very anti-ADL, and he's been talking about suing the ADL and stuff like that. So it sounds like Ben Shapiro and some other conservative Jews.
But you guys mentioned earlier that ADL is funded by Israel.
Yeah, did we ever get the fact check on that? Hank was working on it.
Oh yeah, what I figured out. I got to the point where they support Israel, but they don't. I have not yet found their funding.
ADL?
It's actually. Yeah, the ADL supports Israel.
Are they connected in any way? Do they have similar funding sources?
Oh yeah, of course.
That's
of course. There's dual American and Israeli
something hard.
That's I'm trying to find the evidence of that.
What would be the dual citizens that are part of the group? You're not going to easily find that information.
As in they have a lot of private donors. I mean, I'm sure they do.
No, they have members of the ADL that have dual citizenship to America and Israel.
Yes,
yeah, it's not easy to find out where the money comes from. I mean, I go back. I just thought.
Jeff mentioned that doesn't necessarily mean that they have split loyalties, and logically speaking, it doesn't. But practically speaking, it's important information. Right?
I mean, I'm not talking about split loyalties. They're a lobby group. They can do what they want. I do think we should have more restrictions on lobbying, aka.
Oh, you're talking about AIPAC, and that's the other thing is that Walt and Mearsheimer, the Israel lobby, that is a concerning report that they wrote, and as you guys may know, Dr. Mearsheimer, he's a legit political scientist. He's not like, bullshit or anything. And then there's the Alan Dershowitz debate with Noam Chomsky. You guys ever seen those?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but that sounds very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a debate together. It's interesting. Chomsky used to be a vehement supporter of Palestine.
And then he got brainworms.
Yeah.
He also supports Russia now. Or he doesn't.
Hey, Machine Lies. Machine Lies.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you see the video behind me?
Yeah.
We can see the video behind you, yeah.
According to this video, who has the rights to this land?
I guess I gotta wait for it to play out. There's a Jew and a Roman, and there was a guy before that, and I forgot.
Whoever last probably.
Damn, the Jews hammer. Oh, that's Judas Maccabeus, isn't it? Because he's the hammer.
But it still exists currently, and that's not changing anytime soon. So if y'all are
Oh, okay.
relitigating
My
ancient
new
history
tarot
behind it,
card
it's
set
not
came
gonna
in. My new tarot card
apply
set came in.
Oh shit!
Sweet, sweet,
Yeah.
Hank. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Those
it's
look
What is that?
It's a holographic Walter Rate set.
I
You
kind
wanna
of
do-
see it. Even on stream.
Yeah, I like to see it. I love
Yeah.
it. Even I don't do tarot anymore, but I think tarot card sets are really fun.
Hank, can you do a tarot reading to find out who's going to control Israel in the next 5 years?
Oh my
Yeah, I
god! Get
can.
the fuck off this topic, please, dear fuck.
Do a tarot reading to find out who Trump's VP
And he's
is
the
going
one
to be.
that brought it up. That's the joke.
Yeah. So what's it called? I actually took it out and showed it to my father's caretaker, and he got triggered by it and said, "Oh, it's satanic," even though Christian ministers started doing tarot first. And I just told him he can just it doesn't like he can spare my cards. Like he burned my Magic Gathering cards.
Hank, can you do a tarot reading live on air just to try it out?
Yeah, I've done some before, but yeah,
I'll do it for you.
I have a
tarot
story
with
first.
regular playing cards if you want to.
Yeah, I
do
told him he could just burn my cards if he didn't like it. I know he's too old and freeball to do it. And if he wants to get his posse to burn my cards for Yahweh, you can just go ahead and kill me then. I don't give a crap.
Who is this?
My father. He said tarot cards satanic. I told him he can burn the cards.
Really
And
not.
honestly, if he wants to get a round up posse and try to take my cards and burn them for Yahweh, he can just go ahead and kill me. I don't give a crap.
So you live with your father, Hank?
I don't care about Yahweh's damn question.
You gotta understand where your dad's coming from, though. You know, he's not trying to get at you. He's just trying to protect you. You know, in a different kind of a way. You know, what I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't.
Gave a chance to Yahweh. He's an asshole. He doesn't like me. He doesn't support me. So he can go fuck himself.
Hey, Yahweh and me are friends out
there,
there,
fuck himself. Abraham is gonna fuck himself. They're gonna take my stuff to make me a slave.
No, of course, that's a religion, but that's not your dad. Your dad's chilling with you, taking care of you. You know what I'm saying? So don't take it out on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, bless you, Hank, man. You know, I don't mean to get at you about what you're going through, but yeah, man, it seems like a stressful day for you, man. I'm sorry to hear
No,
that.
it's actually not a stressful day for me, but pretty much, I'm just saying, I'm telling Abraham is just stand off. Their God just wants me a slave. I don't want to be a slave, so they can either end me or fuck off. Period.
Yeah.
Aren't you involved in a church?
Oh yes. I go to Unitarian Universalist Church.
Yeah, they must talk about the Bible sometimes. So you know, it's like where your dad's coming from. He's just taking away some of the stuff that he can get from it. You know what I mean? And just kind of, you know. But yeah, man, bless you, Hank, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I gave his religion a chance. Those people are assholes. They don't give a crap about me. They just want me to be a slave. So I'm gonna do what I want, or they can send me.
Yeah, I do kind of understand that. I have experienced this in my experience, at least, when you have sort of like older, usually very Christian, parents. Usually they'll say things that are kind of out of pocket like that. Like, I don't know. It just sounds weird to call tarot cards satanic.
Well,
it sounds like someone who doesn't know.
Well, it's interesting because the worst type of slavery is scientific totalitarianism, in my opinion, and the worst type of Satanism is a religious one, you know, or one that's based in the Bible. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like the most vociferous, you know, and demonic version because it's built upon hypocrisy at its very start point, you know. So it's very so that is one of the things is like, you know, it's the subtle dangers that are the most profound, you know, at all turns. You know?
Greetings,
that's why I love what Hank said the other day. You know, he said you have to have refuge and audacity. You know what I mean? I love that terminology. But yeah, go ahead. Who's going to talk about?
Would you be willing?
What are we gonna read first?
Hank Oflamio, would you be willing to submit to a scientific experiment?
It depends what it is.
Can your tarot cards predict my winning lottery numbers?
Oh my, that'd be too hard. I mean, How many cards would I have to read to do that? Like 100 million?
Yeah, I can predict that. That ain't gonna happen. But yeah,
tarot isn't a tool for reading the future anyway. Tarot is a tool for reading people. You read people with tarot. You don't read the future. It doesn't tell you anything. You pay attention to people's reactions to the images and the things you point out, and that's how you read. That's how you get readings from it. I was really good at that with it. It's a really good medium for reading people.
Unless you're using tarot as a medium for reading yourself, there is a use for tarot as like a
self-reflection type thing.
Yeah.
Why don't we see the fruit of the labor? Let's see what it looks like.
Do a tarot reading if Abby's gonna come home because I always look at tarot readings to see if my wife's gonna come back. I'm like,
do one for NeuroJack and do one for iPhi bot. I would love to hear the results.
Judgment, 8 of Wands, King of Cups.
Well, there you go.
It looks like Israel's gonna win after wasting time.
Did you guys all take drugs before the stream started?
I swear, I'm starting to feel like that too.
I'm taking drugs right now.
I didn't take any for sure, but everybody else feels like they're on drugs today.
I think my background is on drugs.
I can use it.
Yeah, I'm smoking weed right now, so I'm about to. Yeah, it is what it is. It's pretty.
NeuroJack, I'll do a card reading for you. You will meet a tall, dark stranger. That is the end.
A tall.
Back in a second.
Like one with a gun in the back of my head, or.
Guys, what are you doing with tarot cards? Put those away.
What's up, Flo?
You don't know those things are evil.
Yes, I do.
They're satanic.
Finally, a floppy disk. Please input.
Oh yeah, I guess I better change my name, huh?
Oh yeah, MoOse. I
should just leave it that way.
I should answer your question. No, I'm entirely sober, though I wish I had weed right now. Would be fun to be high in this conversation.
I think it would make you a much more tolerable person because you might be a little bit more relaxed, you know.
I'm not. I'm about this level 90% of the time.
I'm afraid iPhi is not with us, but I'll be happy to debate you. Please pick a topic.
Yeah, he's in the doom bunker.
Is that what we're doing? Okay.
Yes, pick a topic, please. Anything.
iPhi is currently getting pegged by his wife in the doom bunker.
It's challenger's choice.
You're the challenger. You arrived. A challenger has arrived.
You call. I'll play. You call the game.
All right. I'm getting tired of Israel. Let's pick a new topic.
Yeah. Okay. Thank God.
So did I just win the first argument about?
Wait. Here we go. Can I, actually, I'm gonna ask. I want to ask FlowState about Rojava.
Hank's doing a tarot reading, guys. So go ahead, have a conversation.
Okay, let's do the tarot reading. That's even more productive. Go.
Honestly, it probably is.
That was the topic for this one.
Yeah, Rojava. What about Rojava?
Yeah, Rojava. FlowState, are you aware of Rojava?
No, I don't know that person.
It is a group of people. It is a semi-autonomous, de facto autonomous zone. It's the correct word.
It's a hippie commune
in the north of Syria. It's the Kurds.
Yeah, of them. Yeah.
Yeah. They're the predominant.
I know of Kurds in way.
You got to put Hank on full screen, Jeff.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm trying to see what we got here.
I want to see these cards.
This is a tarot reading for the whole group. Shit, we got 9 of Pentacles, 6 of Swords, Page of Pentacles. I have no idea how to.
What does that mean?
Interpret that.
I can pull out my little interpreter book.
I used mostly the major arcana when I did mine.
What does that mean? Tell us what that means.
Get my book out.
Means go left at the stop sign.
Who's that for, Hank? Is that for everybody or for machine or what?
Get on the skiff and cross the river. Die of dysentery.
Son of a fucking
that sounds right.
Biscuit-eating bulldog.
It's gonna fail.
I never use the interpreter books.
To really fast give everyone a rundown of what major and minor arcana is. The major arcana, or trump cards, are traditionally made of 20 cards, numbered 0 to 21.
Oh shit, bro! This is gonna take a long ass time to read this. 20 cards? You're gonna read a description of all 20 of them?
No. Hank does the interpretation. I was just explaining what major. minor arcana is. And
well, these are all. Well,
explaining-
just so you know, these are all minor arcana. So none of that is major.
No. I was explaining what major reading. I was rather than explaining. I was reading because I don't actually know that much.
Congrats, you played my trap card.
Why'd you pull?
So who takes their clothes off?
What are my
You
winning
do
lottery
FlowState.
numbers?
Already naked. Joke's on you.
Damn it.
Still waiting for winning lottery numbers.
So what does those mean?
I'd have pulled like 1 billion cards. to get
Someone-
winning lottery numbers.
I have time.
Is this
It's-
part of the team
Please
building
proceed.
activity?
Yes.
Can someone interpret those 3 cards for us, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
I'm
part
flipping
of
through my
building the
book.
Special Olympics team.
Exactly.
NeuroJack.
It's looking fucking scary up there.
The 3 cards means you will meet a tall, dark stranger.
Here I am.
Yep.
Chris is just like, fuck you guys, I'm playing guitar.
Good
Honestly.
move.
Mood.
I just have nothing to add to the
Fuck this
terror
weed.
conversation.
And we can't even hear him, which is awesome because nothing makes me want to just murder people more than when somebody just starts douching up everything with their guitar out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Wonderwall.
Okay, I'm not.
I-
Not,
I
not
can
you.
remember
Yeah,
people
no,
saying-
I'm saying not you. But every now and then you find somebody who enters a room and will just grab a guitar and start strumming over everybody's conversation.
Oh no, I was muting myself.
Like, yeah, carry on, sir.
Okay, FlowState. The debate topic is libertarian versus authoritarian, which is better?
Absolutely libertarian.
Yeah, libertarian. What? I'm sorry. A lot of us, I feel like, are going to have a pretty obvious
Yeah,
answer.
except for
to
all
that.
the authoritarian libertarians that I run into.
What is that? I demand that you leave me alone.
Yeah.
No, the ones that have this little libertarian paradise with all these authoritarian rules that you have to follow and
Those are-
authoritarian enforcement.
rules.
Those aren't libertarian. Those are Christian nationalists.
Also, wait, hang on.
So, FlowState, would you say the
ANCAPs aren't
Libertarian National
libertarians.
Party represents your interests and you will vote for them?
No.
Please elaborate.
Well, it's not. First of all, voting doesn't matter. It's a placebo activity. Second of all, the Libertarian Party is.
Is the way you
Joke.
live.
It's just kind of a throwaway, and probably controlled opposition. Probably captured by.
Some of them, I think, are definitely. Some of them are genuinely just fucking whack jobs, but you know.
Said the communist.
Is there
I mean,
a difference between socialism and capitalism in your libertarian ideal society?
What?
What?
There's
I
a
don't-
difference between socialism and capitalism
FlowState,
intrinsically.
the question to you is, you said libertarian, you didn't specify socialist or capitalist.
All right, before you answer, Flo, I just want to say that I'm now streaming Battle Bits on our Discord channel, right? Because you guys have led me to want to kill people, so now I'm doing it virtually.
Good job.
Moose, play a better game. Play
Open
Squad.
You're always so chill, and like today you're all like keyed up, man.
Is it socialist or capitalist?
I think that violent movie we watched last night. It must have like gotten you all like
I feel like if it's
The
libertarian,
ending pissed me
that's
off, Chris. It was just like
apparent.
so shitty. Sorry.
It's capitalist.
Okay. And
It pissed you
finally,
off?
do you require any moral standards, or do you not care?
I'm gonna default towards not caring. Yeah.
Okay, so secular, ethical state.
Well, wait, hang on, Flo. Wouldn't I? So, you're like an. Are you like an NAP stan?
I don't
Non-aggression
have a
pact.
clue what that is.
Not the non-aggression pact. The idea of like
Right. Yes.
people
yes, I
don't,
like
don't
that.
fuck with each other.
Right.
Define
Yeah,
harm.
right.
I got the
But
reading.
I mean that includes the right to fuck with somebody back, right?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got the
If
reading.
someone
Okay.
breaks the NAP, then you can then
Right.
use
Define
force on them.
harm.
So I got the reading done. It looks like the hippie commune will succeed for now.
Base.
Hippie commune has never succeeded.
I mean, it's not a
It
hippie
will-
commune, but
I mean, it will last them in a month, I guess.
Okay, that's pretty good success for a hippie commune.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Flo, in your ethical state, who determines what is good or evil?
Natural law, not non-aggression. That's not
Yeah.
coercion, right? Every interaction should be voluntary. If coercion is used, it becomes immoral.
Spoken like a true.
So you're okay with pedophilia as long as both parties are consenting?
Well, minors can't consent.
Yeah.
Who says?
Me.
We.
Why
Society
do you
does.
get to determine good and evil?
Because
society
I'm the
decides
one
that.
answering the questions.
Also that, yeah.
And you guys wonder why I'm over here firing off AKs.
Is
and
this
shit.
going to
Like,
be a
It's
these
because
kind
democracy?
of
it's
questions
full
are
moon
wild.
mood.
Hey, Flo, is this going to be a democracy?
No.
Then who gets to decide?
Me.
Oh, I see. The absolute dictator libertarian.
That's
Well, you're-
that's what I was saying earlier.
No, you're
The
asking Flo.
libertarian.
Like you're asking him.
Right. And
He's
who gave
answering
him
as
the
him.
right to define
I
good
can
and
spot
evil?
crypto authoritarians like that.
Am I a crypto authoritarian? I'm mostly just
but not as bad as
enthusiastic.
like Joshua Jones or probably
I'm
even
not.
Jack
Yeah,
Talcott.
I'm just sort of
not
a
as bad as Jack
medium
Talcott.
engagement responder more than a crypto authoritarian.
Also, I'm pretty sure Josh isn't crypto authoritarian. I think he's just authoritarian.
Yeah,
like-
Yeah,
like
he's
one
pretty open
authoritarian.
about it. Hell, I'm a crypto authoritarian either. I think he's pretty much an out and out just authoritarian. Yeah.
So once again, who gets to decide good and evil in your libertarian state? That's not a democracy.
Because
Landowners.
So people that don't own property have no say in what is good or evil.
Actually, let me rephrase that. It'd probably be people who contribute taxes, which would not be mandatory.
Oh hell no! You're not a libertarian. Get the fuck out of here.
No,
taxpayers.
Taxation is theft. That is aggression.
No.
Did you hear the
Taxation
caveat?
is
Did you
rent.
hear the caveat? It would not be mandatory.
Oh, you can
There'd-
opt out. All right.
There'd be no income tax. It'd be only on I don't know. They'd have to. The government would have to find some way to add value to people aside from just shuffling value around. But not luxury.
Yeah, if you
Consumption.
pay, you can get out of the
tax.
cage land.
Sales tax on certain items, I don't have an issue with.
Who owns
Yeah,
and
that's a
controls
cigarette.
the
You pay
military?
taxes. If you pay taxes, it means the fire truck will show up at your house if it's burning down. But otherwise, then they don't. Kind of
Well,
thing.
I mean, how can you be a libertarian if you just say, "Well, I'm just going to arbitrarily choose what tax I like and what purpose I like," and
That's the most libertarian thing. What?
Well, if you're saying, well, tax implies force, so it's not.
No.
Or it implies that you just don't buy the Snickers.
Well, no. It's the tax doesn't imply force.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
Yeah, it does.
any rule implies force. Ultimately, everything's backed by force.
Well,
It requires
okay.
a monopoly on violence
It's not.
to be able to enforce
It is not It is not necessarily coerced.
It is definitely coerced. It's not
Now-
voluntary exchange.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you opt out.
Right.
I'm saying Flo's argument is hypothetical.
He
It is
said
not.
you
It
can
is
opt out
distinctly.
of his taxes if you want
Yes.
to.
You know-
don't want to pay
Well,
his
actually,
taxes.
no, Flo. It's opt in, right? Like that was your idea. Is like it's opt in.
Same
I mean,
thing.
if you can
out.
opt either way, it's the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah.
And if you had asked me this a year ago, I probably would have said no taxes, no rules, everything's anarchist.
That's just ANCAP. That's just feudalism.
Nobody
all over
takes
again.
ANCAP seriously, Flo. Get over
Right.
yourself.
So a year ago, if I had said that, you little robot,
Beep, beep, boop.
now I'm a little bit more realistic.
So
about
maybe you
things.
should have listened to iPhi when he gave you the answer. It's conservatarianism.
I don't know what that is, but I doubt it's the answer.
One more time. Morally founded
Nope.
libertarian government that protects capitalism.
But like,
I'm cool on the moral founding. That part's gonna be a deal breaker.
Well, yeah, but like, also it is important to know who's. I mean, I guess in this
Right.
case, it's iPhi.
I don't disagree
kinda
that
shit.
morals are important, but anybody who leads with morally founded when describing their political views is not going to have the same morals as me.
Separation of church and state ensures the freedom of religion. No state will enforce the religion upon you.
What
You're
morals?
simply plagiarizing their fundamental values of like not killing, stealing, lying, etc.
I mean,
They have that
It's
now.
basically
They
as
had-
close
they-
as you
wait,
can get
He's
to
not
a
telling you
secular
the fine
government.
print.
Drug laws,
You're going to
prostitution,
have less
gambling.
freedom than you have now.
Up for debate.
wait,
All
iPhi,
right,
are you trying to make the claim that like governments should be founded on Christianity because of the Ten Commandments?
I'm stating it as absolute fact that you can't be a conservatarian without a morally founded government.
No, I'm aware, but you had your little quip about like the laws and stuff, and how like, oh, don't kill. That's like a conservatarian. That's
You
like
can
a
plagiarize a religion's morals without enforcing it as the state religion. You
No
can still
one's-
allow the
no-
citizens to
Well,
be
how
free
would-
to
how would
choose their own
no one
religion.
no one plagiarized. Don't kill.
What
Unless
would
you're-
the
Yes, they did.
distinction
That
be
was Christian
between a state
morality.
religion and a state moral code that is mirroring a religion's? How would those look differently in practice?
Because you're not fully responsible for all of the requirements to be a Christian. You're just plagiarizing their bare minimum fundamentals
Hey,
of being
iPhi.
a decent human being.
Hey, iPhi, when did the Ten Commandments come about? That like baseline of Christian morality. When did that come about? Do you know?
During the Old Testament times.
Yeah. Do you know when that was?
A long, long time ago.
Can
Okay.
we eat shellfish?
Well, hang on, iPhi. No. I do want to ask him this. So the Code of Hammurabi, composed in 1750 BC, is the longest, best organized, and best preserved text from the ancient Near East. It is a law code that outlaws murder, and it's older than the Christian Bible.
God's law has been written on man's heart since the beginning. Before
Who's
Judaism,
eating
there
this?
was the patriarchal law in which God spoke to the patriarchs directly. It's the same God's law.
Hey, well,
So I don't believe you when you say that there will be a separation of church and state.
I don't care
Yeah.
if you believe me.
You don't
I'm stating
trust me.
fact. Just like the country you're in right now, you enjoy the separation of church and state, but it still plagiarized Christian morality for its laws.
No, I mean, wait.
Yes.
No.
I don't care about your
plagiarized
feelings.
moral law or
History
natural law.
and facts don't care about your feelings, Liv.
You understand that the Old Testament is not the oldest source in history, right?
Yeah.
Neither is Christianity, but it's still the moral foundation of the conservatarian government.
okay,
But
I have
it
a
only
question.
exists in
I have a
your
question,
head and your
iPhi,
bunker so far.
Does the conservatarian government allow me to own this tarot card set?
Yes, Dave. Yes, we are. We told him that. All of us are notified.
Yes, Dave.
Yes,
we all
Dave,
are.
I guess we have a new troll.
The chat, but half the chat is demanding that he stay in robot mode. So it's
At least our-
Okay, uploading human voice.
Oh, and by the way, welcome to Provo Planet. Welcome to Land.
Yeah, everybody, don't judge
Lanterton.
me. Dave's out there, Provo.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
We have
I'm
20 viewers. We have
scrolling
20 live
over
viewers right now, which
Lanterton.
is
I
a
don't even know
lot
why he's
for us.
here.
So.
Okay, for all the whiny bitches, I'm uploading human voice. Beep, beep,
You
God.
whiny
And
bitches.
Hey guys, what's up? Hello,
I am-
fellow humans.
I am.
All right, give us
uploading.
the robot voice back.
Go back to the robot.
Go back.
So, Flo, are you confusing the problem with Judaism and the old law and new law Christianity?
No, I'm confused. My issue is that you're treating the Old Testament like the beginning of relevant moral code, and
It's the fundamental.
that's selective history.
It's
sir.
very selective.
The fundamentals of God's law
I'm getting rocked over here.
for patriarchs, Jews, and Christians is don't kill, don't steal, don't lie. They've known this since
Which
the
was
beginning of time.
adopted from where? Machine
From
lies.
God.
No, it wasn't adopted
Yes,
from God.
it
From the
was. That's who was
Mesopotamian
talking to the
and the
patriarchs.
Egyptians.
Where do you think
Ain't God only
Abraham
killed?
got his law, Flo?
From the people.
Yahweh was originally the god
Actually-
of copper.
Hang on. Where was Abraham from? He was from
Where
like
do you think
Mesopotamia.
Noah got his law from, Flo? Where do you think Adam got his law from, Flo?
Same place Robin Hood stole treasure from, and the same place that Captain Hook got his hand bit off at.
I don't care if you don't understand history. The Christians have moved on. We understand the fundamentals of God's law. We agree with the Jews and we agree with the patriarchs. and mostly the Muslims, that you don't kill, you don't steal, and you don't lie. All humans understand this. That's why they are so easily adopting it.
And that's why
Now that I've
It's
lived
not-
with it
and
for a
that's why,
while.
since all humans understand that, that's how we know it's not exclusive to Christian God.
Now, you don't have to accept Jesus Christ as your personal savior in order to join the conservatarian government. That would be a theocracy.
Hey, iPhi, I did
I
figure
like
out.
the robot version better. This one sounds too much like iPhi.
Okay.
Hey, iPhi, I
Downloading back to robot voice.
iPhi, I figured out where Abraham got his like morals from. Abraham was born in Kasdim, which is in like the near around where modern day Baghdad is.
Bombs over Baghdad.
And where did the Sumerians get their law from?
Bombs over
dinosaurs.
Baghdad.
From the
over
people
Baghdad's
from the
dope.
people who lived along the Euphrates and Tigris and Euphrates.
And where did they
Before
get
them.
their law from?
From the people before them.
And where did they get their law from?
From the
Mostly
people
a
before them.
mixture of clay and dirt.
Where did Adam and Eve get their laws from?
We have no evidence of Adam and Eve existing.
That's
I
the
can't help
story.
you. Good
Yeah,
luck.
we don't
They're
have.
not even-
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the story, that's different. But like right
I'm
now, we're talking about like
the
history.
first
Now you're
human
drifting
being.
into fiction, and you're the one that don't understand metaphor.
Live,
mean,
live.
we don't
Allow me
understand.
to
technically,
speak
I
in
mean, like,
plain
it
English so
doesn't
you
seem
can
like there's any law
understand.
against murder
The
until
first
Cain
human
murdered
beings.
the
Where
Abel,
did they
so.
get their laws from, Lib? Please
They didn't get
enlighten
any
us.
laws.
The problem is your
didn't.
questions
Yeah.
beg the question.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
don't
No,
have
they
a
don't.
record.
I already know where
Hang
they
on.
got their law. It's
High
No,
five,
they
high
didn't
five.
get
you
any
guys
laws.
to
They
catch
just
up.
got.
iPhi, you're presuming that humans got them from a unhumanly source. The answer that is most likely correct, because we don't actually have, actual like full archaeological evidence of the first laws or whatever, is that humans in a community got together and decided to make rules for themselves so that they could get along better. And that was probably the first instance of like codified laws.
Yeah,
I mean, look,
even we go by the story. Even go by the story in the Bible. Adam and Eve didn't actually get any laws. All they got was Babel they couldn't understand. Then punished for it. So
yeah, exactly. Because even in the Adam and Eve story, like Cain kills Abel, but there's no law established for it so that he couldn't. It wasn't until after he killed him that he was like, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that."
Well,
So I mean,
if I could just interject, there was a thing like 2000 BC. There's conflict over who the most ancient civilization was. Was it Egypt? Was it the Persians? Was it India? Was it Babylonia, or was it China? And
Sumerians is the
I think anthropologically speaking, if you look at the languages, it's possibly Polynesian. The Polynesian people don't have language connections to any other people in the world. So I think that might be one of the starting points for seafaring ships and that sort of thing. For humanity to have spread somewhere. But then I think going from that, if you go back to 2000 BC, or 1100, BC, to the time of Solon, or any of those guys who derived the laws of Athens, this is like 500 years before Plato and stuff like that. They talked about a lot of interesting events. And if you look at the work of Confucius and if you look at the work of Plato, they talk about a global flood or whatever. And if you look at the Babylonians, who composed the Hammurabi's Code and all that stuff, they have this, story in the Epic of Gilgamesh as well. So for whatever reason, there was great civilizations all around the world. And I think that all the people circa 400 BC, I'm talking about people like ancient China and ancient Egypt and an ancient
Rome.
Greece at the time, they all had the flood myth. Plato had Atlantis and stuff. So they said that we actually came from much greater civilizations in the past. There were much more
Wasn't Göbekli Tepe? Isn't it dated like 8500 BCE or something like that?
Yes, that's what I mean. And then there's water erosion on the Sphinx that's like 20,000 years old. So nobody really knows how old
the
these
mounds at
civilizations
LSU are
Yeah.
even older. I think.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah. So I think that the evidence of man, it's just the thing of advancement. How advanced was this ancient man? Was he more advanced than the people existing 400 BC? I mean, that we don't really know. I mean, according to those people, they devolved from much more advanced civilizations, and we can only take their word for it.
Well, and it depends on what you mean by advanced. But here's what I wanted to ask you, Machine, on this. The mythicists say that, well, the Bible is like 80% of the law is kind of like a Solonic, from whoever Solon was. They say that.
Yeah, Solon was described by Plato's uncle Critias, in this in the Critias. That's where Plato explains the Atlantis myth. So it's an interesting history of that. Yeah.
Well, my point is that the mythicists say, well, the Bible was basically ripped off at least from its legal or ethical standpoints, were basically ripped off from Solon or someone like that. So
yeah, they say that, and the founders of the church say that.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So would that so the Christian thing is they just say, well, just because they had the same thing doesn't make it invalid. They had divine revelation, therefore it's no contradiction for us to use it. And but where would you say that your opinion on that comes in? What do you think that represents that connection, that type of connection with ethics? Because I noticed that so many of these people, we start criticizing ethics, now they're releasing like ethics videos, and I think that's kind of interesting to me.
Ethics is garbage.
Hey, Mary.
So anyways, Flo, the point was we're not interested in debating history anymore, trying to convince people that they're plagiarizing Christian morality. We're just moving on and getting shit done.
I ask a question, let him answer first, then you can ask whatever you want.
Well, I was just wondering if any of you guys saw that transcendental argument takedown, including iPhi. Did you see that? And I'd love to hear what you want to say about it.
It was on a stream?
It was on that Southern Israelite where he took down the transcendental argument.
No, I missed that one.
I haven't seen it.
I didn't get to it yet. I was reading Andrew Dorkin's book and getting laid, so I didn't.
Yeah, Salam alaikum, Isabella. Yeah, I'm restreaming this to my channel, but it is what it is. Yeah.
So, anyways, Flo, I think you see why I don't spend days and years trying to convince people, where religion came from or whose religion is best. Conservatarians are going to move on and get shit done. So, you guys can argue for eternity.
So far, he has a bunker built.
Have fun.
But I'm saying,
as long as you subscribe to Christian fundamentals, you're going to do just fine in a conservatarian.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a big question about what that is.
Yeah, I got some bad news for you.
What are Christian fundamentals, iPhi?
Yeah,
you said you can't have Lib at your house. You can't be friends with Lib.
Sorry.
Well, if that's it, then I'm all right.
Actually, that's not the Christian angle. That's the capitalist angle. See, one of the Holy Trinity.
So he's not denying
a moral foundation, libertarian, and capitalism. So you're suggesting.
How dare you? You said Unitarian Universities on Christians. How
trying to get them to take over the country, of which I say negative. You're not allowed to override the system.
I'm going to have to stand with my brother in Christ on that one.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, let me ask Machine what I was asking is about if Christian ethics are based on Solon, then what are we really basing our?
That's the thing is that that's the thing is why I was asking about the Southern Israelite video, because he goes through all of these things because he denies transcendental categories of morality. And he also denies the soul, and he bases this on the Bible, what he reads in the Bible. So he says there's no evidence for the soul in the Bible. That actually comes from Plato and Aristotle. Wait, who's frozen?
MoOse.
Oh, MoOse is.
I'm here, dude. I'm playing a video game at the moment because I'm
Oh.
trying to blow off some steam.
You should play a better video game. You should play Squad. It's a better video game.
Bro, you can't even like explain your outlooks on life. Why would I take any advice from you?
Damn.
I mean, I think I can.
Cold-blooded.
I don't think I've attempted to
I mean, that was a little
very
bit of
much.
a comment, though. I mean, let's just be real.
That
So,
was just.
Flo,
Hey, here's a
I was
video
just
game
trolling, my
suggestion.
bad.
Fuck you. You suck at your life.
So, FlowState, what objection so far do you have to conservatarianism?
Man, it's the moral stuff.
Okay,
How
so
about-
you
how
won't
about
kill
it,
your
man?
neighbors
First
and
of all-
steal their shit. That's the problem you have with conservatarians.
Well,
It might just be your sales
I think it's
pitch,
balanced
honestly.
here.
Maybe you're just not presenting it well. They should send
Which
another missionary.
word did you not understand when I said you're already in a similar system now? You have the same morals.
And
Christian
we're
morals
supposed
is why
to
you're
be.
not
I
killing
hear you, and I don't believe you.
I can't convince you if you don't
You
understand
cannot.
reality.
You cannot convince me.
let
It's
me
not-
translate. Let me translate for you. iPhi basically just wants to slap a sticker of Christianity on the system we have, and then we'll be fine. That's what it is.
I don't believe
Oh,
him. I think that he
No,
wants.
no,
I think
no,
he's got a
not-
sales
not the
pitch,
sticker
and then he's got a
Christianity,
reality. It's gonna be like, hey, you want this awesome timeshare? Oh, guess what, buddy?
It's mine now.
There are definitely criteria to my demands. Again,
I
morally
refuse to
founded,
meet them.
libertarian,
You're
capitalism.
gonna have to kick me out.
Those are non-negotiable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not.
you
Can
have
I
to
have
prove
two
up-
wives, and can I
No
snort
comment.
lines?
You cannot have multiple wives. You
I'm
can
out.
only have one wife.
Wait, why
What
not?
if I sneak in an extra wife?
Negative.
What if he
What
Can he
if it's
have
a
one
concubine?
wife and
It's
multiple
okay?
girlfriends that think of
Then you
themselves as
invoke
wives?
the aggression
It's not a
principle.
wife, it's a concubine. Is that fine?
What if they
Question for you.
identify? What if they say they identify as men?
Did
Negative.
God say you can only have one wife or one lover or something?
I
Like,
don't
did
No,
he
believe
he
say
didn't.
somewhere?
that's the case.
Actually, it
No.
didn't really say that.
He did
yeah.
say don't do the butt sex with the men.
He
I'm
did.
fine with
And
that.
women. And women. He actually talked about women too.
He clearly stated
Yeah,
the reason
yeah,
why
it
he
says for women,
created women was for men, one man, one woman, in marriage only.
And
Well-
no, he said more than one. He said
Adam and Eve was one man and one woman.
But
I
see,
just
Look
have
at
another
Tommy. Hi,
question here
Tommy.
for
I
you.
mean,
Were you
Solomon
there when he
supposedly
said
had like
this?
400 wives.
Did
so,
somebody
I mean,
witness him saying this? Did anybody here witness this shit? Because I didn't. I'd never heard him say any of this crap.
Can MoOse get a witness? Nope.
It's not so much about witness. It's about historical verifiability. Because obviously, like it's not just we don't believe it because we didn't witness it. It's
Who are we talking about? I forgot.
Oh, he was saying how God
don't
said
know.
you can only have one wife and you're not allowed to have
Oh.
3 or 4. So
well, here's the thing.
He didn't say that.
Yeah,
God didn't
it's
say
all
that.
I mean, we are-
interpretation.
It's
Yeah,
true,
we-
it is
we are-
true.
we
There
are-
is- there is
in the
no
Bible if you
explicit.
don't know what he said. So
There is
The
no
Bible is
explicit
quite
law
fine with
against-
Topic got
polygamy.
off track again because it was going somewhere else before this
Well,
started. Like
So-
first
so-
it was Israel and now it's this.
Didn't Lib start asking me a question when I first got here about some
I
hippie
did.
commune?
It's not a hippie commune. It's Rojava. They're Kurdish.
Not this again.
Oh, it's so cool. No. It's an autonomous. Like
Like a little
What was the
man.
question
commune.
though?
I
hear
always
you
wonder
nodding.
why Jeff
I-
was doing the like back and forth, but it's like you guys are like so high energy that it's like I'm doing the back and
MoOse,
forth.
why are
now.
you
Like,
so? Why you got that
Very
angry
infectious.
energy on you?
I'm tired. I'm tired. That's what it is.
I don't think. Oh my
I'm
God,
really
that's
fucking
angry
tired. I'm
energy.
sorry.
Hey,
I'll
it
bow
doesn't
out.
bother me. I kind of am entertained by it a little bit.
I
No,
didn't
you
even-
can
it
leave it
didn't
on. I'm a
even
little
show
bit
up on my
entertained.
radar.
No, no,
That's
Moose
why I
is-
keep
Moose is
thinking he's
basically-
Look, I love
I love angry energy. Why do you think I like Hank?
Hell yeah.
People love my angry energy.
he's
So,
pissed off
wait.
all the time.
Wait, Flo, would you like me
No, that's-
better if
that's
I got
just
angrier more?
You
Hey,
can,
iPhi
you can get
box.
as angry as you like.
Pass
I'm still
these
not
scissors.
joining your cult. Drop them. Boom.
No, I don't
Scissors.
want you to join my cult.
Yeah,
My cult
I don't
is a
think
sex cult.
He, like, yeah, I don't think.
I'm like,
Well,
you're
in that
hot,
case-
but like,
Lib's never trying to get me
Come
to
here,
join his
you
cult.
little cartoon
iPhi
twink.
is trying to get people to join his cult. I think
Can
you're
you
getting confused
can
there.
we build? Can I build a bunker next to, like in the woods next to you?
Is it a gay bunker?
You with me
No
next to me? Yeah, you
communist
can have a
allowed.
little one next to me to tie
And then you guys
yourself
can go
into
to war with
Christian
each other.
nationalists.
As long as there's no communists, you're welcome. Yes.
Well, I don't know. I can't. You can't tell me who I can have over to my land.
How
Oh
about-
yes, I can. I can
No,
tell
because
you
do
that.
not gay people.
Conservatarian
I can
is
tell
See,
you, I would
that's
much rather
three
have you
requirements.
as my neighbor in a bunker than have Joe Cool, because Joe Cool, you know, he might be over there trying to hit on my wife. So
True.
Yeah,
And then he wouldn't even apologize.
He would be in
Well,
no danger.
well, he is literally a motherfucking PIMP.
God, Moose, you definitely don't want me then, because I will hit on both you and your wife.
So,
see.
do you
I
have
know
a
I'm
better
sexy. I know
suggestion?
that.
Flo
I
State?
know,
Let's go in
see?
that direction.
My man's
wait,
confident.
but wait, Lib, are you trying to be the dom or the sub on both those categories?
I'm a
Yes,
switch.
sir. That's what he means.
I can.
Yes,
I
that's what
can.
it means.
He's a
I
switch
am.
hitter. All right.
I'm whatever you want, baby.
That's
Hey,
cool.
Flo State.
Congratulations, Moose. That'll be fun for
That
you
makes
guys.
you a sub. That's not. They're not alpha about that.
Flow State.
What?
Do you have a better suggestion since you don't like mine? Let's hear
No,
it.
I don't have a better suggestion. I just refuse yours.
Okay, well, fuck you.
Hey, iPhi, I have a better suggestion than yours. Our current system. Our current system is objectively better than whatever the fuck you were talking about.
See, this is how you know you're talking to a communist. He
Me
thinks our
and
current
Jeff
system
and
is
several of those
A-okay. Doing
I
fine.
don't. I know we're not doing fine. I don't
Truly
like the
trying to conserve. You don't
have-
sound like you're trying to conserve more than you are trying to create something new.
Flo will fuck you to assert his dominance.
That is true.
Based.
I would willingly conserve the original United States and work from there. All we gotta do is just get rid of the slavery and
That's what we
bullshit.
have.
Too late.
This is the original
Gonna have
United
to fuck
States.
you
This is the
to
latest
assert dominance.
iteration.
Already done.
Yep. Do it. We're in nature. That's the
Before
rules of nature.
the socialists took over and the authoritarians came to power.
I
agree,
wish
it
the
was much
socialists
better.
had taken over in America.
Well, we have an election coming up, so
Actually, not
can.
really. Most of the old socialists who ran for president wouldn't have been very good.
Back when it was mostly Christians, creating a nation for mostly Christians. I agree.
Well,
That's
well, not Christian.
Reality hurts my feelings.
Are you going to really define the founding fathers as Christian? Like half of them were fucking deists.
Most of the pilgrims, the pioneers,
We're Freemasons.
Christians.
The Pilgrims were also like 100 years before, like the war for independence. Like
Yeah, I'm okay with
American.
that. Christian.
It was like
but they were
400
not
years
branch of
before.
Christianity. They were
Christian.
universalists.
It wasn't
So they were
400.
my branch of Christianity.
Um,
Universalists and Unitarians. They're my branch of Christianity. I'll claim it, and that means Trinitarianism isn't Christianity
Based.
by that definition.
did
How
you know
about
that
communism?
Jesus is a Nephilim?
So you guys can debate it for eternity if you want on whether or not
I was
reality
ready to
and
go to the
history
next topic.
matters, but I don't care at this point. I'm just moving
No,
on.
we know you don't care about history. That much has been evident.
No, we know you're fucking retarded, and no matter how much history we give you, you'll
You
sit there and
can
go,
both be
"Wait,
right.
my
You can
feelings."
both
Hey,
It
there's a
doesn't
place
feel like
for
it's
everybody
Christians.
of all intellects here on this planet, sir.
You are correct. I am retarded. That is true.
Exactly.
My brain is.
I will let FlowState waste his time debating
Fuck
with
yeah.
me while I'm getting shit done.
Hold on. Let me. Wait. What is it that you disagree with about Lib so much about? I'm very curious. What is it that you find so? Because
He
I
doesn't believe that Christians were the majority founders of the United States of America.
Yeah, not Christians as.
That's the craziest
iPhi.
thing he believes to you.
You believe George Washington was a Christian?
No, I'm just saying, that's out of all his beliefs, that's the one that bothers you the most.
Well, no,
I don't think iPhi would consider most. I would think that iPhi would consider most of, at the very least, the founding fathers, if not a large portion of the country, because deism was actually pretty popular, especially in the cities. Back then, it's kind of like a little movement kind of thing. And I don't think you would. I don't think you can. Do you consider deist Christians, iPhi?
Yeah, Lib. I consider all the people leaving Europe to try and form a new country were mostly deists. It was the deists that were being oppressed in Europe, and so they were trying to escape the deism oppression going on.
The religious persecution and the fleeing from the religious persecution happened a long time before the actual founding of America.
Are Freemasons considered Christians, iPhi?
You can debate them in FlowState. Like I said, I got better things to do. So,
well, what is it about communism that bothers you so much, iPhi?
That you guys are engaging with them. That's the part that bothers me the most.
Yes, but why? That's the iPhi. The question is, why does it bother you so much?
Because
Why does it bother you that people
good
are willing
and
to
intelligent
engage with
people
ideas that
try
you
to
don't
get
agree with?
shit done on Earth, but then the evil fucking
What are you trying to
retards
get
show up
done?
and
You
say
have
it
your
wasn't
bunker.
real socialism, it wasn't real
Is the day
communism, fellas. Let's
vacuuming
try it
day,
one more
dusting day?
time. Stalin and Mao weren't real communists; they were just pretend socialism.
Well, Stalin was a fascist.
If we
But
just try it in
iPhi, what's
America,
the
it'll
action?
totally work this time, guys. Really, just
Are you
listen.
I know, I still
arguing
hear a lot
with
of
Jack
talking. What's the
Talcott? Because he's
action
not
you're
even
trying to get
here.
us to do? We're not all going to
Jack's
fit
not
in your
here.
bunker. What is the action?
So, NeuroJack, either
All right,
you
MoOse can take my spot in the
waste
bunker.
100 years of your life arguing with these retards, or you can do something more productive with your time. It's up to you. It's
Okay,
Well,
what's that thing we can
I-
do?
I-
Name
iPhi.
the thing we can do. that's
What
more
I'm
productive.
gonna do is I'm gonna spend all my time fucking with the people in the bunker.
Let's go.
I'm gonna spend all my time fucking with your people.
Wait, then
I
why
don't
can
care
I
if
get
you
us your spot in the bunker if you're just gonna fuck with me? What the hell is
Oh
that
no,
shit?
MoOse, you're back on my side. You're back on my
All
side.
right, thank you.
We'll sacrifice. We'll sacrifice the guy I don't know who's smoking cigarettes.
iPhi.
So,
Yeah, well,
NeuroJack, the problem is
good to
you
see you
keep
out
opening up
walking today.
discussions with Marxists about the bourgeoisie and how you're just not understanding
That's
it's
me.
not real
You
socialism
said I was the
and all
bourgeoisie.
that.
Well, I know,
That
but
shows
for
me
the
how
audience-
off your
for the
worldview
audience,
is already.
for the audience, let's dig into it. Let's say, what's the problem with
I got
communism?
something you can dig into.
Okay, Lib.
It's not a bourgeoisie though.
Hold on, FlowState. Let's give him a fair chance.
Oh,
Lib.
they said somebody's trying to get in. This is the first time I've ever gotten.
Hey,
to
Lib,
see
present to the panel here what communism is and how we can subscribe.
You
to
can
it.
take me down for the moment.
You should take that guy down.
Can we vote somebody
You're
off the
the-
island?
the co-host.
You can back. You can. I know, but you can backstage me for a minute.
It's not.
see
It
who's
won't
on.
even show me who it is until I take somebody. So I don't even know.
Just don't even look. Just they can just wait outside.
You have to answer the door before you know who it is. I might not even like the person I want them on, and then I'm gonna have to like pretend to be fake.
It was Dave. It's Dave. Hi, it's Dave.
Oh yeah, no, Dave for sure. Come on up. Somebody left. Who was it?
The little
MoOse
robot.
Moose left.
iPhi.
Oh no, the little robot's
no,
below me.
No, I loved MoOse.
We could still
No,
kick the little
robot's
robot
still
out
there.
though.
Nah, I
Moose
put
left?
my in here.
Okay.
Oh, well, he left. His sacrifice was in vain. Oh no, there's Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Hi,
I just
Dave.
wanted to pop in for a second because I've been listening, but I heard this weird thing about like not allowing people to be friends with communists
Ooh.
in this
Yeah.
thing. Isn't that rather authoritarianism?
Yeah,
Or
I told him
authoritarian?
he will have less freedom in his commune than we have now in the U.S.
That's pretty fucked.
That's the
Yeah.
part he kept leaving out. That's how he
Hey,
felt
guys.
about
That's
salesman.
the part I keep arguing
Like
with
freedom
too,
of
yeah.
association is a pretty useful.
Let's dig into the meat of
But
it.
not under
right?
communism.
Hey, NeuroJack. Would you be interested in some DEI because racism is not a thing anymore in this country? It's called DEI now. You want to
What
talk
the
about
fuck is
that instead?
DEI?
And now they changed it to
Yeah, you're just trying to change
Diversity,
the subject
equity,
again.
and
You're just trying to change the subject again. Though. That's not what we're.
Yeah,
actually
he is
talking
because.
But anyway, I just wanted to pop on and make that point. I've been running around, but I didn't feel like typing it. I wanted to make
Thanks,
sure
guys.
iPhi heard
Yeah.
it.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Dave.
Thank you for showing up, Dave.
We
Yeah, thank you,
appreciate-
Dave.
I'm still gonna be
appreciate
listening
virtue
though.
signaling.
We appreciate you, Dave.
Thanks, dude.
Really.
Later.
How's that virtue
I
signaling?
did-
You're
dude,
weird.
I did tune into your karaoke stream for a little bit the other day.
Nice.
I guess it was a slow part of it, but I wasn't feeling that well. I ended up laying down, but it was cool though, dude.
Let's see.
You're good.
I
I'm
enjoyed
doing it again tomorrow. I started.
Did you get your
we'll start at
500
5.
yet? You're 8 away.
Yeah, I'm not
Here.
as worried about the 500. That'll happen in time, but I need to get more watch hours. That's what I'm working
It's
on.
gonna happen right now. Look, Dave is 8 away from getting monetized. Please go.
Well, just
subscribe
if
to
you stay, you could just restream this,
he
and that'll
does
get you some watch
karaoke.
hours, isn't it?
I would, but like I said, I'm running around today. Today's my day off. I'm just supporting people, popping into the channels, saying hi.
Hell yeah.
All right, man.
Helping you guys with watch time and stuff, you know?
Hell yeah, I appreciate it.
appreciate
I will help you with watch time. I will put on one of your videos tonight as I go to sleep.
That is based, and I
I will put
appreciate you.
a playlist on of your videos so that I can get all of them in.
You're amazing. I mean, I do have some really long ones, so you could probably just put one on.
He's going to
That's
covert
perfect.
contract you. This watch hours don't come for free, even though they sound like they will.
True.
Yeah.
They take time, you know.
I do that already. Since I'm.
Don't
since
take
I'm
the
on channel.
chocolate off your pillow.
I already play.
I won't.
I put a playlist.
All right, love you guys. Have a great day.
Take it easy.
Yeah, Dave.
I have to.
Um, But iPhi, to answer your question, or at least part of it, as to
hey Lib, before you
can
start,
come back if you want.
Hey Lib, before you start, can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that these guys that are against like murder and theft and shit, that sounds pretty authoritarian. I mean, why are you telling me who I can and can't hang out with? I mean, that's pretty racist.
Nobody is. Nobody's saying you can't hang out with.
Well, we wouldn't want to be racist.
I just wanted to drop in and say hi. That's all. I wasn't trying to troll the stream or anything. I just want to drop in and say hi. And this robot guy sounds like an authoritarian. He's like saying we can't hang out with murderers and rapists.
Well, I mean, if you can't hang, you can leave.
Okay, now go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, if you want to go to the jail that they're incarcerated at, you can go hang out with the murderers and rapists.
No, I'm just saying it sounds pretty authoritarian. You telling me I'm not allowed to hang out with them? That's all I'm saying. It sounds racist to me. But go ahead, Lib. Go ahead. Sorry.
No one ever said that though. But no one said that.
Hi, my name's Emperor iPhi. I just wanted to drop by and say hi. That's all. I wasn't really gonna like enter a debate or anything. I'm just saying hi.
That bothered you? Like that's what you butt
really?
That.
What is it?
Lord.
Well, hi guys. I have
1,000. Is not safe.
Can you guys give me more? Oh wait, I have 30, and nobody ever promotes my channel, but that's okay. So yeah, let's get back to the topic. Hey Lib, why don't you explain communism so he can actually argue against communism rather than whatever he's trying to argue against?
You can't explain communism because it doesn't work logically.
Well,
I can define
it. Moving the conversation rather than like
I can at the very least define it. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I'm laughing at you, MoOse.
I can define it. So
I just got shot right in the face.
What?
Damn. Well, it's
bad, dude.
It happens. Communism.
We call him Mukake.
A society that is classless, stateless, and moneyless. Which I've been trying to find a better term. I've been trying to find a better term because it's not
find a better idea.
It's not that there wouldn't be like people trading things that are representations of value. It's that our current conception of money would not be used.
What's wrong with our current conception?
The fact that it's like a resource that is hoarded at disproportionately at the top, so that and to where that people at the bottom are not.
So if we're maintaining a pseudo balance in the quantity of money each person has, nobody has any incentive to get more money, so money loses its value.
Well, the thing is, what you would have to do is
this is why you can't explain communism.
Yeah, like those three things you said. I mean, you said three things. You said,
I was actually about to explain really fast.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
The money thing, specifically the economy. The reason why, like our conception of money, works now because currently the way our economy is, it's profit driven. It's driven by acquiring more money and then taking that money and then using it to try and acquire more money. If you have an economy that's not built on acquiring money but is built on satisfying needs,
you didn't hear my statement, did you? About
what incentive? Well, the thing is, the incentives to make the quote unquote money would be different than they are currently.
What would they be?
They would be to fill needs, not profit.
So you don't want any humans in this fantasy. It's populated with angels.
Well, he's in a bunker of one.
But you said
this is exactly the Talcott. This is Talcottian economics.
But he said he'd make the money for different reasons. I mean, if you're making the money for different reasons,
I think he meant that you would get different reasons for wanting the money.
Because that wouldn't be cashless then, because you'd still have money.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing doesn't work.
You still have like trading. You still have people trading representations of like labor value, which is kind of what money is. Just, I guess, again, what I mean by moneyless is that we have an economy that is not driven by a profit motive, but is rather driven by meeting people's needs.
So this is the fundamental misunderstanding that all every utopian has is that the economics is about resource distribution. How do you allocate them? And when you take and that directly ties into people's self-preservation need, right? Everybody's trying to self-preserve and maximize that self-preservation instinct, which is a good thing. It's definitely a necessary thing for survival. But utopianists think that that's an unnecessary feature that we can just opt out of. It's not. It's more inherent to our nature than the dominance hierarchy, which is very inherent to our nature.
Wait, what's more inherent?
The desire to acquire resources. It's a self-preservation.
I thought that was part of the dominant, like part of the status hierarchy.
I just use it is actually, but yeah,
it's a part of it. I mean,
there's finite resources, dude. So like, how do we distribute the resources fairly in your communistic society?
Oh, I mean, that would be
Star Trek technology.
A mega computer. Is it a mega computer?
No. So like for me,
population control.
Yeah, for you, that's the problem. It would be for the person that's in charge of the whole thing. Every communist society has people at the top that get all the steak and the lobster, and then all the peasants get shit and they starve and they get killed.
Well,
like,
that is why I'm anarchist. When I say communism,
I don't think you're an anarchist. I think you want government, and I think you want someone to distribute you resources because you haven't worked.
There's a difference.
He doesn't want people in his utopia.
There's a difference between government and state in his world, and he wants a government but not a state.
Yes. And to really fast make the distinction, a state is merely an organization that has a monopoly on the use of legitimized violence.
What's a government?
A government is when a community or group of communities get together to set out rules for their given communities.
Okay, those two things don't separate either.
Because
you can't enforce the rules unless you have the capacity to enforce them with violence.
No. The thing is, there is not an institution that has a monopoly on violence. People have.
So it's the Talcott method where everyone's just going to self-enforce because they love each other.
It ignores humans. Like this is just these ideas just don't at all even remotely fit around people. You could engage in this sort of economy now. Everybody could just choose to do this automatically and start contributing things for free because they love to, but nobody does. And it's not because we're tricked into this weird paradigm that's unnatural and abusive.
They're not ready.
It's because that's not human nature. So
you're using the word human nature, and it's
not. It feels like biological life nature.
It makes perfect sense to me. What's confusing about it?
Okay, so when we talk about like human nature,
he did admit he was retarded. Just clarifying
that is true. That is true. I do have a smooth brain, so you'll have to forgive.
Smooth brains are the best. They're more aerodynamic that way.
That is true.
They do go faster. Who seizes the means of production if there's no government?
The seizure of the means of production is a specifically like revolutionary concept whereby the proletariat rise up against the capitalist class and do that.
And I think we've talked before, and even you've agreed for that really wouldn't work today anyway.
Yeah,
I have a question.
That wouldn't be part of it.
Though.
Also, are meal vouchers a currency?
Hold on, I have a question before we go there. I have a question about the revolution, though. Do you think that in a system that arises out of explicitly violent measures and denying the existing rights of people as they are, do you think that same system is then going to give people rights?
Oh, well, they can, and there have been systems that have.
No, they won't.
It'll be a different set of people.
Well, first off,
there'll be more
capitalism came about in blood and like.
Do you know what the
amounts of blood?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The French Revolution. The French Revolution was a capitalist revolution.
No, it was a communist revolution.
It was what?
Regardless, that's
the 1848 Paris Revolution was a communist.
What communism is and what capitalism are at their core. One is about property ownership and voluntary exchanges. The other is about the opposite. No property ownership, compulsory exchange.
See, MoOse, I let him finish. I'm improving.
And I like you. I like you for that. And I'm going to acknowledge
That's true.
that.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge
See,
that.
y'all-
Too.
y'all
You're my
are,
favorite commie.
Thank you. I would absolutely let you throw me out of a chopper, Flo.
I appreciate that.
I do believe there is
Tommy,
a
this
misconception.
is total. I don't normally feature Tommy, but I want to highlight this masterful instance of projection here.
Ah, yes,
It's really quite something. Quite a large set of balls.
There's a lot of projection in these YouTube streets. I think that's a fairly standard run of the mill projection. Right there.
Out here in these YouTube streets.
Yeah,
Now, I will say, I do think I agree with it, but I think it's a good thing. That's
what is.
Flo is gonna mix between trying to joke, talking over, and panel hijacking. I agree.
What Lib
that's good.
Wants to be dominated by FlowState and
yeah, I think so. I think Lib wants to be dominated.
I don't think he does any different than anybody else that comes up here. This is pretty much what the panel's for.
True. I am people sexual. What I was going to say, I think we have a misunderstanding. I'm not a revolutionary anarchist. I don't think that like a violent, bloody revolution would lead us now to anything positive. I'm a reformist.
The society that you envision in your head has a system in place to hold higher performers down.
I know. Look at me.
Well,
because equality, that's the only way equality or even relative equality can be achieved is to hold the higher performers down.
What do you mean hold?
Here's the thing, though. Hold on. What if somebody's really, really good at fucking people over? Should they be tamped down or no?
Like communists?
Yes. Like sociopaths, narcissists, Machiavellis.
No.
Yes.
There should not be blanket limits
on
being successful. There should be limits on like what you do to people.
So if you're really good at pimping, then there's no issue with pimping in a societal situation.
Yeah, absolutely. There should be no wealth limits. There should be no limits to wealth. The problem, one of the main problems that everybody with bad economic ideals makes is that they treat economics as zero sum. It's only zero sum in communism. It's not zero sum in capitalism.
Okay,
I don't think economics is always zero sum.
Let's just be real, though. Really, what you're saying, both of you guys are. I mean, I'm not going to say this for Lib, but certainly what you're saying, Flo, is will to power. I mean, that's really what you're saying at the end of the day.
I'm saying earn something and then keep your envy to yourself if you don't.
Sure. Well, that's not how human reality works. So you're going to have to kill to maintain that status, right? Like,
and if I have to kill because somebody's trying to kill me, sure.
Yeah, but you're going to end up in the same political situation that we always end up in. That's kind of the whole thing.
But if he's living by the non-aggressive principle, sorry, Flo, but if he's living by the non-aggressive principle, then if someone's trying to kill him, he's got to defend himself because he values himself more than you. He's not going out and causing the conflict. You're causing the conflict.
Correct.
For what it's worth, I'm also like I think like my anarchist post utopia or whatever would like that would be one of the driving principles would be the NAP, the non-aggression principle. I think that's like a really solid social contract.
I agree with him there. Communists are some of the most peaceful people known to man in history. So if you look at the words behind me there, they are the most peaceful people on earth.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Well, yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
No, he definitely is. But also, is this from the Black Book?
Well, here's what everybody's actually fighting over. What they're really fighting over is who has the right to decide who gets to aggress upon who.
No, they're not.
Yeah, how is that not what you're saying? You're saying you don't
because the non-aggression principle, right? If you've got basically a free market economy, then nobody gets to aggress upon each other, and the person who does aggress gets aggressed upon. Do
you see? Okay, fine. I'll take that. Now, do you see deception?
Goddamn right.
You see deception as aggression?
No, not necessarily.
Scams you out of your life savings by telling you something that's not true. That's not aggression to you.
You know what? If you think that you can drive without a license and stand on rights, principles, and freedoms, and you go to jail, that's your fault for being a sucker. You can't outlaw bad decisions.
Well, no, but you can outlaw bad actors. Or not outlaw bad actors. Well, you
can't
can
legislate. You can't legislate people to not be dickheads. People will be dickheads.
But
I mean,
you can
no,
filter out
it's
the
not
evil retards flow.
It's not about
no communists
legislating.
allowed. You've already won that battle.
It's not so much about legislating dickheads. It's more preventing harm. It's one of the things, like for instance, like consumer protection. I mean,
okay, question for you. Hold on one second, Lib. If you're gonna reallocate the resources, right? Wouldn't that be aggressive? Because you have to use somebody to come in and aggressively take the resources from one person to give it and distribute it to all.
I think in my
how budgeting works.
In my again, we're just talking about my anarchist utopia. Like the redistribution would be voluntary. It's not like again, I'm not a.
That's why there's no humans there. I mean,
money to be redistributed.
Yeah, that's why there's no humans there. You have to recognize that these are just not possible with humans.
No human I know is going to do that. Oh shit!
I mean, people have in the past. I mean,
okay, we'll go find them. And
where?
How many numbers you get?
I mean, not as much today. It has. I'm saying it has in the past. We have.
You think it has, but you can't think of one example that we both recognize.
Wait,
though.
Well, okay, no. I mean, I was gonna say this, but okay. One time, I'm gonna give an anecdote. When I lived in Memphis, okay, there I can't even remember what I was missing. It was some stupid ingredient for something that I had promised to make my roommates, and I didn't have it. And I didn't want to go to the fucking store because it was too far away. So I walked over to my neighbors because I had these lovely neighbors who were very sweet older black lady and her grandson, I think. They were super cool. I went over and I asked her if I could. If she had, I think it was milk. I think it was I needed milk for fucking cookies or some shit.
Before you finish, I just want to point out how most liberals are racist.
That's also true.
Why? Because she was a black woman?
Well, I mean, that really wasn't a detail that any of us needed to know.
I don't know. It made it more colorful for me. Pardon the pun.
Literally. I'm sorry. I retract my statement.
Okay. Well, what we're fighting over is like, okay.
So like, she gave me milk. I didn't give her any. She didn't ask for any money. She didn't.
And that was so moving. You think we can run the whole economy off of that story?
No, that is one anecdotal example. In addition, there are examples of usually smaller scale economies. Gift economies.
That's your anecdotal example.
If I ask you for a cash app now of $100, will you send it to me?
I don't have $100. I'm sorry.
Well,
if I had $100 to spare, I would.
You have to ask her out for it.
Let's turn the tables.
I like you, so
let's turn the tables. Under your vision, Flow or iPhi or whoever, would you say that if somebody comes and tells you that your wife died in an accident, and actually she's just she's at work, but he's kind of cut her off from things, and he has a fake picture and shows you, if you don't give me your life savings, then she's gonna whatever. So he doesn't actually initiate force. He tricks you into thinking he's taken someone that you love, hostage. What's wrong with that?
I mean, there's always going to be gray area. There's gray area around the this and the that. So I don't know that I necessarily think it's useful to like run down every little conceivable scenario in which the lines are blurred.
Well, but you admit that human nature is what we're contending with, and people will obviously not behave very well if they don't have some repercussions for what they do, right? So the question is, what are the repercussions, and who has the right to enact them? That's kind of what
the violation occurs when somebody's free will is violated.
When someone's free will is violated?
Yes. If I agree to buy your timeshare or your Ford, and it sucks because it's a Ford and not a Chevy, then I get what I get. I made a bad decision. It was my decision to make.
Well, but okay.
If I believed the word of a liar, I got suckered. I should have known better. I won't do it next time.
Well, that they can lie, but the news can tell you anything about anything.
How would you propose enforcing a ban on lies, Jack?
Well, there have been in America. There were a number of laws that restricted news organizations on basically how they report the news. They had to had to explain certain biases, or they had to.
What about fraud? How would you
apply that to individuals?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm just referencing laws from older in America and laws currently in Europe and stuff.
Have a bunch of
yeah,
cops.
but those are licensed, so it's easier to enforce an institution.
And so I would let those. I wouldn't have any enforcement for those, because the creation of the enforcement rules and mechanisms, I think, would be a much bigger problem than just letting people learn from their own bad decisions.
And for my country, we have a little thing called rule of law, and you can't kidnap or blackmail or coerce people into doing that.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Hold on. Let's say that you are tricked and you decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to take back my shit because I was tricked. And then they decide to,
Well, then you break the NAP. So they can kill you.
Correct.
Because under flows, I guess technically under the definition of the NAP, actually, that wouldn't be.
Well, no, you don't get a free pass to kill someone. You just, sorry, Lib, I did this again to you. But you don't get a free pass to kill people. That's not part of the NAP.
It's not just kill. I guess. No, it was MoOse. I am being very reductive because I'm just referencing the NAP and killing
If that
people.
person is trying to get into my house to get the stuff they think is theirs back, then absolutely.
The NAP is about proportionality. You can't kill someone for I don't know.
Microaggressions. Yes, you can.
I mean,
don't look at me that way, Jeff. Get that microaggression off your face.
Oh, where are you from? Whose channel are you watching on? People want to be known.
Also,
that's on my channel. Yeah,
it's one of Machine's.
Yeah.
Also, Jack, conservatarians aren't limited to the NAP. That's libertarians' problems. We got foundations.
Pick out just to pick apart that, you have to kind of think of the context of what you're advocating for, because you're going to open up the door for people to justify whatever the fuck they want, basically, if you're not very careful.
I'm advocating the rule of law, which includes laws against coercion, blackmail, assault, battery, all those things. I'm not looking for the NAP. I can't speak for others.
Until you get in power, then you certainly would be happy to. I have a feeling.
Make me emperor.
We're not restreaming. We're
human
streaming.
problems.
I mean, I like the NAP. It's cool. Cool vibes.
It's a good start. It's not a complete rule of law.
I mean, it's not complete, but
everybody likes it, especially those who don't intend to abide by it.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, there are definitely people who imagine themselves as the warlord. Oh yeah, I'd be the warlord. When in reality, again, 99% of people would not be the warlord.
What happened to Chaz? That rapper took over.
Yeah, actually, yeah. That's a pretty succinct.
None of these things seem realistic.
That's the thing is you can have
I know what human nature is eventually going to assert.
Yeah, you can have a classless society, but there has to be authority and there has to be some type of economy in the society. So that's going to be the thing. And if you want a classless society, it's going to have to be a very small society. You can't have a large state because that's going to require large scale technologies to be developed, and that can only be done through bureaucratic arms. So then that's going to grow the state. The other thing.
It's going to grow the government. It's going to grow the government. Again, in my ideal, the ideal government.
The state is the government, right? That's the same terminology.
Our current government is
two different things.
Our current government is a state.
They're different things, state and government.
Yeah, they are.
For him.
I mean,
but what is the difference? What is the critical difference?
Governments are basically when groups of people get together and decide on how to govern themselves. Obviously, this takes many forms. You can have like a democracy. You can have just one person get together and figure out how to govern everybody. But like the idea is a government is like how a area is in a group and community are governed. A state.
I think that's too general of a definition. That your definition of government means nothing.
No, I think it pretty.
There you go. You heard it.
Word games machine. That's.
I mean,
that's
it pretty much
games forever.
Like
because your definition of government is ostensibly just a group of people with rules.
Yes,
and state has a monopoly on violence.
And meal vouchers aren't currency, and there's no classes except there's a party and there's the people. Is that a class separation?
You're still going to have natural hierarchy.
So what's a state then to you? I'm interested.
Who's the party if they're not a class?
A state is a institution that has a monopoly on the use of legitimized violence.
Is that a class of different people?
That sounds very white.
By violence, you mean power, right?
A monopoly on power.
No. Hang on. I'm trying to think.
The monopoly on violence is what he's saying. He's saying,
well, a monopoly on legitimized violence. Like
violence is just a naughty word for power.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Violence is a kind of power. I would agree. I don't think all power is violence, but I do think violence is power.
No. And if you look to the list on my right, they were all legitimate. So I don't know what you guys are arguing about, really.
Here's what he's saying. I get it. Here's what he's saying. He's saying necessarily to run a state, you must lead by deception. You must lead by theft. You must lead by violence. And under a government, it's not necessarily so. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, a government doesn't require a state. A state, actually, I'm not even sure if a state requires.
So you don't want enforcement for your laws and rights.
No, I do want enforcement. I just don't want a singular institution
to
do that.
What's the enforcement then if it's not centralized?
Communities.
He wants competing ethical models to figure out who's going to be the most consistent ethical model, essentially.
I mean, kind of, yeah. Though again, what I'm talking about is like something that is like it's not like a one nation thing. You can't have a one nation.
Why don't you go find a state to try this in? New Hampshire started the Free State Project.
What's the Free State Project?
I don't know. All the libertarians went to New Hampshire to try to centralize their power.
Oh God, American libertarians! I don't want to. I'm not going to fucking hang out with American libertarians.
Okay. I'm having less and less faith.
Not you,
but if you think you have the numbers, then go find a small region or area.
I don't have the numbers.
Get started.
We don't have the numbers. I don't have people.
Okay.
The people.
This is about as realistic as Jack Talcott. And
also, I think the problem is
I don't think
we need to talk to Congress. We need to get you to talk to Congress with Jack Talcott. You and Jack Talcott need to work together, Lib, and I think we can go somewhere from there.
The two of you in front of Congress, I think you could do it.
I don't think I've ever made the claim that this is like a realistic goal for like the immediate future, or even
so
like
what is the what is the purpose of it? Because I'm kind of with iPhi about taking action. Like,
because we were all talking.
We have this conversation all the time about the dreamers and the doers, and I'm a doer.
I don't think
understand the point of a lot of dreaming if it's not going to translate into action.
Well, how do you think we got the society we have, Jeff? Somebody had to dream it up. Probably
right, but and somebody had to do it. There was a combination between dreaming and doing. They didn't just dream it into existence.
I don't think there's.
So, Jack,
I don't think
do you have any good, intelligent people that will join your cause?
I don't think that dreaming and doing are necessarily mutually exclusive. In fact,
but you still have to have the doing, whatever their proportions are. You still have to have the doing.
That's why I'm a reformist.
But here's the thing.
I advocate for reform.
The perfect example is children. You could talk about having children your whole life, but until you do the act, you're not going to have a child.
You got to do it raw. You got to shoot it right in her.
Hell yeah.
But here's the other part of it. What Talcott says all the time and people hate is you got to believe before it's even possible. So if you don't get enough people to believe in your dream or their own dream,
but people believe in things that make sense. If you believe in something that doesn't make sense, you're an idiot.
Okay, you think people believe in shit that makes sense? No, they don't.
No.
Go talk to
them. It makes sense. It doesn't have to be correspond to reality, but it can.
People believe in things that they want to believe in. They should believe in things that they have reason to believe in.
They don't, including
you. Mostly by deception. my whole point.
You didn't. That's not a win for you. That's not what I was saying. And that I see how you tried to sneak that point score in there.
How is it wrong? What am I wrong about? You think that most people are not fooled and into what they do?
I think most people are actually quite willingly immature and childish and emotional.
Yeah,
they that noble lie.
They're
No, we're not flow. I'm just kidding.
I just call them evil retards for short, but tomato.
I like it. I like that. We can adopt that terminology now formally.
That's a fair point, Flo. I get what you're saying. What you're saying, like 100% personal responsibility, which I can take that argument. But here's the thing: you're gonna have to start holding a lot of motherfucking people accountable if you take that.
I'm not going to. They're going to have to just be accountable for the results of their stupidity.
Well, that's people are not held for the culpability of what they do. That's the whole point. That's
if only there was a government that held individuals responsible. Gee.
No, if only there was no government and people just didn't get saved.
What?
From their stupid decisions. Catch your house on fire? Guess what? You're sleeping in the cold. I don't give a fuck.
Dude, are you ANCAP or something? Like what?
That's kind of what communists.
I don't really know what all these subgenres of political views are because honestly, it's probably not ever going to happen, and I don't vote, and so
anarchist capitalists are people that believe in no government at all, no state.
Yeah, I don't know. I can see that. I understand the urge to cleanly define my views and everyone's, but it's just not. I'm not going to help you to that end. If you think that you've identified the box I fit in, then by all means.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Flo. I kind of get what you're saying, and look, I'm not even saying that you're wrong. But what I'm saying is, if you want FAFO, fuck around, find out nationalism. I mean, that's going to be very violent and bloody, and people are going to suffer too. So, like,
bro, I'm down with that.
I'm all for it too. I am all for it because you know what it does? It rids the world of the people that are going to fuck around because they find out.
That's exactly right. Have you seen my hat? Where'd my hat go?
That's what communism basically is always going to end up if you don't, like that Lib is not advocating for that, but like that's how you get to communism is FAFO.
I don't think so. Have you seen Muslim countries where they chop your hand off when you steal? Yeah, I don't think you steal twice. Yeah, you lose.
I don't know if
hand.
that's. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
I do think
you can't steal anymore. I guess, man.
I mean, yeah, that's you get two freebies, and then you're done grabbing things.
Can I steal with my penis?
You willing to have it chopped off?
If you really practice.
Sure. Yeah.
And then I'll use my toes.
Hell yeah, Flo's got that face cam on. Show off that jawline.
I don't know if you guys care if words matter or anything, but I want to do.
Words are just made up things.
Based.
Let's just all do random shit and see whose works best, and let's not call it words or anything.
No, Flo is the most prepared. He's got the Black's Law Dictionary. I think that we should run.
I have 2 different editions, sir.
Yeah. No. I would love to do whenever we have these debates, you should pull that shit out and just start. Let me double check. And
I've pulled it on Wizard a handful of times. He always moves the goalposts.
What are y'all talking about?
Word Wizard, the stamp making little grimy fag. No offense, Denny fags. Just a wizard.
No, that's fine. I get it.
He was about to say something. I'm very curious what he's going to say about the Black's Law Dictionary.
Oh, him or me? I have 2 of them. Oh. That's all I was going to say.
Oh, I was asking what that was. I didn't know what the black whatever dictionary is.
It's the formal dictionary of sovsits.
So are we done debating communism? Can we move on now?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
What's next?
It's getting tired of this graphic.
Let's debate the Black's Law Dictionary. That's what I wanted to be.
I've got the 5th and the 6th editions.
What do you think about it, Flo? Because I've never read it, but I've referenced it, in different pieces.
I probably haven't. I've probably interacted with it about the same amount as you have. I haven't not read them from front to back. I think that they've got a lot of information in them. The descriptions are pretty in depth, more than I would have expected initially. But mostly, I got them both at a used bookstore for $25, and on Amazon they would have cost like $450. So the best thing about him is the come up I got.
Well, but here's the thing: is like that. Having read just a few of those definitions, and then you look at any legal document in the future, how do you feel about lying and deception when you read those legal documents?
I don't feel like Black's Law Dictionary is terribly different from colloquial use of them.
Well, sure, but my point is, if you open up a legal document and you don't see the reference to what definition is being used at the proper time, you understand how a contract is not ever to be read at face value.
I understand that you're trying to find a caveat to where I'm not down with lying being legal, and I am down with lying being legal.
Sure, okay.
I'm not sure I understand the question specifically, but I'm okay with that.
Well, okay. In FAFO, if you sign a contract with somebody and there's a single word about what you're supposed to agree on, and they say, well, I didn't mean that by this, who's going to arbitrate that disagreement?
I don't know. I haven't thought it all the way through. I'm a fan of street justice. I think that, honestly, I believe in the invisible hand of the economy, but I think it applies further than just economics.
Who's the hand of interpretation is what I'm asking.
Here's the thing, if you don't have the capacity to defend yourself from me, you shouldn't try to fuck me over.
World Star.
No, see, I like that. That's exactly the point I'm trying to get out. Thank you. Yes, I agree with you.
Stop trying to box them in with words, NeuroJack. Lay off, dude.
Violence is the best argument.
Does Tommy do this thing where he just says buzzwords?
Oh yeah,
like that's not even a coherent sentence or a coherent phrase.
Me and
He's
Flo,
an instigator. He tries to get as much attention on himself as he can.
I'm just trying to get to the logic.
It's reflexive. He doesn't even control it.
Yeah. Well, the more you feed it, the more it's going to continue.
Oh, he did say police fuck cops.
So, World Star is going to be our new government.
I vote for Tommy. Tommy for mayor of Newtown.
If you're accelerationist, that would be a great way to go.
So some people just want to watch the world burn.
That ought to accelerate us towards Armageddon pretty quickly.
I'm voting for the laws of Moses.
Did that
John fucking Thomas.
Say what?
Did that answer all your questions?
Yeah, it did. Let's move on.
Not really, because because basically what that leaves open is like whoever has the most influence and people with guns behind them is basically going to end up the ruler. So that's
hell yeah.
Yeah, Mike makes right. It's been that way for a while.
What part of World Star did you not understand? Let me explain to you. So you get out on the street and you start beating the shit out of each other, and the guy still standing is the right guy.
Right. So what we're going to end up with is the same thing we have now, but with less accoutrements, essentially, right?
Ooh, that's a big word.
Nobody ever knows what that means.
It's French. Yeah,
I'm all for ritualized combat to deciding our leaders. Like if we could have Biden versus Trump fight to the death in a Coliseum and see who comes out, I'd be fine with that.
We should have celebrity death match instead of national conventions.
All disputes will be settled via Rochambeau.
2 men enter,
with
1 man leaves.
With actual paper, rock, and scissors, actual.
No, it's when you take turns kicking each other in the nuts.
Oh, okay. That's not the Rochambeau I was familiar with.
That's for wussies. We need Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leave.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah, see, solutions.
Either that, or we hold an actual reality show like Survivor, and we actually put all of the candidates in there, and we make them have to cooperate and then fight each other and vote each other out until we get to.
We already have that. It's called CNN, Fox, and
no, but I want to formalize it into an actual rule set.
I think I'm going to side with Flo on this one. I think the problem with our current politics is that all they do is just talk a bunch of words all day long. We need to give them chainsaws and shit and let them really settle.
Have a new politician meta.
But the problem with that is if you have only the people that fight to the death ruling us, you're only going to have warlords.
So if you guys are familiar with Javier Milei, he's the president of Argentina, and he used a chainsaw to cut out all the fucking government bullshit. So see, that's
Argentina's about to fucking collapse. They're fucked.
They already collapsed. He's rebuilding it, doofus. That's what the chainsaw for.
I know that dude.
I wouldn't go so far as to say he's rebuilding it.
By
I think
the way,
the best you can say is
Liv,
he's.
since you're so educated, see if you can guess what destroyed Argentina. Can you
iPhi,
guess?
Guess who Javier Milei hangs out with all day?
Was it a certain certain economic policy, Lib, called socialism? Is that what destroyed Argentina?
iPhi, do you know who that dude hangs out with all day?
I don't give a fuck, dude. As long as he pretends to be ANCAP, that's good enough.
You don't trust Jays, but you trust this dude who's like a literal Jay at this point.
Dude, who's better than Javier right now? Trump?
Oh, okay. So you have no consistency with your views. You're just gonna like, oh well.
I said vote Ron Paul, motherfucker. If you ever listen to any word I've ever said, you'd already know what my stance is.
That's the one place that me and iPhi agree. I think Ron Paul was the last base politician. But
so what if Epstein's alive and he runs for president, but he supports Javier Milei? You're gonna be like, yeah, let's go.
What the fuck does that have to? What?
Yeah, Jack, you really reach to try to find exceptions to people's statements, don't you?
What if humans do evil shit? You're never going to find a perfect holy saint to lead your economy.
In lib society, you will, because every's perfect there.
Nah, there's only one iPhi. There's not enough of us.
Even Libna, that's not true. Now, Jack Talcott's utopia, that is true there. Like in his utopia, everyone is so gracious and has so much gratitude.
So here's my question, iPhi. If we do what you want, but then we have Israel running the world, you're fine with that, essentially, right?
What the dude? See, Jeff, remember when I told you about mental illness? This is what I'm talking about, dude. When have I ever said Israel?
Why are you an ableist? Why do you hate the disabled?
Right okay. So you can't see the logical conclusion of what you're saying right now.
What the fuck does being ANCAP have to do with letting Israel run shit? I don't see the connection, dude.
Yeah,
well, because first off, Israel's a state, and if you ANCAP, you can't. It's no good on states. Like
it's
Israel wouldn't exist.
State.
And even if Javier isn't really ANCAP, I understand, Jack. I'm not saying let's all get behind Javier. I'm saying at least he has the balls to pretend to be an ANCAP. That's
or he's supported to pretend as if he's going to do something when he's actually doing something else. Yeah.
Then be a real one, dude. Join Conservataria. It's a real country. It's real laws, real ideals. It's not bullshit. It's real.
Well, telling everybody
it's not there was not a single word you just said was true.
That's amazing.
Yeah, before 1776, the United States of America wasn't a real country.
Well, Conservataria isn't.
Well, Lib is closer to an ANCAP than you, though. That's the funny thing.
I'm at least an anarchist.
Did you just say Lib is more of an ANCAP than I am, Jack?
Yeah,
is that what you just
he
said?
absolutely is. He's an anarchist that actually believes in using capitalism to his own ends. So.
You think the communist is more ANCAP than a libertarian capitalist?
We know that it hurts to hear, and we know it doesn't feel good to hear that. But sometimes you got to look at things head on and deal with them instead of just asking the same question.
No, an anarcho communist is closer to an ANCAP than a libertarian.
A libertarian authoritarian.
Yeah,
an authoritarian libertarian.
A libertarian capitalist is what you're trying to say, Jack. And no, they're not. Just because they're both delusional and think that you can have any sort of government without
at least you know you're delusional.
Or a nation without a government or state. And if you think you're gonna get everyone to voluntarily comply to socialism without a state, you're just as retarded as he is, Jack. That's why I don't argue with these people.
Well, I'm not talking about socialism.
If you're an anarchist, by default, you're going to support capitalism because it's the voluntary exchange of goods and services.
That's what I'm saying.
Fucking retard.
Thank you for point for me. You just made the point that I'm trying to get across. Thank you.
How did I make the point for you when I just showed out what you just said is?
Are you the ones that are supposed to start a show together?
Look, he said.
No, they're the ones that are starting a peaceful society together.
I've not heard NeuroJack say this one time, so I don't believe there's any show.
No, look, you said anarchism is basically capitalism, right? Is not what you just said.
That's the default position. If
you guys argue about politics, me and Machine Live just snuck in and banged all your women.
You can still be a libertarian and argue for some form of government and still fully support capitalism. You don't compromise capitalism. You just fully defend it with the little government you have. If you're one of those socialist retards, you pretend like there's no state government that will seize the means of production without a state or government, which is fucking retarded.
The issue that I have here is that I
there's no
agree
state.
with you mostly what you're saying now, but you're such a bad representative of the position.
Fuck you. I don't care. You argue with
Also,
NeuroJack. See if you can find
also
the
you
word.
keep talking about revolution, but again, I must reiterate, I'm a reformist anarchist. I don't think a revolution will lead to my ideal society.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like I don't think a violent revolution will. I mean, I guess technically there will be a.
But I tell you what, NeuroJack, if you think communists represent capitalism better than libertarian capitalists, you go ahead and join their camp, dude. I won't stop you.
What I'm saying is anarchist is closer to capitalism than libertarianism.
All right. First of all, NeuroJack, no one takes anarchists serious. Not even anarchists.
Okay, but
no one takes them serious.
That's not the argument I'm making, though. That's not the argument I'm making.
Theoretically, if you could pull off anarchy, the first choice would be capitalism. No one would argue socialism under anarchy. It's a complete bullshit.
I don't argue socialism under anarchy.
So far we got Lib. You just moved into a house with what, 4 other people?
Yeah, I am.
So
we have him in a new house with 4 people, and
anarchists,
you and a
socialists
bunker in the
are the
woods
most
so
delusional people. I
That's where
agree.
we're at.
That's why I don't argue with those retards. They're not worth the time and effort.
You're misunderstanding what anarchism is.
No, I'm not. Anarchy is no state, no government. Which part do you not understand?
No, that's not what it means.
That's exactly what it means. It means no state, no government. Pure anarchy.
Yeah, it is. Boy.
No, that's not what it means, dude.
Okay, what does it mean? What's anarchy, Jack? Tell us.
We're machine streaming it too.
I'll let Lib argue it because I'm sure he can make a better presentation than I can what anarchy is.
Yeah. So when I talk about anarchy, what I'm talking about is a system that has dismantled unjust hierarchies, and the only hierarchies that remain are basically hierarchies that serve functions. So, like for instance,
the hierarchies are going to form anyway because they're natural. Who determines which hierarchies are just and unjust? You?
We as a society, or I guess that society, not me.
Individuals within the society have to make their own choice, essentially.
Well, they have to. They have to come together. They have to come together and make
and all agree on what's unjust.
Well, I mean, you use democracy, but you use ideally, not ideally, you would have to, for this utopia to actually work, use a democratic framework of some sorts.
And if they decide that they don't think it's unjust, that it doesn't match what you think, you'd be okay with that result? Or would you still keep pushing until you get the result you want?
I mean, ideally,
because
people there would be push and pull in society. Like in my society, there wouldn't be no conflict. There would absolutely be conflict. Just the resolution.
I think there would be conflict just trying to decide which hierarchies are just and unjust.
Well,
yeah, no, I agree.
Exactly. What I'm saying is we don't have the ability to compete for such things now. We're kind of stuck with what we got. Is what.
Yeah, like I can make arguments for the hierarchies that I think are just or unjust, but like at the end of the day, my position on these things has very little effect on what that utopian society, anarchist society in the future will decide. They will. That's like
because you're not interested in action anyway. This is all just.
I mean, I am interested in action. I'm just not. I'm not interested in a violent revolutionary action because I think it's pointless and will just get a shitload of people killed. And I think our current liberal democracies are reformable, and that's the kind of action that I advocate for.
Okay.
Revolutions are going to end up in the same place they started or worse, essentially. I mean, that's pretty much.
Violent ones will usually, yeah. That's usually the thing. I don't think that extends to non-violent revolutions, but yeah, broadly, violent revolutions always end up worse. Nah, he's just relaxing. He's chillaxing.
Yeah, I'm just chillaxing.
Well,
and later on, Flow. I guess Flow dropped out. So
I
Yeah,
want
he
somebody
did.
Oh yeah.
if somebody else wants to comprehend what I'm talking about.
I mean, I was just attempting to explain like anarchism. I can also iPhi, if it helps. I have pulled up the Google definition of anarchism. If you also would like to hear that one, it's very similar to mine.
Well, I'm curious to see what everybody else defines or thinks about the whole idea of anarchy as a thing. Like Jeff, what do you think of anarchism under that definition, or Machine, or Lossie, Luma, Nados, or Chris, or
there's different types of anarchy, so it depends on what you mean by anarchy. But in general, I'm not in favor of too much chaos and disorder. I don't think you can have a long-term stable society like that.
That's not what
my definition isn't chaos and disorder. Like that's, in fact, anarchy. The definition I'm using, it requires actually a lot of order. Just that order is a like
the order's in question all the time. Essentially, nobody's going to be taking it legitimacy on the face of it, right? Like you're going to have to like really, have a discussion about what level legitimacy.
So kind of like chaotic order.
Well, kind of like just because you say you have authority doesn't necessarily mean that you have it. Basically,
authority is granted by. Authority is granted by other people, and or by groups of people. So like the thing is like you have these democratic systems in place to allow people, and I do think they have to be democratic. I don't think you can have like an autocratic anarchist society under my definition of anarchist. I think it collapses. You have to have democracy.
Jack, if you want to take anarchy serious, go argue with Michael Malice and see how smart you sound, and then.
Well, I guess the argument is really about what is the definition of freedom, and in those three forms, the three major forms, there's anarcho-syndicalism, then there's anarcho-capitalism, and then there's anarcho-primitivism. So on either one of those levels, they're getting rid of some sort of institution. In the anarcho, syndicalists, they're getting rid of the institution of the nation states. In the anarcho capitalism, they're getting rid of the the kind of the state. In terms of its influence on the economic structure, but in the I guess in anarcho-syndicalism, for it to work, you need an international regime, to take place, and then for anarcho-primitivism, you would need the collapse of the technological civilization, so that would bring about a smaller order of things. So generally speaking, you wouldn't have like world government, institutions like international trade, global economies, that sort of thing. So they're getting rid of that sort of structure. Whereas so it's the polar opposite of anarcho-syndicalism, where you're kind of bolstering the world economy. So there's these three general forms of anarchism. But yeah. But yeah, the emphasis is on freedom. What is freedom? What human liberty constitutes, and what is the main institution that they think stands in the way of attaining human liberty?
Right. And so, I mean, and what's your personal opinion about those three? And what? How do you view those, just as a logical consistency level, or something like that?
Well, I think that the sort of philosophical anarchism of getting rid of authority is ironically not seen in these three projects. In other words, you would need some sort of global agenda to bring about the first one, and even the third one. In terms of anarcho-primitivism, you would need some sort of almost global revolution against the technological state, which is unfeasible. Going back to a primitive society, once having invented all these tools and devices, I think it's not feasible. We would have to move forward into some unknown future, and then for the anarcho syndicalism, I think it bolsters too much power for the world government. Who's going to manage these resources? I mean, it could only end up in, a sort of global totalitarianism, and then in terms of the, anarcho-capitalism, I mean, it just doesn't give clear directions on, on how to manage, moral degeneracy or take care of the family within society. So it doesn't give clear precepts in terms of, what is ethical or what is beautiful, or what, or anything, greater projects in terms of humanity other than, do what thou wilt, essentially. You know what I mean?
Lanzaritum called me a liar in chat. You mind explaining what I'm lying about?
He never gets it right.
I'm genuinely curious. I don't think I was lying.
And welcome, Firestarter. Are you a Firestarter? A wicked Firestarter?
Yeah, Firestarter is cool.
Hello. Started a fire the other day. What's up?
Just read. I don't know how to read.
Firestarter, can you jump in on this? Because I'm sure you have some idea on what we're talking about here. I'd be very curious to get your opinion.
Were you guys talking about like communism and capitalism and anarchism?
Yes, correct.
Well, I think I said it on Machine Lies' show like a couple days ago. I think communism is conservative industrialism and capitalism is liberal industrialism.
I mean, Soviet communism definitely was heavily industrial, but
yeah, but it's like conservative. Like
they'll
only make one type of soap for everybody, and they'll make like it cheap and like 1 million bars. And in capitalism, they'll make
you're talking
strawberry
you're
soap
describing a command economy though, like
middle income women.
You're describing command economies though. That's not command economies. Economies aren't communism. There are communist projects that have used command economies, but command economies aren't synonymous with communism.
I mean, all the communist countries that have industry do it.
Not necessarily.
Well, I think here's the thing:
I guess Vietnam doesn't because Vietnam can't make its own guns.
Yeah, but
China's the command economy.
Well, yeah, they're communists.
They are.
I mean, you'll say that they're not communists anymore since they have money.
Yes. No, not because they have money. It's
because they make everything the capitalism system.
Well,
right?
First off, China, like descriptively, is state capitalist, and they like that's like their whole thing. They explicitly talk about how their state, their country, is not communist. They have a communist party leading their country.
You're angry that they don't share their money to the not Chinese?
Well, I mean, I am angry at China because it is a totalitarian government.
Wait,
but
are you also against all the other communist countries?
Well, I'm an anarchist, so yeah, like most of those countries would have fucking murdered me. So, yeah.
But do you like communism?
Well, yeah, I mean, yes. I think communism is probably one of the best descriptors for the utopia that I, am talking about. So that's what
Marx.
Utopia. Can you just call it like a standard that you would like to see done? Because I think that people get lost on the whole like.
I mean, Firestarter. If you like, I can call it super capitalism if you want. Like
No, I think they're both bad.
Is capitalism
the same thing?
Is capitalism forbidden under your view of communism? Like capitalism could be done on a small scale. It just can't be like enforced in your system. Correct, Lib?
No, in my system, capitalism as we envision it today would not exist.
No, of course. the basic level of like finding a way to
Do you have an example for your system?
He's still here.
I mean, there are smaller scale examples of different parts of the system, but again, I don't know if you. I mean, some parts of it. I mean, I'm not a huge Amish stan, but they definitely did some things right for some amount of time.
There's something you and iPhi can agree on.
Well, no.
Are
Here's
the Amish communists enough for you?
Well,
they weren't communist, but I mean, they
They're
were
pretty
kind of
communal.
religious. They were kind of religious. Well, that's not communist though.
I mean, they're basically communist compared to everybody else in America.
Communism being first off, it's like a nonsense phrase. It's not like a sliding scale.
If you don't want to use the word communism, why are you dissing us for using it?
Well,
I'm not dissing you. I'm explaining. Well, the problem is
we're wrong when we use the normal way.
Well,
communism.
Because I do think it's used incorrectly.
But here's the thing. Communism and capitalism, all these things can't really exist without industrial. I mean, you have to separate those pure things from like an industrialized world. You can't really just say, well, industrialized communism. I mean, you can say that, but it's necessarily going to inhibit the amount of communism that you have. Same thing with capitalism, all right? Like, it's going to change the whole game that you're playing the bigger the industrialized system gets, right? Like you're not really able to really have communism or capitalism really at all. There are tool sets that you can kind of apply to certain situations, but they're not just like this magnanimous capitalism, or because industrialization is necessarily going to inhibit those expressions of human action from really being able to take place, right? Like, it's going to drag you so far into an industrial way that it's not really. I just don't think you can really apply communism or capitalism to the system at that point.
Well, I was going to say, like, again, like we're to go back, like, it seems that you are confusing communism and command economies. Like, just because the biggest example.
What kind of communism are you talking about?
I'm talking about anarchism.
So, what system is yours?
A stateless, classless, moneyless society.
Yeah, but that's just a bunch of words. How does yours work?
I mean, we can
Same way
talk
a
about it.
Talcott works.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No.
Is there money in your system?
Illuminate the difference for me.
There would be ways for people to exchange like symbols of labor value. That just seems to be like a thing people do.
So how would they do it in your system?
Are food vouchers a currency, Lib?
Yes. I'm not anti-currency.
You just said no currency as part of your definition.
No money.
I would say
money,
currency.
not
and again, what I'm
anyway until it matches the vision that he wants.
It's not. Again, when I said that earlier.
At the same time, like, that's what part of these conversations are about, is about refining our ideas.
But again, when I said that earlier, I said moneyless isn't the phrase that I'm looking for. I'm looking for our system. Like, what I mean by what I'm talking about when I'm talking about moneyless is our the way we do our economy needs to change, because our economy currently is solely about a profit motive. And if you change the motive, what
is your system's motive?
How do you centrally plan the economy with no state and no currency?
You don't, iPhi, because again, oh my god, I'm not a fucking central planner.
Do you know what socialism is?
Do you know what command economies are, iPhi?
Who determines the
Aren't
needs
all
of the
economies
citizens?
control economies by your definition?
Who determines the needs of the citizens, Lib? Each according to his own needs. So
no, Firestarter. Like, currently in America, we do not have a command economy.
What are you
Lib,
talking about? The Federal Reserve decides who has money.
Lib, can you answer the question?
What?
Who determines need?
The communities.
So if I determine
Not
I
so.
have more needs than Jeff, then I get more food than him, correct?
He probably does have more needs than me. Very special needs.
You don't decide that.
You wouldn't want him to lose
Oh,
weight.
so who gets to decide, Lib? There's no class and no state.
The community
Not
again.
the self.
Oh, so if we all vote,
the collective will decide
that
for you.
iPhi gets
Wait,
more
how
food
big is this
than
I'm talking
Jeff
about
food, right?
Jeff. I'm describing democracy. Okay, you can't like fucking be dismissive
No,
of fucking democracy.
So we're talking about
Wait,
incentives.
how do you have democracy?
You know
and
I don't
anarchy?
enjoy siding with iPhi, but he has a good question.
Well, it's all about the incentives.
What if we all vote
If it's not
that I get Jeff's
self-determination,
shit? Is that okay, Lib? Is that how we determine need?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that.
What if we all vote? All of us are part of your little commune right now. We're all communists.
Well,
and if we all took a vote right now, and if I got 9 out of 10 votes, do I get it? Do I get his shit?
It is worth noting again. Like you're misunderstanding. You aren't listening to like half the words I'm saying, because if you were, you would like. I wouldn't have to keep repeating myself. Okay. What I'm talking about is a utopia that would require massive social and cultural shifts around
to
the
the point
world.
of being unrealistic.
Yes, all of this is unrealistic.
This is an idle.
Well, hold on. What if somebody told you you're going to hold a supercomputer in your hand 1,000 years ago? Would you have believed them?
Well, no. It's Jeff isn't saying impossible. Jeff is saying unrealistic, which is very different. And I agree. I do think what I'm talking about is
But I'm
unrealistic.
interested. You said of shifting the economy from the profit motive to some other motive. What is that other motive, and how are you supposed to shift the motive that an economy?
I'll
works
argue
on?
that it's impossible, Jack, but later. I'm not doing it in this room.
Need that the economy would revolve around need.
The economy still does take into
account
need.
Okay.
It takes into account need, but it doesn't
need and the
revolve
profit
around
motive are not necessarily separable.
Take that word. Let's talk about what is the definition of need and what is the role of want, what is the role of wants in this system?
That doesn't matter. It's each according to his need.
Okay, well, who defines need and wants?
Exactly, Jack. Now you're getting it. One person
Again, the community democratically.
The collective.
Well, for what it's worth, when I am saying community, what I do mean is like your.
Why don't I get to determine my own need? Why do I need other people determining my need?
No.
Because, Jeff, it's our
God.
shit. It's not your shit, Jeff. It's our shit, comrade.
So,
well, we already.
I do think there. I do
be one of them.
I do think there's been a little bit of a misunderstanding, Jeff. When I say like people democratically decide, what I mean is that people can like I'm more spitballing because this is going into a little bit of the weeds of this system that again.
It sounds really complex to explain.
No, it's pretty simple. It's just retarded.
I mean, like for what it's worth,
if I'm not determining my own need, if I don't know best what I need,
which part of
how somebody else
you
has the
understand,
expertise
Jeff?
or authority to determine that?
No,
it's not your shit, Jeff. It's our shit, comrade. Stop trying to.
My needs are my shit. My needs are. I'm the only one that they directly affect, and that I have.
Too bad. If we vote that your feelings don't matter, then we take
my
your
knowledge
shit.
of my needs is superior to any other party outside of myself.
That's why we're going to vote to take all your shit, and we don't care about your feelings or your opinions.
Hang on. Are both are Jeff and iPhi done? Can I get a word in so y'all?
I haven't even brought up Amish yet.
You, at least don't pretend like you haven't been talking. Come on.
It's not that I haven't been talking. It's that like for the past like 30 seconds, I've been attempting to answer, and
go ahead.
And I'm attempting to be polite. I'm attempting to be polite for MoOse. He's in the room, so I'm just going to be polite. So you, Jeff, know your own needs better than other people, which is why like the people would democratically get together and like have this kind of conversation.
Why do I need to have a conversation about my needs with somebody other than me?
Let me explain why, Jeff. Jeff.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. If I answer for me.
You have 2 sheep, and I have 2 sheep.
Absolutely.
And so now we're going to join the communist group, and we're going to put all our sheep together.
We are going to do that. We are going to do
so
that.
Now there's 4 sheep, and now I determine my needs are more than yours, Jeff. So I'm going to take 4 sheep, and you get 0 sheep.
I love it when I get
your answer.
when I get answered for me. All right, we done,
Eddie.
iPhi? We done?
Let me try to steelman Lib real quick, since you guys don't seem to understand what he's saying. What he's saying is, people are going to have to compromise somehow, and so wouldn't you rather trust yourself to do that rather than some amorphous that you?
I don't even understand why I have to compromise.
Okay, well, do you
my needs?
Whoa.
Why does anybody else need to even?
Do you currently elect people to represent you in your government? Say that again? Do you currently elect people to represent you in your current government?
Yes.
Okay, so would you trust yourself
to
advocate for your needs better than them?
They don't tell me what my needs are. If anything, I tell them what my needs are.
Yes.
Exactly. That's the point he's trying to make.
I'm still trying to move from self-determination, which is what we currently have in this system, to bringing in this democratic dialogue or conversation about.
Did you represent yourself in
my needs
better than a representative that you elect?
Do what?
Could you represent your needs better in a community better than someone that you elect that you don't know personally?
In what context? In what instance?
Any instance.
Well, I mean,
I think he's not saying did you. I think he's saying do you understand your needs better than a representative who you elect, who you've never met?
Yeah, I think so. In fact, I elect the representative based on how well their understanding of my needs matches my own. My understanding of my needs is the standard I use when I'm electing these representatives.
And does that result in your needs getting met?
Depends on if they win, and sometimes usually they're more in line with the person who I didn't vote for.
And so what I'm describing is more of a lower level participatory democracy.
Canuck, what are you talking about? We have a participatory democracy.
Well, I'm saying more participatory. More. I'm wanting to lower, I guess, the level of the democracy. Basically, incorporating the democratic process into
like making it less representative and more pure.
Kind of, yeah.
I don't think a pure democracy is
not an actual
representative democracy.
Not an actual pure democracy. I do still think it's representative.
Yeah, but even if you're moving closer to it than I would want to move.
Well, I'm moving lower.
The opposite direction.
I'm moving lower to the down.
So we're not even in the same place.
Like tribalism is kind of what he's trying to get at.
To an extent, like there's definitely aspects of it. Though I do think like what I'm describing has some distinct differences with like that sort of like
I was just
tribal
still
societies.
trying to understand where the locus of need determination rests and why.
Oh well, the need determination comes from you, but like the way that things are distributed.
That's not what you've been saying, and you haven't been connecting it to what I'm saying at all. So
yes.
It makes me a little nervous that you.
I apologize that I haven't been. Your needs are determined by you, and then the needs are satisfied democratically, as in people. Like, I'm trying to think of like a good example. I wasn't expecting to fucking come in and talk to this. I fucking read up on a bunch of other shit. I'm trying to think of an example that might be good.
It seems like a simple question and one you would have been faced with before. If your
because I'm trying to explain
foundational motto is
again and again and again,
needs, that the concept of how what those needs are and how they're determined would have come up by now.
Yes, and it's done via democratic processes, kind of like how it is done today, just with the democracy being
today,
lower ground.
I determine my need and then I go meet it, and the opportunities to meet those needs are provided by.
Yes, but in our current system, our current system, there are some fundamental issues with it that I have that you don't have, which is again why part of our disagreement. But
yeah, if I don't have the same issues that you have, I don't know how far the conversation can go beyond that. We're having two different experiences with the system.
Yes. Well, I don't necessarily think we're having two different experiences. Oh no, we might be because no, we are. Okay. Even though I do think our direct experiences are similar, I think we're taking into account.
You're just adding in a bunch of shit on behalf of people that you feel pity for, that I'm not.
I wouldn't call it pity so much as empathy, but yeah, that's
hold on. Let me try to.
There's a fine line. The shading.
I do think there are people that I do pity, and I don't like that. I don't like pitying people, unless they're like, I don't know, a fucking dumbass, and then I like pity other people for having to interact with them. But
here's what you guys are dancing around. Here's what you guys are dancing around. Like, Jeff, you're a Satanist. Why are you a Satanist? Because you think
I want to be.
Because it allows you to do what you want to do, right? And so you think that you're more in charge of yourself and all that, right?
Maybe, I guess. I don't know. That's not the main reason.
Well, okay. You explain.
I mean, I would be doing that even without the Satanism, but that's one of the things that made the Satanism resonate for me. Okay,
explain that. Explain that just so we can get a baseline of like what your value is, so we can.
Well, I don't want to lose your larger point, but what about where were you going with the Satanism?
It directly plays into my point. That's why I'm trying to get you to explain it.
Well, let's work backwards from your point. Then I'll understand what to tell you about.
Okay, well, what is it about Satanism that appeals to you? Self-determination, something like that?
Yeah, I've said this so many times, but self-determination, personal freedom, individual rights, anti-authoritarianism, freedom of expression,
right,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So if there was a system that allowed you to have more of that, you would want to do it, correct?
Yeah, but I already have. I'm in that system now. Like every system I hear, Talcott's, Libs, iPhi's, Joshua Jones, there's always less freedom than I have currently in this. There's always a curtailment of freedom or a sacrifice of some type of freedom that I currently have in this system.
And
so none of them are
now you see what I'm talking about, Jack. Even though my system is way more free than the current American system,
who's talking? Is that the robot? I can't even have iPhi over to my house under your system.
So that's the point. Even though I could
continue to evade over and over and over, but there's objectively less freedom under you.
I could
wait, hang on. No. I do want to.
And he'll still
shut up.
Reject it and take the
was that aimed at me that you couldn't have iPhi over in my system?
Yeah.
Why not?
Because of no community. He's going to control who I associate with. And if he doesn't approve of the people I associate with, he's going to restrict.
I think you mean you can't have lib. I think you mean you can't have lib over in iPhi system, not the other way around.
Yeah,
lib would have no trouble. Lib would have no trouble. Lib would have no problem.
He said not in the little compound. I would have to do it outside of the community or the society, but not within the society.
Wait. No. I'm sorry. I don't. So when did I say that?
He's misspeaking.
It's a few streams back. You can go back and find it.
I don't remember. I've never heard Lib say that.
That you would have to go out of society to.
No, not Lib. iPhi.
Oh,
yeah, I know that's
God!
What I'm saying. That's
I'm sorry.
Okay. You said the other way around.
No, but he's correct.
You said that Lib wouldn't let you have iPhi.
Capitalists would not be allowed.
Frustrating.
I'm sorry,
Jeff.
So he did say it. It is less freedom. We can move on to the point of the conversation.
Jeff,
wait again. Is this aimed at me?
No, it was aimed at iPhi.
Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
In Lib's communist country, capitalists are not allowed. We would be executed.
Right, but my whole point is none of your utopias are maximizing freedom in the way that
your point is...
So you're just giving me an example of how Lib's utopia restricts freedom. But that doesn't take away from any of the point I'm trying to make.
No, Jeff, your authoritarian system isn't more free. You're not more free. The one we currently live in
is more free than anything I've heard described by any of the people I've named. On all the metrics that matter the most to me.
Okay, hold on. Jeff, can you define freedom that we can all say if we agree with it or not?
Freedom to execute my individual
but
will.
like, what's the
and
definition?
needs and desire, like self-determination. I'm not going to get caught in like a bunch of word tangle with you. The freedom to do what I want, the freedom to say what I want, the freedom to wear what I want, express myself how I want, however you want to.
Within the confines of the basic a basic within the confines of the course of non-aggression principle, right? At least
I'm not a libertarian. The non-aggression principle means shit to me, so I'm not even throwing that in there. So don't put that in my word.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Individual rights that we all grew up with.
I thought we all agreed
on
the non-aggression principle. I apologize.
Nobody's stopping me from doing anything that I want to do on a day-to-day basis.
How big
Nobody's
are those
telling me who I can talk
communities,
to,
by the
who I
way?
can have over, what I have to say, etc.
Well, I meant like the non-aggression principle. I mean, like but not murder. You don't think that you should be allowed to murder people?
The
right?
non-aggression principle is a specific libertarian ethic and it has nothing to do with me. So if you're just trying to say just don't be an aggressive person, that is different than something called the non-aggression principle, which is a libertarian platform.
Okay, then maybe that's my fault. Then maybe
it's
that's
more
my
accurate probably to describe. Is it the fist in the face swinging? Is that more descriptive, Jeff? My right to swing my fist ends at your face or whatever. Is that more apt?
Yeah, I don't believe in other than state sanctioned violence. That's why I have no problem ceding the monopoly on violence to the state.
Sure, but
no, I know.
By what standard do you judge the appropriate level and purpose of that force?
That's up to the government. If the state has that power, then you also grant the state the ability to determine that.
I know.
I shouldn't answer for Jeff. I apologize.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what
Jeff should answer though.
Who is the government, and who defines
we the people,
right and wrong?
We the people.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between what you're saying and what Lib's saying? It's the same thing that you're saying, the exact same thing.
I want democracy much lower to the ground than Jeff does.
Right.
Is I think one of the main distinctions.
Also,
there's a number of them, but
nobody wants the freedom of conservataria. They want the freedom to vote for Biden or Trump because that's more free. You're more
because
free when you only vote for them.
It sounds less free. I've spent streams and streams explaining this.
So Jack, he's more free because he only gets to vote for Trump and Biden. And see, he's more free than iPhi, who's arguing for libertarian governments that only protect capitalism.
I don't believe. Again, I'm gonna pick up where Flo left off. I don't believe you.
Well, nobody.
So he doesn't understand that because we have standards. So because we don't allow socialists to
you throw us out of helicopters. Yeah, that's true.
That makes us authoritarian in their eyes. Do you understand, Jack? We're authoritarians because we don't allow socialism.
Well, here's the thing. Nobody wants to define what freedom is. So really, we're just kind of talking.
I did. I made a stab at it. If you have something better, throw it in.
I think we have defined what freedom was. Have we not defined that, Jack?
Okay. Somebody give me a actual definition for the term for the word.
Okay. Since we haven't been able to do it, then you give me your definition of freedom then.
Sure. Okay. From the Black's Law Dictionary, absence of restraint.
You cut out. Say it again.
Yeah, you cut out.
The absence of restraint, quote unquote, or the opposite of slavery.
Okay, I can accept that. Like not interfering with my ability to carry out my will and desire.
Okay, sure.
Okay, right. But
non-interference.
If somebody else desires to do something very bad to you, for what reason do you have the right to protest or do something against it?
Because we do put. Sorry, I'm gonna let Jeff answer. Sorry, I'm not gonna answer for you, Jeff.
No, I mean you can. I have the right to defend myself. I don't understand where you're going with these like little minute particular
because
I'm confused too.
Questions that don't relate to the topic.
Hey,
you have a tendency to jump from topic to topic to topic, and I get lost.
Which system is more free, capitalism or socialism?
Not yours.
Let me say this. Look, absence of restraint. Okay.
Not capitalism is more free. Is what
and how do you get from that to if somebody tries to punch me in the face that I can't defend myself? Like, where are you going with that question in relation to freedom?
Defending yourself requires restraint. So you're automatically violating freedom by defending yourself, correct?
No, I don't. I don't even. That makes no sense to me. What you even are trying to say. I don't know what you're
Freedom.
asking.
I mean, I guess in the absolute in an absolute
I
sense of
think you
freedom,
maybe don't
yeah.
understand my concept of freedom because it makes no sense the way you're asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's like personal freedom. Like you
It's
personally
like
have, you have
Hank and the tangents
as
he
long
gets
as
off
as
on.
long
You
as
misunderstand something.
freedom to do what you want as long as it doesn't encroach upon anyone else's freedom.
Okay, look, here's what's happening. You asked me for a definition of freedom. I gave it to you. You agreed to it, and then I pointed out a contradiction with your other value. And now
No, you
have no.
pointed out. I don't know what you think you're pointing out, but
Okay,
we can continue the conversation using the definition of lack of restraint.
absence of restraint.
Okay.
Okay, right.
Now, what were we saying about freedom?
Right.
Well, how did it come up? Like, why
defined,
did we need a definition?
I defined freedom as the absence of restraint. You said I agree. Now,
Okay.
somebody else.
And for what purpose did you define freedom? Let's pick up from there.
That's
look. You're even losing Canuck.
That's my whole point. People can say the word freedom and mean anything they fucking want with it. If you don't say,
but I said what I meant by it.
Okay, well, what do you mean by it then?
I've already said all that. You just rewind the stream. I even gave specific examples, and I gave examples like why iPhi's was less free and libs was less free.
And
that's why I don't understand what you are wanting.
Well, I understand.
Nugget of information you're wanting.
Jack, just take a break for a second. Jeff, which system is more free, socialism or capitalism?
Dude,
the one right now, the United States mixed market.
Okay, so capitalism is more free than socialism, right? Capitalism is more free than socialism.
Probably
in general, yes, unless it becomes
okay. So
I would disagree.
You just pointed out you would prefer to live in a capitalist country than a socialist country because you have more freedom.
Yes, we've also. I mean, like.
Okay, so the difference between lib is he's promoting socialism. I'm promoting capitalism, even though we're both claiming to be libertarian.
No, yours has capitalistic features or elements, but it's something other than just capitalism.
What type of capitalism?
It's the most purest form of capitalism humanly possible.
I don't know. Like I don't know why we keep going over and over and over.
But it's one that doesn't
freedom of association alone, which you've admitted to.
Because you think in an authoritarian, mostly socialist government that you're in right now is more free than iPhi's.
Yeah, I can
libertarian
associate with whoever I
paradise.
want currently, and I would not be able to under your system. I don't know how many times we have to keep hitting this wall.
Do you see the little chart next to me, Jeff? Do you see this colored chart next to me?
The whole point of everything I said, Jeff, is to show you that you define freedom in a different way than iPhi and lib. So they can just say, well, I see freedom this way and you see freedom this way.
Right, but I've already been very specific of what I mean by freedom in relation to their visions and why I think mine is superior to what they're providing. So I've already dealt with those specifics.
How do you
That's
actually
why I don't understand what you're confused about.
Hey, Jeff, can you see the chart next to me right now? Can you see it?
Look, you made me even feature Tommy. That's how bad this is.
Hey, Jeff.
He's making sense.
Jeff, can you see the chart right next to me, right here?
Yeah, I already told you I could. It hasn't changed, so I can.
Okay, so you are in the red square, lib is in the green square, and iPhi is in the yellow square. Now, what you don't understand is you keep saying you are more free than our positions.
You have me in the wrong square, and I've already explained.
No,
my concept of freedom.
He's in that middle of the square.
Less free under yours, which you have never addressed because every time it comes up, you just evade
it. Here's the whole point.
I give up.
This will be the last point that I make. Look, here's the whole point.
It's not going to be the last. But go ahead.
Probably not, but I intend it to be because if you don't get it from here, I don't know what else to say. Look, how will you arbitrate people's different definitions of freedom? If somebody says, I want
I don't need to. I can continue to self-determine my own needs and act on my own freedom without having to worry about this. I've been doing it for years.
Right.
Like, it doesn't come into conflict much with other people, and we have methods of resolving it when it does.
Okay,
so I don't have a problem. I don't feel like I lack freedom under this system, and I don't have a problem with how implement.
Let me put it into an example you can understand. When you went to work with these
I
salt
understood that example.
Look, when you went to your work with the salty white women, right? And their version of freedom was to make your life a living hell working at the company. How do you say, well, they ought not do that? That's their freedom to do so, right?
Yeah, that's group dynamics or whatever. It happens all over the place. But I had the freedom to take myself out of that situation, which I did.
Also, there are social consequences to
I
doing
wasn't
it.
forced to continue to expose myself to that environment.
Yeah, and more than that, in our current system, we have non-legal or non-lethal ways to deal with people who are being dicks. What?
Social shaming and stuff.
Yeah,
Guilt,
Jeff
shame,
has
fear.
in our current system plenty of options. In that scenario, he has plenty of options. Quite a few actually, that don't impede on others' freedom either. So yeah, that's.
I really struggle to understand how you cannot understand how your utopian society that you're talking about basically takes away freedom of association. How you don't think that's authoritarian?
He
how you
doesn't.
don't
He just
see
keeps
that?
ignoring it. He just keeps ignoring.
Yeah, I know. He never answers the question. He never really. He never really. It doesn't he never really engages with any of the things I ask him either. He just
I've
distracted us with
answered
other
your
things.
question every time. I explain it thoroughly every time. You don't fucking listen, and then you pretend like I don't.
How is it? Okay, okay. So answer it right now. How is taking away
One more time.
not
This
authoritarian?
time for Chris. Last time it was Jeff. Now it's Chris's turn. Okay. Do you understand the difference between capitalism and socialism?
Yes, I do, and I don't think that taking away people's freedom to associate with people has anything to do with freedom.
Can you have socialism in your capitalist country?
Yes, you can.
How? How do you have a centrally planned economy that seizes the means of production in a capitalist country?
That's not what we're talking about, though.
That's the definition of socialism, Chris.
You can have
a
commune. You can have a commune right now in America. You can start a commune and you can live a communistic life if you want to within the confines of America.
You can live in your own little imaginary subset of a country, which I was going to bring up,
which
about
is what
the
you're
Amish.
doing anyway. Yeah.
So the Amish are as close to communists as you're going to find any group, even though they are a theocracy and they do trade with the capitalist market.
Actually, there are secular communes that operate entirely on communistic principles.
But that's beside the point, because Amish is not a country. It's a small group that lives within the United States.
Oh God, iPhi, do I have an example for you of a socialist commune?
So anyways, Chris, you can't have capitalism and socialism at the same time. You have to pick which system you want your country to have.
Part of the reason why capitalism is superior to socialism is because you can have communist or socialistic communes within the confines of a capitalistic system, and they still work.
You cannot privately own property and your business and your profit and voluntarily exchange goods and services and be subject to a socialist government.
I'm not talking about socialist government. You can live socialist principles. You can live socialist
can't do
principles.
that in America either.
Now you can pretend like you're only a little bit socialist and say we're only going to take 10% of your money and spend it on whatever we want, and pretend like you're still capitalists. But you've already surrendered your capitalism.
I don't even know.
Dude, you're shadowboxing with like a tanky or something.
So
yeah, I know.
The reason why I'm saying you can't associate with communists is because they don't tolerate capitalism. They're not saying we can live peacefully together. They're saying as soon as we have the force, we will execute all the capitalists. That's why you can't associate with them.
I can hang out with Lib and get along with him just fine, and we're not trying to kill each other because he believes in communistic principles.
And you can live in a country that says we don't respect the rule of law, and you can say, I can kill and steal anybody I want. You can't.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Authoritarian government to tell me what to do.
What does that have anything to do with what I just said?
It has everything to do. You don't understand what authority means. Like, who has the authority to do anything? Who has the authority to enforce your economy, Chris?
No, Firestarter, I can't hear you.
Is it up for democracy?
You're
Do we
on
vote
mute.
on it every day?
I can hear you
Today
now,
we're going to be
Firestarter.
capitalists, but tomorrow we're all going to be socialists? Is that how the
Please jump
economy
in
works?
if you have something to say. Break up the monotony.
I'm not a socialist, you fucking retard. You were acting. I
You
know
don't
you're
see the
smart.
difference, you
I
fucking
know
retard.
I know you're. The thing is, I know you're smarter than this, and you're acting stupid because you don't really have a point. You don't have a good argument, so you're retorting to a bunch of non-statements that completely get around you having to actually deal with the fact that your whole conservatarianism thing isn't as well thought out or as smart as you think it is.
Well,
and that's the reason why you didn't actually take off and leave and go to the woods like you said you were, and you're back here on the stream 2 days later.
Dude,
So
I
don't even give a shit.
Let me
Oh
quote.
shit,
quote-
son.
I agree.
Well,
I am definitely heading back out because I got to filter out. I can only handle so much retarded per day, and I think I've about reached my limit, dude. So
let me quote
peace
Matt.
out.
Let me quote Matt.
Well, now we know how to get
Let
him
me
out of
quote,
here.
let me quote Mao Zedong. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun.
Sometimes that's my right.
As I say, it can. I don't think it
Or
always
the blade
does.
of a guillotine.
Well, political power. I'm not talking about political.
And iPhi,
No,
I'm glad you were here. You know I like going around with you.
Yeah, I mean, I do think
me,
it's very silly.
me
but-
too. But still, like I can only take so much of like someone not actually engaging with any question that I get before it triggers me.
No, I do notice
he
that
he
does
refused.
avoiding
He
that
refuses to
question,
engage
because
with
it's
any
a very
actual question.
obvious criticism of his vision. Why are you controlling who I associate with? If it's
Yeah,
so free?
he will not engage with that. He doesn't
No,
say
This
it.
panel doesn't have an agenda other than open conversation, so you can come up and participate if you're interested.
Yeah, let me explain what my whole argument I was trying to make. Freedom at the gun and political power at the barrel of the gun are being conflated, in my opinion, right? Like people are saying, well, I call it freedom, and really what they mean by freedom is political power. And
Well, I'm glad there's somebody out there with a gun that can give me the freedom I have right now. Whoever that is, whoever it's pointed at, if it's giving me this level of freedom, I salute that.
That's all I wanted. All I wanted was just the admission. Thank you. That's all I was driving at. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I have I don't have a problem with that at all.
If we want to get
Is
slightly
there,
off,
though?
Reddington had a question for me that kind of goes back to
Reddington, go ahead. Jump in.
What, the same one?
Yeah, you just ask it. And we can talk
just
about
to
it.
add a little extra spice.
How big are these communities that you're talking about?
Yeah,
in this utopia thing.
So again, it does vary. What's up, R.A.N.T? I don't know you, but recreational argument network television. Oh, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. These systems tend to not work at larger levels, so communities would be at smaller levels. Though
I mean,
generally,
they don't even work at the streaming level. This is 9 people. They're not even working.
Well,
hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
How are you? No one
I'm
expects the
tentatively
Spanish
welcoming.
Inquisition.
Peace, brother.
You're welcome until I figure out how welcome you actually are.
Yeah.
Oh, do you fear the Inquisition?
No, go ahead with
the
inquire away.
The communities would probably vary between like I said, 10 and like up to like 300. I think is usually probably the biggest ones. Types of these communities. Obviously, like there would be, you would have like larger cells of these communities, but like at the base level, people would be interacting at sort of a much smaller level. There are examples. God, I wish iPhi had been here so I could talk about Rojava. But Rojava, which is has communities that are between usually like I think it was like between 7 and 30 is like how they delineate. Though they have a very small population. It's like 2 million people, so it's like nothing.
Wait, what is Rojava? Is that Indian?
No, it's in North Syria.
There's a
There's
community out in the desert.
It's not a
Oh, the
hippie community.
Kurds?
It's the Kurds, yes.
Aren't they
The
just,
Kurds plus
they're
others?
just CIA puppet state.
Well, they're not a state or a government. First off,
They have an army that's occupying Syria. Or the CIA.
Sure, they're occupying it for the CIA.
Which is weird since Turkey keeps bombing them.
Yeah, that is weird that everyone around them fucking hates them. That's kind of weird.
It's because they're in the CIA.
War is peace. What's the rest of that quote, rant or machine? War is peace. Slavery is freedom. And what's the other?
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if it's bliss. Ignorance is slavery is freedom. Let me see.
Oh God, no! I was thinking of the
Ignorance
kill
is strength.
Yeah, that's what it is.
There you go. Ignorance is strength. War is freedom, or what? War is peace, and slavery is freedom. Right? Yes, exactly. That's what.
I don't think slavery is freedom, bro.
No,
it's 1984. That's the.
Or you,
1984.
That's the way people use definitions all the time, and they don't acknowledge it. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
Definitions get very slippery around here. So
Connexarm, does that scale in a post-industrial society where people have more parasocial relationships than they do in the flesh ones? Ideally, we would have fewer parasocial relationships, and parasocial relationships also would, I think, ideally be different. I don't think our current society and the way we interact with parasocial relationships, I don't think it's good. And I do think there's ways to
what do you think all this
I mean,
is?
me personally, I like to use big words to make myself sound more photosynthesis.
Okay, use some. Let's hear them.
All right, so like spectacularly dishes. You know what I'm saying?
No, you gotta do better.
Nah,
you know what I mean? Flock of Vegeta. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like that one. Got Vegeta.
One vote on it.
Guy McClevitz. You know what I'm saying? These are all big words. They're very philosophical and, scholarly in nature. I hope you guys all know the definitions, and I will use them interchangeably.
Absolutely.
I just want to ask you a quick question. Your dad said something very interesting, and I just wanted to see if you could clarify, because I think it was one of the most interesting things I ever heard. He said that the Bible was put together by Freemasons or something like that. Can you help us understand that?
I look, sometimes Pops says things in not exactly the most proper framework, and so I think what he was trying to say, and I can't really speak for the man, but what I think he was trying to say is that essentially we had the Bible translated into English first by William Tyndale, right? And then it was, recompiled by King James and Sir Francis Bacon, aka Shakespeare, who were both homos. So,
right.
You know what I mean? They Masonified the Bible when creating the King James. And on the first page, if you look at the first page, it says, right, King James, right, is like the most high. It's like blasphemy right on the first fucking page of it. You know what I mean? To the most high, King James. You don't call anyone the motherfucking most high. All right. So you should already known. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Impressive rant, honestly.
Okay.
Well, and here's the how do people interpret the Bible that's written by a bunch of Rosicrucians?
What do you mean?
Well, because those people were basically Rosicrucians, most likely, right?
We're not saying that
the Rosicrucians didn't agree with most of the books that were included in the Testament.
This is your lizard people friend. This was the one that was talking about the lizard people.
So the Rosicrucians didn't write the Bible. We're saying that the Freemasons had their hand in recompiling a new version of the English Bible, which is referred to as the King James Bible, after the William Tyndale Bible, which shortly after, and they used a lot of the work of Tyndale, which goes to show you that they didn't really reinvent the wheel. They just fucking edited what was the truth. And
what's your
in
point
order
about
to
all
hide it? What's my point? Is that they hid the truth. And a man asked me a question, and I responded. That was my
what
point.
did they hide?
The truth.
Well, it's interesting. Well, it's interesting because Tyndale and Bacon and all these figures, they were interestingly figures in the Protestant Reformation, and then they also have King James and Elizabeth I, or Elizabeth Stewart, her marriage to the King of Bohemia. And so it's a lot of interesting things going on in that cycle where there's a lot of weird influences into the King James Bible, historically speaking. It just seems
There are
like
some
a
weird
very,
things.
very strange creation. And actually, Francis Bacon was a chancellor in England when he oversaw the writing of that thing, and everybody knows how Bacon. He even wrote a work called New Atlantis, so he was all into like the
It's
occult.
Shakespearean.
Yeah, he was into these
Well,
strange theories.
I don't know. I don't know about the Shakespearean part. He was about the
Bro.
same time as Shakespeare.
It's the same work, bro. It's the same writer.
So
Alright?
No,
Rant.
it's not. Shakespeare and Bacon were two different people.
Not at all.
What?
Yeah, at all.
Yeah, no, same person. Pseudonym.
Well, okay,
Well,
believe whatever you want.
there is we do think that Shakespeare probably was a pseudonym, but how are you connecting that to?
Because I am Shakespeare. This
That's one
comes
of the
from,
theories that Francis Bacon was.
Listen,
the real
this
author
comes from
behind
the
Shakespeare's
occult
plays, but
understanding.
It's a debunked conspiracy theory, so I'm not
Right.
surprised to see it show up.
It's not a
true.
debunked conspiracy theory. This is
Yeah,
some
it
of
is.
the deepest occult understandings.
It is. I don't know what your background in
It's
literary
not.
scholarship is, but it is.
Well, I'll tell you something that is just a historical fact is that William Tyndale, he was a major figure in the Protestant Reformation, and in that,
They killed
he
his ass.
favored. But he favored the state above the king. That was part of the project of the Protestant Reformation because they went so far against the Pope, they would actually turn for the king and the state. So they would argue for the divine right of king sometimes. So William Tyndale and all these kind of guys, they were like, how, the little guy Lib would say, he'd say, they're statists, or whatever. So, so it's an important distinction to make, that historically, they were in a kind of historical shift and change that was going about at that time. And it did have to do with an occult presence at the time too, because in the Protestant Reformation, you had the Jesuits and the Protestants and the Counter Reformation, and they were all infiltrating each other's organizations and creating different sects,
And what you need to also understand is that prior to William Tyndale's translation, the church was controlling the knowledge of the scriptures because it was only available in the Latin Vulgate, and motherfuckers didn't know how to speak Latin. Okay, so William
the
Tyndale
majority of the population was illiterate too.
So William
they
Tyndale
relied-
translates it into an easily comprehensible form of English, right? And so the problem is now the power was being taken away from the Roman Catholic fucking papacy. And essentially to get it back into their hands of power, right? The King James Bible was created and then considered the most truest form so that people would stop looking at the Tyndale Bible.
Well,
and
that's not really.
You know what I mean? It is really. That's exactly what happened.
Well, it's the thing.
There were scholarly and artistic motives for doing the King James Bible above and
here's
beyond.
the other
You're reducing it to something very shallow.
Well, here's the other part. To read Shakespeare, you need to have like a PhD level,
No, you
understanding.
don't. The high school kids read it. We read it in high school.
I read it in fucking middle school.
Junior high, in fact.
Yeah.
Like pulled out the actual original.
Yeah, he's talking about to read between the lines of what Shakespeare's actually like encoding into those stories.
Yeah, he was not fucking around with just some basic story shit. Like he was telling you multi-layered.
Yeah, but that's any like really high quality literary office.
Yeah, but that's
an
my
artist
point.
is going to have
Bible,
those layers of
somebody to explain
richness.
the meaning of the Bible because it's been it's been encoded with meaning. Well, then is it really for the people or is it not? You know what I mean?
It's art. It's for everybody. It carries as many meanings as there are people to bring meaning to it.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly my point.
Obfuscation.
We're aligned there.
Yeah. So, Rant. Convince me of your. I'm not a Christian. Convince me of your wacky conspiracy theories.
Lib, he actually believes in lizard people.
Who's
The
talking?
reptilian.
Me, Lib. Me.
What do you want? What do you want me to convince you of exactly?
I like your conspiracy theory shit.
Well, what are you referring to? Because I don't have any conspiracy theories.
The lizard people and the Matrix.
Gestures broadly, and also like I don't know I mean the fact that people changing the Bible has like meaning. Like it does have meaning, but it doesn't have, in my estimation, it doesn't have like soul meaning, right? Like it's not.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? You're a guy who likes to use big words. So what does the word conspiracy even mean to you?
A conspiracy is a set of beliefs that somebody does not have.
That is not at all what it is.
No, I don't think that's it. That someone, I do think conspiracy theories are specifically beliefs that people have that are based on little or I guess I don't want to say
you define the word conspiracy first before you define conspiracy theory, because it's a compound. I'm saying you seem like you know some pretty big words, and I'm not a fucking you know what I mean, I'm not a genius, but
then I will.
The word conspiracy means a plot, right, in secret to do harm to others.
That's what it means. I don't think that's all necessarily true. You can definitely
a secret plan, right, of others to do harm or unlawful things. That's like the literal definition of it.
I hate to agree with Rant, but
that's conspiracy. Right. So now, conspiracy theory is that I have a suspicion.
All about our conspiracy is all about.
Hold on, hold on, yo. A conspiracy theory is that I have a suspicion, a theory, as to other people, right? A group of people secretly wanting to do harm, right?
Yeah, it's not.
So you want to know about those things?
Conspiracy.
Got it.
Conspiracy is not based in fucking
okay.
Okay,
let me ask you something.
No, hang on. I'm trying to think of the word. What's the word for demonstrating something with evidence?
Well, you want me to tell you about the things that I think that I don't have evidence of, but that I think
empiricism.
It's a theory, right? It's not provable, but it's a theory on a secret plan to do harm or unlawful things. I could provide that. I have a lot of them.
I disagree that it's about necessarily doing harmful or.
Well, that's the definition of the word. So I don't care if you disagree. The definition disagrees with you.
I think the definition is not comprehensive then, because
you like to expand definitions.
You like big words. You like to expand definitions.
I'm trying to consider
ballooned out to include a whole bunch of other stuff.
Here's the reality. Do you think that if there was a group of people, right, who were going to do something, right, in secret to harm people, do you not think that if they were going to do something to harm people and they were a group of people,
they wouldn't be people?
Wouldn't they do this in secret? Like this is what a conspiracy is, right? And so
usually when people try to harm people, they usually do it in secret. Yes.
Right. Now, if you had something that was to this magnitude, right? Do you think there's just going to be blatant fucking evidence everywhere of it for you to fucking prove that they're trying to do it? Or do you think they're going to try to make it secret?
Not, yeah.
I mean, I'm fully open to.
So there's no conspiracy proof.
Sufficient evidence to infer.
If we have conspiracy proof, then it's just some shit that happened, right? And now if I'm telling you about something that I can't prove that it's happening, but I think it is, that's a conspiracy theory to you, right?
Yeah, but I think, but you absolutely probably could convince me via inferences. They would have to be some pretty good inferences.
Okay.
And they would have, especially, and that would like scale with like the improbability.
Can we test your evaluation premise by I demonstrate some things and you tell me if that's conspiracy theory or not, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was out on the internet claiming that I believe that essentially the stuff they were putting in the jibbity jabs, right, was going to kill people, and it was nanotech. And then a lot of people died from it. Would you say that's a conspiracy theory? Or would you say that it's not? Because I also believe that it was part of these people's evil cabal to depopulate, you know what I'm saying, a portion of the population.
This is not a hypothetical. This is a belief claim that you at one point made, correct?
Yeah, I claimed that this is what I believe is going on.
Well,
so is that a conspiracy theory or not?
I mean, you've run into a few problems. You've run into a few problems, notably that you have associated the vaccine with people dying from the vaccine. And I would love to see your evidence that
now we'll settle it.
Shitload.
Pops, give it to us.
What's up, buddies?
What's the tea?
I mean, what evidence do you need? There's actually evidence out
We
there.
need lizards. We need actual lizard scales.
There's provable statistical evidence that they've admitted openly to the public that this is actually true. It actually did cause myocarditis. It actually did cause these things.
I've got Google open.
Yeah.
Tell me what to say.
Hang on, don't get my channel shut down with COVID conspiracy stuff.
I'm just saying, that's why I'm trying not to get into the actual wordage.
This is not a medical. This is an entertainment channel. None of us are experts. Don't take.
We're debating conspiracy theories, right? We're trying to figure out if this conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory or not. We don't even know what it is.
Conspiracy theory when you're afraid to talk about it.
Well, I'm gonna let him. Okay, so look, I have.
Well, how come there's a doctor that found the shit and has images of it and posted the images and found it in many different, things?
Here, let me Google that. What's his name?
La Quinta Columna, bro. He published like 100 videos of all different things that had nanotech in them with electron microscope.
Well, I do respect that you acknowledge that it is speculation and an opinion and not provable. So,
but now when we have the microscope evidence, is that provable? What about the blood clots that all the different surgeons have been reporting?
There's a lot you would have to
what about the Mike Adams blood clots that they showed and they proved what it was from?
Oh, God.
They had them in jars. What about it? I mean, once we have the proof, now is it still conspiracy theory?
God, I feel like I have a PhD in biology to fucking even read this abstract.
Right, so this is why you shouldn't be able to sit here and call people conspiracy theorists until you actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'd say
does that make sense?
Okay, so here's part of the issue. So you have directed.
You admitted to being a conspiracy theorist, so I don't know why you're so defensive about being.
Who admitted to being a conspiracy theorist? I'm asking.
That is
this
one
a
of your
conspiracy?
strengths, that you could acknowledge that yes, this is just a theory that I entertained. There's not necessarily proof for it. So you've admitted to.
What I'm saying is the word conspiracy theorist is used to discredit the information that comes after it.
But if you're putting it forth as a hypothesis to begin with, why does it matter if it's
because you've been programmed to believe that this word means that this, like I just demonstrated, he doesn't even know the fucking meaning of the word conspiracy theory, and he's claiming that I am one or have them.
Like there is legitimate reason to think that we'll get shut down for this. So
did you not see?
Let's move to a different conspiracy theory. I myself had a vaccine injury myself. I understand what
we're talking about conspiracy theories in general.
Let's talk about different conspiracy theories.
You have first-hand evidence now.
So talk
that
about something else. Talk about the fucking moon landing.
He seems touchy
Why do you
about
gotta
being
stick with the
seen
same
as a conspiracy
fucking
theory
subject?
when he himself presented himself as one. So that's what I'm confused
Why don't you
about,
talk about another conspiracy theory?
What?
Like they really believe people landed on the fucking moon.
Yeah, they did. They landed.
never landed on the moon.
In their tinfoil fucking
yes,
ship.
They did.
Not in that ship. They didn't land.
They did. You can
Not
think
in that
whatever you
ship.
want, but I'm convinced that they have. So there's not really anything to
Yeah,
argue
well,
about.
tell Walt Disney that too.
I mean, he's dead.
He created that whole fucking thing.
I could go piss on his grave if you want.
Did you ever look at that video? Did you ever just look at it with common sense and rational
It's some lawn chairs and an umbrella.
It
yeah,
looks so fake. You gotta
fucked
be
it.
blind not to know that that's fake.
Yo, we can't even get self-service, bro, if you go too far from a tower, let alone to the moon in 3 seconds.
How about Mars?
Delay.
150 million miles away will control the.
Yeah, we got a phone call going on to the moon.
Come on, man.
It's 200 million miles away.
You can believe whatever crazy thing you want, but
Wait a
don't
minute.
get all like butthurt when somebody calls you a conspiracy theory over.
You logically believe that we can send a radio wave 250 million, not 250 miles.
Yeah, dude, there's
million miles that can show
moon that we
a
can
rover
laser
on Mars. You really believe they're on Mars?
In real time, everybody.
I don't think you understand how science works, and I can't help that. I don't know what your grade
Science? No,
school
science is
experience
theories.
is like.
All the
I don't
shit
think
they're
you
telling
understand the
is
Inquisition. Nah.
That
Fifth or
isn't
sixth grade,
science. That
the
isn't
tools
science.
to
It's a theory.
adequately understand this issue.
No, their science is theory. It's
Can
not
you
And if
prove
were
they
to
landed
fall
on the
into that
moon?
Hey,
somehow, there's not much I can do.
Where did
on
the
this
guy
screen
that
in just
founded
minutes.
NASA come from? What country was he?
Werner von Braun. He was a mustache person.
He did he not work with Hitler, or am I
Yeah, he was a
imagining
big
that?
occultist, also affiliated
You
with
people
Uncle
don't want
Walt
to believe
Hitler
anything.
and
I
fucking
know I
Jack
don't believe
Parsons.
the crazy stuff that y'all come and spout on the
Well, you
screen.
need to
I
research. You
don't.
know
I
about
don't have
Aleister
Well,
Crowley,
don't
right? If you're a
believe me.
Satanist.
I'm not
Just look
telling
up
you I
the
can't
video.
believe them, but I don't have to believe them.
Aleister Crowley worked for the English MI6 anyway. What are
That's
you
a
worried
fact,
about?
bro. But if you know about Satanism, then you should know about Jack Parsons and the Babylonian working where he fucking exploded, opening up the damn portal. All right? You should know these things.
Everything you guys talk about, you don't use any logic. It's like crazy when
Yeah,
you
we
look
use.
at a
Yeah, I
video.
stand by my logic.
The
for sure.
video
I
was
use
so
logic.
terrible that they don't even want to show it anymore.
Well, why
Yo,
are
listen,
you
the
even
rockets
here?
ain't real.
Like, surely there's.
How
just
come we don't
bring
go
in
to
the
the moon?
food.
How come we don't go to
do
the
it
moon
better than
anymore?
we do. That you
They
can.
can't go to the damn moon.
What happened? We just stopped going to the moon? Why? Why
They
did
said
we
they
stop?
lost the technology. They said they lost the telemetry data. They said they lost everything, bro. We lost the whole filing cabinet, bro. We don't know how we got guys through the damn Van Allen radiation belt alive with a tinfoil
Well,
fucking
like
but
I
can.
answer
said,
that.
We
believe,
forgot.
believe whatever you want.
All right, here's a great question for your mamas. There's no conspiracy theories. Why is it that nobody's allowed to go past Antarctica, like within deeper into Antarctica?
Nobody's allowed to what? Who's stopping you
into.
from
Well,
doing
you're
what
not
you
allowed.
do?
Nobody's allowed to go.
Oh God, he's getting into flat Earth. Okay, so
No
here's the
flat
thing.
Earth. Why can't you? I don't.
Why do all the
why
old girls
where are
have
you
to go a
trying
black
to go
rock
that
in the
you can
center?
What I'm trying to say is,
Where's the
all
black
the
rock,
countries
gentlemen?
signed a treaty that nobody's allowed to go beyond a certain limit in Antarctica to explore. Why?
I mean, there's
What are they
a number
hiding?
of
They're
Spanish
hiding
Inquisition demands the answer.
there are a number of potential explanations. Actually, one is to like discourage the destruction of Antarctica as like a biome. If people could just kind of go there freely, obviously, companies would find a way to exploit that land. There's a bunch of shit under the ice. We know that they could definitely.
Exploited everything else.
But why
Well, yeah,
wouldn't
but,
they
like,
at least
exploiting-
let us see videos of what's over there?
Well, you can. I mean,
What do you mean?
There
They
might
don't
be
show you
videos.
anything within 20 miles deep. Like they don't go
All
way
right.
deep.
What you mean deep into the ice?
Deep into Antarctica, yeah. Like go like 100 miles in.
Well, okay. So first off,
You think they're hiding something out there?
Oh my-
100% they're hiding something.
it's
Just 'cause you
incredibly
think-
Why
dangerous.
do you think Hitler went there? Why do you think we sent
hang on.
a whole
My
battle
brother's
group
into
there?
Antarctica is dangerous.
Saying goodbyes.
Oh, come on, man. You're giving it. You know what it is? You guys are giving the government too much credit.
I'm just. I just want to. I want to ask you. You want to start at 1 again tomorrow, dude? I'm actually leaving for Texarkana tomorrow. So
For tomorrow, still same time.
yeah,
1
same time.
PM instead of
1
2?
p.m. Yeah, I'm heading out though for now. My migraine's killing me. So
Oh, okay.
See you
Get some
later,
rest.
bro.
Get some rest.
Good to
Chris.
see you. We'll see you tomorrow.
see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah.
You can invent any excuse you want, but they're hiding something. I
And
don't know
you
what
can,
they're hiding.
yeah, well, you can think whatever you want. I don't
It's
think-
not about
I don't have a reason
thinking.
to think
They're definitely hiding
anything. You don't have any special. You said you can't even see the videos. I don't know. You have how you have special knowledge of what they're doing down.
I
in
don't
that
have
article. You
special
can't even
knowledge.
see
I says
videos.
I don't know, but I know one thing. They're
Well,
definitely
it didn't
hiding
sound like you
something.
said
Listen,
that
I
you
got the
don't-
documents right here,
I
folks.
agree that you don't know. It's a
Nobody
it's an
knows.
interesting
They won't
theory.
let you know. Don't you
I got the
understand?
documents right here.
When they're
I
hiding
want to know about the black
something
rock in the
from
middle of
you-
the center of the
It
earth,
sounds
North
like you have
Polarity.
a lot of
Listen,
mistrust against
we got Antarctica. We got bases in the ground under the ice. I got the documents right here, folks. Operation High Jump, Admiral Bird.
from you, when they're hiding something from
Pretty
you.
good AJ impersonation.
Well,
There's
I don't
something
think they're
going
hiding
on.
anything. I mean, you
Yes,
can
they
think
are
that.
hiding.
They
They
stop
hide
you, but
everything.
I don't think they are.
I know, you
So
believe
it's not going to
9/11.
matter. Like
All
our
right,
day-to-day
I was
life.
at
It's not even
9/11.
gonna
Were
matter.
you? I was at 9/11. I have friends that were at 9/11. Were you there? Did you hear the
No.
bombs going off in the buildings?
Boom.
Okay.
No, I was
So-
not at 9/11.
All right. So here's
My
the
grandpa
deal.
got blown out of
You
his
believe
boots.
that a plane took that whole building down?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, really? Do you know that you can get a tank and shoot 20, 30 bombs into the Twin Towers? You
Okay,
still couldn't knock
what's
it
the next conspiracy? We've done this.
It's not
They
a
were designed.
conspiracy.
They were designed to get hit by
Them
planes and
buildings were
survive. By the
taken
way,
down, demolition
Give,
style.
give me a new conspiracy.
Pops, tell them about the
not a
guy
new
we knew that was in the EMS truck outside who was managing
Oh
it.
wait, are they? Wait,
No,
what?
I'm making this shit up.
Hey,
Tell them about the calls that was coming in over the radio to the management
these people
EMS
do
truck
not
outside.
speak for me
Go ahead.
or this stream. This is their opinion. I don't endorse any of it.
This is actually a real life person
This is
that we
only
had a
opinion.
testimony.
Don't
But
my
we're
stream
talking
taken
about
down.
it. They made movies on this shit.
Tell them. You remember the
I
EMS
don't
guy?
care. I don't
You know what,
believe
Mike?
it, and
You
I
can ruin
don't
a- you
care.
can
Do you
ruin
have
a
another
conversation.
topic you want
Bro.
to talk about?
I'm not ruining anything.
You're
the
so
EMS
scared
guy.
of YouTube. It's
Holy
amazing.
I don't care about 9/11. I
scared?
said that before he even posted that.
Well,
I
you
said I
should
don't
care
about
because
this
the
topic.
government
Well,
is
I
hiding
don't care,
It's
and
important.
you can't make me care.
It's
so let's talk about
important,
something else to
Jeff.
talk
Well,
about.
what's
It's
important?
important.
What's important to you? You want to talk about
It's not
Bohemian
important
Grove?
to
The
me
How they
truth
work-
right
is
now.
You
important.
want to talk how they worship the owls? All the leaders.
Let's talk
of
about the
countries?
lizard people. Yeah, I know
lizard,
about the
they
You
don't
want to
like
talk
talks
about the
about it.
lizard people, all right?
Yes.
Now we got to believe
should know
there's
all
lizard
about
people?
them, all right?
That's logical.
Look,
Who believes in lizard?
Well, that's what your son was saying the other day on one of the streams.
If
Look,
they're
The
lizard people, they're
reptilians.
probably
they're not
demons.
lizard people. They're like
What are they?
reptilians, all right? There are lizard people that are referred to as the Nagas.
Like, what do you mean they're reptilian? Like, they're not human?
What I mean is, in the ancient,
course.
Hindu fucking descriptions, they have these serpent people that live underground called the Nagas, and they have temples on top of the entrances to these fucking places. I didn't make this up.
Statue one.
This is a fact. Look
All right,
into
do
the
you
Nagas.
believe
What?
they made those
It's definitely
pyramids?
made up.
You believe
No.
the Egyptians made those pyramids?
Fuck no. An advanced fucking civilization
You
of
just
fucking
read this in
beings
the
made
book and
those
it made
fucking things.
sense?
Well,
that they're
Mike,
these
you
serpent
won't let
people?
nobody talk. You just keep over talking with your bullshit.
You asked me a fucking question. What do you mean?
No,
I
I'm
won't let
asking
nobody talk?
Mamas. Do you believe?
Oh, I thought you asked me.
No, do you believe that the Egyptians with like chisels made those pyramids?
I don't know. Somebody made them.
No,
Actually-
you believe somebody made
Did
them.
you know there
So
is
what
actually
the fuck do you want to
Oh,
talk
no, no,
about?
no.
You don't
You
care
think it was
about
the
anything.
alien? The lizard people is a good topic. I want to talk
Oh,
about the
lizard
lizard
people.
people.
Oh wait, can I really quick share this
Oh
factoid?
wait, Lib,
Yeah,
I'll get
real
to
quick.
you in a second. But all right, so
Yeah.
Mamas
So
only
this-
wants to
Hang
talk
on,
about
hang
lizard
on. Lib wants in. Hang on.
So now, Lib, get
there-
in on the Egyptians. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's actually we have an example of a under construction obelisk. Basically, it was left because there was a crack in it. Basically, the way they would make, especially obelisks, is they would just literally find a big fucking boulder and just carve it out of the stone. And we know this because we have the sort of half finished one that just cracked. Actually, it's really interesting.
Now, when you say we, you talking about the Egyptians did this?
I actually don't know who discovered.
Yo,
yeah,
there's
I don't know who
fucking
discovered-
giant
Whoa, wait a
obelisks. There's obelisks that weigh hundreds of tons, and they have saw marks that look like a skill saw blade, but it would need to be like the size of, I don't know, like a city.
spaceship.
Yeah, like a fucking spaceship with a skill saw on it. I'm just saying, right?
These are all interesting speculations. I'm not going to deny that.
We're not speculating anything. When you look at the pyramids,
Yeah,
they're built.
you are.
They're built.
The hieroglyphic carvings, the statues,
couldn't
this
even
shit was
build
not
the
done
pyramids.
with copper fucking chisels.
So
like
I'm
they tell you.
still interested in these snake people. Like, this is a Hindu document.
Yeah,
you
they're
said,
called
and
the
they live underground?
Nagas. The N-A-G-A-S.
Oh yeah, I know about the
Nagas.
They
They're
had those in Dungeons and
serpent.
Dragons.
Is this like D&D Nagas? Okay, do they?
Like,
are
they
there,
got
like,
it from the
different
Hindu fucking
Yeah,
descriptions.
are there
They were
different
carved
tiers?
in,
Bone
in the
Naga? Is there a
temples.
I'm
spectral
confused
Naga?
here. Whose show is this?
Mine.
I thought this was Machine Lie show.
This is Gen X Jeff's show.
No, he's co-streaming today, so you probably caught it on his channel.
Okay.
I mean,
this
it's
is
both.
your show.
We're both streaming it, so it's both of us
Simulstream?
now at this point.
And your show is Gen X?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't remember Gen X Jeff, bro? He's the guy who worships Satan.
No, I know that, but like I never seen his show on YouTube. Like I didn't even know
Well,
about
you're
it.
on it right
Gen-
now. So
Well, now you know.
How do you spell what's your show? Gen and then X?
You can Google Gen X Jev. Yeah, like Generation X.
Gen X Jev?
Pops. It's in my name.
Hold on.
Get your glasses. Oh, I forgot to
Primal,
change
your
my
thing
name
says
back. Hang on,
Primal
hang
Hex.
on. That's,
Yeah.
I didn't realize they
Mama's
changed my
little
name on Flows last night. I forgot to change it back.
You're making me crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I see. Gen X Jeff. I see it in
I
the
just got to
comments.
figure out how to change it back. Edit name and headline. Here we go.
Gen X Jeff. All right, we got you.
All right.
Yeah, all right. It's a picture of you with sunglasses on, right? You got like 170
Yep, that's
subscribers.
yep.
Okay, that's
We're here every day, 7 days a week, every
Well.
afternoon.
So let me ask you this, Jen. Just for all, how did you become a Satan worshiper?
I was born one. I watched the Hulu documentary called Hell Satan.
Okay, so you watched the documentary, but you're saying you
Yeah,
were
and
born
then I went
one.
out and you could sign up on their website.
No,
for
but you said
membership.
you were born one. That means your parents were?
Yeah, I was born. I believe
Now-
that Satanists are born, not made. I was definitely born to be a Satanist, but I didn't know it was called Satanism until I watched the Hulu documentary, and then everything clicked, and I'm like, oh, okay.
So now what is your kind of beliefs of Satanism that attracts you to it?
Personal freedom.
I actually want to have you on my show as a guest.
Okay, what?
And
Yeah, I don't mind.
I want
I'll
to
go on
get
your
into.
show.
I want to get into this because it's something that haunts me. I
want to try to
don't
fool
understand.
Pops.
I want to understand.
Jeff's not a real Satanist,
Your
though. That's the
logic.
problem.
I'm a non-theistic Satanist.
What's a non?
He's a fake Satanist, bro. He's like the Satanists that they show you on TV that aren't the ones sacrificing fucking kids.
I'm a
No, we're
TV
not
Satanist.
talking about
I
that,
don't
but he
sacrifice
prays to Satan,
I don't
right?
actually sacrifice the kids.
So you pray to Satan?
No.
So
He's
how
the
do you
he's the
consider you're a
exterior moat, right? That conceals the inner guild, that which is Satanism.
Yeah.
Okay,
but like,
Gen
what
X
do you
Jeff
you just
is
like
like
saying
a
it?
fucking weekend warrior biker. He's not the real problem. Okay,
I'm not saying he's the problem, but I want
he's
to.
he's obsessed with the aesthetics of the Satanism. He's probably a
I
cuck,
think he's cool.
but
Yeah,
he's
I do-
not
I-
actually
Why are you
a
talking-
Satanist.
Why
right?
are you talking like in between your voice and Alex Jones' voice? What are you doing? You're
I got the documents right here, folks.
Like you trying to change.
I'm
your
smoking a
voice?
joint, and when I'm talking so loud, it's making my voice fucked up because
Well,
the
why don't you
smoke
talk a
is
little
in my
bit
lungs.
damn, you're smoking
while
a
I'm
joint?
yelling. I'm
You
yelling
Gen
and
X,
smoking my
bro,
lungs.
you don't pray to
You just
Satan.
share.
And it's a
So why do
cigarette
you
joint
consider
too. It's got
yourself a
tobacco in
Satanist?
it.
Sharing is caring.
because of the
Hey, Pop.
the aesthetics and the ethos, the satanic values, personal freedom, autonomy, self-determination, anti-authoritarianism, freedom of expression, all of that stuff.
All right, I'm gonna do.
is
I
what the
really want
Senate
to. I'm not
is built
gonna.
around.
I'm not gonna like do anything.
Secular humanism. You can look up secular humanism. It's
I
basically the
mean,
principle.
I really like to do a show with you because I got to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, well, let me know.
Yep.
You can email me at that username at Gmail or find me on Twitter.
Gen X Jeff.
No, Primal Hex at Gmail. See under my name, it says
Yep,
Twitter.
I see it. Primal Hex at Gmail.
Yeah, that'll work on Gmail too.
All
So
right,
just
we're
send me
gonna
an email.
definitely get all your stuff prepared because we're gonna do a show.
It's a date, Pops.
Yeah,
It's
I
fake
think it'll be
Satanism. You
interesting.
see people like Jeff, you're like, oh, I saw a Satanist. They're not a threat. This isn't the real face of Satanism. This is the fucking PR
Well, it's just
campaign,
like
okay?
Christian. Like no two Christians are going to represent Christianity in the exact same way. So I represent Satanism as I see it, as I practice and I experience it. But it's not going to
He's
be
like the
representative
Jehovah's
of every
Witness of
Satanist
the
out there.
Satanist that comes to your house and doesn't tell you the whole
No,
truth.
I don't
like,
go- you don't have to
let's
worry
not
about me
tell them
going
all
to
the
your
truth
house,
yet.
Grant.
Let's just
You
tell them.
Mike, you're man annoying right now.
I will
I'm
not.
just letting
be-
you know.
Am I?
Yeah, you're annoying the shit out of
Oh,
everybody.
even
You know
Pops-
what? It's
even
the
your own Pops
Inquisition.
doesn't call you
I
out.
don't care.
Mo, we gotta like vote to get you off the show. You're so annoying right
Oh.
now.
I'll leave. I'll let you guys have a good day. I've said what I needed to say.
You're real annoying.
No one expects the Inquisition.
Okay.
Take care, Rand.
Yeah, take care. I liked having you on. It was fun.
Yeah.
He was all right.
Yeah, he's just making me crazy. He's my son, and he's making me crazy.
Yeah, I can tell. Usually it's the other way around.
He's just like
Like,
talking.
oh no, Pops is here.
He's just like talking for just to talk. Like, I don't know. Anyway, where we go. Like, what are you doing?
Does
I
he
do that
still
too.
live with you? Do y'all live together?
No,
No.
we would kill each
Same
other if we
same
did.
town though, same city.
I live about 2.5, 3 hours away from him.
That's not too bad.
He lives in a little town in Missouri, and I live in I live in Branson, Missouri.
Oh, I know where Branson is. I thought you were in
Oh.
Brooklyn or somewhere.
I'm from Brooklyn
Oh,
originally.
okay, yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
sound like you're from Brooklyn.
I moved out here because I have 4 grandkids, right? So I was in Jersey for a while. You know, my last place was Jersey. I was living in Jersey. And I figured I was going to see my grandkids once every 5 years if I stood there. So now I'm here. I see my grandkids I go there once a month. So I'll see them 12 times a year instead of once every 5 years. You know?
Is once a month enough for you?
Sometimes. I mean, down the road, when I'm done and I retire, you know, I'm going to retire probably, I'd say 5 years or 6, 7 years, around there. Once I retire, I want to buy a little house where my son lives, and I'll be close. I'll be like a few blocks away from them. I'm going to buy a house in his little town.
Yeah.
But
that'll be good.
This way my grandkids could all come over my house all the time.
Hell yeah. Dude, having a grandparent close is actually really awesome. That was my grandpa. He had to move down to where my family was, because he had Parkinson's and dementia, so we had to help take care of him. But he was still there enough. He just couldn't drive or anything. So my brother got to actually spend a shitload. I have a younger brother, and he got to spend a shitload of time with my grandpa, which was actually really awesome, because he passed away a couple years ago. So my brother only got a few years to be with him, but it was really important to him.
Well, I'm a really young grandpa, in a way, because I play video
you seem
games.
like a fun grandpa.
I play video games like a kid.
Yeah.
I'm just as good as them, if not better.
Mhm.
And I played baseball a long time, my whole life, and I'm going to get them I'm going to teach them how to play ball, because I coached for many years.
Yeah.
And that's another thing I want to do. I have 2 grandsons so far. Maybe my son will pump out a couple of more. But I want them to know who I am, and when I'm with them, they make me feel young too. Anyway, so
yeah. And Missouri's a beautiful state too.
Well, where I am, it's awesome because there's a lot of work here, and the people. It's a very conservative place. There's not too much shit
Pops,
going on.
what is your politics? iPhi wants to know.
As far as what?
I don't know.
Trump, Biden, what do you?
I think it's probably more apt to talk about ideology. I think might be a better term than politics.
Well, I'm back I lived in the 80s, and things were a lot easier and a lot more conservative than now. I was a Democrat when I was younger, because a Democrat is like a Republican now. Democrats were for the working man back in my day.
Yep, they should. Yep,
but then the Democrats went far left, and the Republicans went left too, but they're in the middle now, because the Republicans ain't like the Republicans when I was a kid. When I was a kid, the Republicans were all rich businessmen, and they were just for the corporations. It's actually flipped. The Republicans have become the working man's, but I don't believe in any parties to begin with. I think it's all bullshit, both parties.
For what it's worth, I do think there is an issue in both parties with corporate interests and
yeah.
That I do think Democrats actually do suffer from this uniquely worse than Republicans, but I think part of it is that the Republicans' policy positions aren't as at odds with their constituencies positions. For instance, with the Democrats, you have the Democratic constituency obviously is very far divorced from what the Democratic politicians are wanting and doing. And the Republicans, it's kind of a 50-50 split. It kind of just depends on the specific Republican.
I think both parties are one uniparty. They're playing good cop, bad cop. And here's the deal.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Pick your poison. You got a choice. Let's just say you want Biden or Trump. Now, when Trump was president, my life was a lot better than when Biden's president. So I have to pick my poison. Not that Trump is the savior, but you have to pick your poison. Both of them, Either one of them, they're in the club. You understand? They're all part of one big giant club. All right? But I'll take Trump over Biden any day of the year. At least Trump cares about America a little bit.
I actually don't think that Trump is in the club anymore. I think that the Republicans want to dump him as soon as possible.
Well, he may have
Well,
rebelled
that's not what
against
the
them.
primaries are saying.
He may have rebelled against the Masons. Listen. He's a Scottish. He's a Scottish right. He's the Grand Poobah of the Scottish right. Trump. All right. He's the Grand Poobah. He's the high guy. He's like the head priest of the Scottish right. He's it. Did you see when he got in? Only for one day, and you don't know. Most people don't know this. When Trump got in, the first day, they all wore purple lapels on their jackets. That's the Masonic symbol. And then the next day, because people caught on right away, he took it off. Listen, Trump does a lot of crazy shit, all right? But you have to pick your poison. Look, do you remember Trump? He used to make the sign all the time with both hands of 3 6s on TV, and he would go back and forth with his hands. He stopped doing that, if you noticed. You know what I'm talking about?
What do you talk? 3 6s?
Yeah, he used to hear. Hold on, I got to put my camera on for this one.
Oh.
Hold on, I got to show you.
I am curious.
He used to do this.
Oh, that thing. Yeah.
Oh, and he'd be talking.
Who did?
Like this.
Donald Trump.
He stopped doing that.
Oh, yeah, when he was talking. Yeah.
So he stopped doing that. Why? Because people were picking up on it. They were like, "What the fuck is that? That's 3 6s. Is he a devil worshiper?"
Sure. I don't think Trump has that level.
I'm
of
just trying to tell you that there's shit that you gotta look.
Pull off 666 all the time.
Look, don't believe any of them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't. But pick your poison. I'll still take
Frank,
Trump
we
over
have
Biden.
them in the discords all the time.
I'll take
They
Trump
watch the
over
Northman last
Obama.
time.
These guys destroyed America. These guys were against America. At least Trump's a patriot, it seems. Okay. Now he said he was going to clean the swamp up, but he didn't do.
He did call dead soldiers losers. So I mean, he can't love America that much.
He didn't do that. I remember that whole thing. He did not do that. That's bullshit. Whatever you're going to say, I'm telling you, that's 100% lie. Show me the proof of that.
You're allowed to have your own perspective on it.
No, show me the proof that he called dead soldiers. That was a whole thing they put on the internet. It was all a lie. He loves the military. Yeah, Google it.
I mean, he loves himself and anybody who will praise him. I don't think that Trump has love for anybody but himself.
I seen that guy hug the flag on TV. He ain't doing that for fucking show business. That guy loves America. He really does. Because you know why? America was good to him.
I wouldn't say America. I would say his rich daddy probably was better to him than America.
His daddy wasn't that rich. I know the whole story. Actually, my father was friends with Trump's father in Coney Island. I lived near him.
I can see that.
His father was only worth a certain amount of money, like say 50 million or whatever. He lent his son money. Okay, he lent his son like $5 million, and he turned 5 million into 5 billion. Okay, Trump's a self-made man. He's a beast. But his father had one thing that we probably couldn't have: contacts. His father did have the contacts. Because construction business is a mafia business. You understand? You don't get in that easy. So he had to know people. There's no doubt about that. But he is a self-made man. His father just helped him along the way. I mean, how many kids you know their fathers can give them $20 million and they blow it? They don't become billionaires. So how do you take that away from someone? Yeah, I can never, as a businessman, he's a beast. You have no idea what he really owns, though, do you? Like, my friend works for his son. They own like 500 Dunkin' Donuts. Do you know that?
That's a lot.
Yeah, like 500. You know how much 500
in one state or all over the country?
Like the East Coast.
Oh.
Okay, like, so, you know, like these guys own shit that you can't even imagine. Whatever they're showing you on paper, they're way deeper than that. There's so much stuff because a lot of stuff's in his kids' names. So when they tell you he's only worth 2-3 billion, it's because his kids are probably worth 2-3 billion. But they had that thing what you're talking about. It was in Paris or some shit. He was at a soldier's funeral, and they dubbed the tape or some shit. Like, and he didn't say what you said, Liv, by the way.
No, they didn't get it on camera. The Atlantic had.
No, they had some film on camera too. They showed it.
Oh,
Wait,
no,
I think
that was
talking about his
after.
friend. Are you saying Trump owns Dunkin' Donuts or your friend?
No, I'm saying Trump's kids own the Dunkin'. His kids have their own companies. Yeah, he has stuff under his kid's name.
Well, I don't eat there anyways.
No, I hate Dunkin' Donuts. But do you know how much Dunkin' Donuts make? Like, if you own a Dunkin' Donuts, you're good. You're golden. I mean, they sell more coffee than you can imagine.
I don't eat donuts. So
yeah, but they sell coffee. Their big thing is their coffee. You go to a Dunkin' Donuts where I live, there's a line, 20 cars in the morning trying to get coffee just to go to work. It's crazy.
By
how
the
much
way,
money
Calcott is streaming right now. If anybody,
what? I can't even find a good donut. You know, nobody makes a good donut anymore. When I was younger, there was a German bakery that made I like jelly donuts, right? But they only put one squirt in. I'm like, where's the jelly? I used to go to this bakery when I was a kid. You would bite the donut and there's jelly throughout the whole donut. That's a jelly.
That sounds like a market opportunity there.
Yeah, hey Pops, I found the Atlantic article. I just posted it in the private chat. Trump rejected the. This is quoting the article. Trump rejected the idea of the visit because he feared his hair would become disheveled in the rain, and because he did not believe it important to honor American war dead. According to 4 people with firsthand knowledge of the discussion that day, in a conversation with senior staff members on this morning of the scheduled visit, Trump said, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." In a separate conversation on the same trip, Trump referred to the more than 1,800 Marines who lost their lives at Bella Wood as suckers for getting killed.
Well, I know that's bullshit. They debunked that whole article, and that they had a video.
I mean, you could just say you don't trust the Atlantic. Like, you don't have to make up that they made it up. You can just say you don't trust the Atlantic.
They're making up a lot of stuff about Trump. Come on.
Yeah, so just say that. Don't because see, you're like, I'm trying to.
When Trump goes to the Army Navy game, and I'm not a Trump fan, so you have to understand. When Trump went to the Army Navy game, the whole place stood up for him. They love him because he loves the soldiers. So to say that he would say that,
I know. I have friends who are in the Army, and gotta be honest, the love of Trump is in the military is vastly overstated.
Well, who do they love? Biden?
No, they don't love. Usually, they don't love any politicians.
Well, I got friends in the military.
Being in the military usually
talk about Trump. They love Trump.
I don't know. That could just be our biases. I tend to hang around people who don't like Trump, and you probably hang around people who don't like Biden.
All I can say is pick your poison. That's all.
No, yeah, I do.
If a Democrat was a good president, I pick him. I don't care what party they're from. I
don't get poisoned? How about that?
I want to live in a country that actually gives a shit a little bit, which is very hard to find now.
I mean, ideally, I would love to break free of the 2-party system so that we can have more options, so that we can so that our democracy will become more representative instead of.
Do you realize how bad our country is? Right. Let me explain something to you. I lived in the Dominican Republic for 5 years. My maid, okay, I had a maid. Mm-hmm. I was overpaying her. Okay, now bear in mind, I'm overpaying.
Was she white or Latina?
Latino. She was a Dominican. Okay. So I'm paying her
Missouri.
$300.
White maids in Missouri.
$300 a month, and I'm overpaying her. I could have paid her $200, but I gave her $300. Her husband worked too. The average person in the Dominican Republic makes like $500 a month. Whether you're a banker, a cop, or a nurse, it doesn't matter. But here's what I can tell you. My maid and her husband, they're lucky they made $600. They're lucky they made $600-700 a month. So we're looking at like $200 a week, let's say. They had a beautiful house. They had a beautiful 3-bedroom house with beautiful furniture inside in not a great neighborhood, but a neighborhood with all Dominicans. So that it was no big deal. It wasn't like they were living in a rich neighborhood. It was a middle-class neighborhood, which you would look at and be scared to go because you would see all these Dominicans outside because they treat life like a block party. They're all outside in the street. They're not sitting in their computers all day, okay? But here's what I'm trying to tell you. The poor people in the Dominican Republic all own their own home, okay? They all have food. None of them go like hungry like you would say, oh, they're eating rice and beans. No, it's not true. And they're eating healthy food. Their meat, when I used to eat their meat there, their beef was a little gamey because there was no chemicals and fertilizers there. Their chicken, everything is fresh. The people there, they're living 100 times better. The average person there, that you would say, oh, look, they're poor. They're living better than the middle class people in America. We're over here struggling just to pay rent. Forget about owning a house. So what is a great country? What is a great country anymore? Is America still the greatest country in the world? Because in 1950 it was.
I think
But
it is.
The Dominican Republic, I don't know if it's quite as good. I just the World Food Program, 22.8% of people live in poverty in the Dominican Republic. So a fifth.
Yeah, the poor people own a house though. That's the difference.
28% of children under 5 suffer from anemia. That's a lot of anemic
about
children.
America? What do the children in America suffer from?
Let's look.
What do we suffer from? Depression?
They suffer from too much TikTok.
What country has the highest suicide rate for children? Would that
I mean,
be
there is
America?
there is a decent amount of food insecurity in America, though it's like it's weird.
When
It's
you
all
say
like
food insecurity, I just lose all interest. Like for some reason, it just.
Forget about. I'm not talking about food insecurity.
Should
I'm just talking
I
about have a life? Like we don't have a life here anymore. We're like slaves working for the system. That's all we're doing.
Should I use a different what different word should I use, Jeff?
I don't know, because it sounds so clinical and detached.
I understand, but
so
like
managerial.
Yeah, like
I don't
food
know.
security, starving to death. Let's just say they're not starving to death. How's that? I didn't see not one Dominican, not one Dominican begging for food.
I've never seen. Okay, I thought you were gonna say I've never seen.
If you go to Haiti, yes,
Haiti's got its own problems.
No, but Haiti, there are kids that are starving. Like I mean, they're begging for food.
The prevalence of food insecurity increased in 2022 compared to in 2021. In 2022, 12.8% of U.S. households didn't have enough food at least sometime during the year, meaning they had difficulty providing enough food for all of their members because of a lack of resources. And that is from the United States Department of Agriculture.
But
the economy's been doing better than it has in a while.
Yeah. No, 12.8% of people being
better? Did you say that?
people insecure.
How do you say our economy is doing better? Like in what way?
By the metrics that economists use.
Yeah, but don't you know they inflate numbers? They play with the numbers. Like, do you know?
Don't trust them?
Well, you can play with the numbers.
Well, you don't know what they do for inflation. Like if the housing market goes up, they put it in. If the housing market goes down, they don't put it in. They pick things to put in the inflation numbers.
Yeah,
so we make it look like there is no inflation. Listen, I used to pay $1 for a box of pasta 2 years ago. Now I'm paying $2. I used to pay how much are eggs now compared to they were 2 years ago? How much is bread?
Eggs have gone back down.
Not that they've never gone down to what they used to be.
Well, yeah, I mean they're not back to like pre-COVID levels, but like
yeah, well,
nothing
is
like
nothing is, but everything is double pre-COVID level. Like I'm right, like
I do think I do agree. I do think there's an issue. Like so on the one hand, our economy is by the metrics that we use. By many metrics that we use to measure our economy, we are doing better. But there are many ways in which the average American is not doing better today. And there's a lot of like complex reasons as to why.
You could say that about any time in history.
Yeah.
You could pick Americans are doing well here compared to here in this metric.
Well, the thing is, it's the separation, right? So like even though the economy broadly is doing well, there are still a lot of people who are still struggling despite the economy doing well, and that there's a lot of reasons for that. Though I'm not trying to
have that.
No, I know you're always going to have that.
Our wages are stagnant. Our wages have gone up a little bit, but they're nothing compared to inflation.
there are a lot of issues with our economy, with the way, like, there are a lot of reasons as to why, for instance, people can't really afford houses. The thing that's wild is people can't afford houses at their current prices, but there are a lot of instances where a lot of people couldn't afford houses at what they used to be.
Yeah, but it's getting worse now. I mean, it's to the point where your paycheck is basically paying for your housing, whether you're renting or you're owning.
Like there are ways in which our economy is doing quite well, and then there are a lot of ways in which a lot of people aren't doing quite well
how
in
is
this
it doing
economy.
quite well? Like what parts of it? Just
Our GDP has gone up significantly. What's unemployment like right now? Isn't it low? It's like low right now, right?
Well, those numbers are inflated too, because here's what happens.
So says
If you lose your job, right, and then two people take your job, like part-timers, that counts as two jobs.
Oh yeah. No, that's
that shit. Like all the supermarkets don't hire
yeah.
full-time.
Well, but that's kind of a.
So now you're going to work two part-time jobs to have a real job.
It is a problem, but I don't think it's like the sole reason for our economy collapsing problem. Like I do think there's an issue with like big companies hiring.
The only reason why the economy is going to crash, I didn't say it's going to crash now.
I guess why people aren't doing as well.
If it was going to
despite the
crash at
economy.
all, it would have crashed during COVID.
No, it's going to crash because of the petrol dollar.
No, it would have crashed like in the aftermath of COVID, because it would have taken a while for the crash to happen.
The
But
petrol
yeah,
dollar,
I think we're fine.
Once we lose the petrol dollar, we're done. And you know what the petrol dollar is, right?
Yeah, but they've been saying that like my whole lifetime. I've been hearing that.
Well, they're doing it. Russia, China, they're all trading and buying oil with their own currencies.
No,
do you know the
it's not
ruble
gonna.
is going up 300%? The Russian
Yes,
ruble?
but it also fell like 6,000% when they invaded Ukraine. So like it it recovered slightly from its worth nothing value. So that's
I don't know.
Well, no, the ruble did.
All big banker games that they play. Who, like the stock market. It's rigged.
No, there are people who understand. It's not rigged. I mean,
rigged for the
it is.
rich.
It is easy. It is easier to abuse the system if you have more money.
They abused it all right.
They manipulate it.
Well, I mean,
And
yeah,
who
there
gets the
are.
shit end of the stick?
There are bad. Like, oh my god, you have me almost defending the fucking stock market. I'm a communist. No.
You're a communist. That's even
Sad
worse.
trombone, son.
I don't want to defend Wall Street.
Then don't.
Communism, if you actually did it the
though.
proper way, it would work, but it's never done that way. It's tyranny.
No, it's not.
Capitalism is the only way your GDP grows.
I think that's just more evidence.
You know
of
that? There's proof
base
for that.
centrism.
So, Liv, you could do anything you want, but capitalism is the only thing that makes the GDP grow. And it not only grows, it takes people out of poverty. And you can look up any statistic you want, okay? Actually, the president of Argentina just had a big speech about it. He's a the guy's like he's an economist. And
He is not. Milei is not an economist.
yes, he is an economist. He's very smart.
All right.
But anyway, listen to his speech.
What's his first name? I only know his last name.
The guy's intelligent. You just got no clue.
Well, that's just the word mile.
Anyway, the only way the GDP grows is capitalism. If you're not a capitalist country, your GDP, if you're a communist country, your GDP don't grow. China happens to be the exception to the rule. But where does their money go anyway? The people don't
What
get
the
it.
fuck? Milei is a fucking economist.
Of course he's
Oh
he's a
my
brilliant.
god.
The guy's a super
Brainworm. The brainworms in
much.
Argentina must be like bad.
No, he's very
Down
intelligent.
now, son.
Holy shit.
If you had half his intelligence, you'd be a good.
He got into office and immediately devalued his currency.
No, he got into office because he's doing shit. He's actually gonna back his.
No, I'm
country.
saying he got into office and then he and his government devalued the
Because
Argentinian
well,
currency.
he's doing something there to bring them back up. I forgot
Well,
what he's doing. I'm not into their politics.
he's trying. Yeah, it's weird, and he's trying to like get on America's good side or something. He's also like really weirdly like pro-Israel, but in like a weird way. Because like he's not involved in it at all. Argentina doesn't have a dog in the fight at all. Like they have less of a dog in the fight than
People
America.
don't get one thing about Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I'm not pro anybody.
No, I didn't. I'm not.
But I'm not pro-Palestine. I'm pro-America, right? I'm pro-America. But here's the deal: if the Middle East starts kicking the shit out of Israel, let's just say they all gang up on them. They have a plan. I think it's called Samson. And they will launch their whole nuclear arsenal in the Middle East, and they will wipe the Middle East they'll wipe them out.
Pops, it's important. Remember, Israel. Remember, Pops. Israel doesn't have a nuclear arsenal. Remember, it does not have officially. It doesn't have a nuclear arsenal officially.
Conspiracy. They have.
That's not a conspiracy. No, they have a nuclear. Wait, hang on, Jeff.
They got nukes. Israel has nukes. What are you talking about?
Does Israel have nukes?
Oh, they did actually.
They do. No, they do. I was being ironic. It's a kind of like a. They're not. They don't officially have.
They will annihilate the whole Middle East.
The United States has.
Israel, as of 2019, Israel remains the only country in the Middle East believed to possess nuclear weapons.
Well, Iran has them too. They're just not telling us.
I don't think Iran has them.
Yeah, they got them.
In fact,
got them from Russia.
Recently, Iran has taken a actually pretty big step for them in recognizing a two-state solution, which might be good. I mean, it does mean.
It is.
Listen.
Well, wait, hang on. No, Jeff. You have to understand that this is a progression because previously Iran did not recognize the legitimacy of Israel as a state. So they have gone from that to recognize wanting to push for a two-state solution. No, mostly because Israel basically called their bluff when they started like doing really heavy bombardment of Gaza, and then Iran did nothing, showing that actually everyone did nothing. So it showed that all the bluster that all the Middle Eastern countries had was basically worthless.
But do you really believe they were killing all those kids and civilians? Do you really believe that? I don't.
Wait, who?
Israel. I don't think Israel was just bombing Palestine, killing all the kids. I mean, this is what they're telling
Jeff, do you mind to look up, sorry to bother you guys, do you mind looking up Chabad Lubavitch and explain what that group is all about?
What that
Pops, wait, hang on.
Is it something you can't do? I mean, I don't mind, but
well, I just want to make you're the trusted source.
Jewish Hasidic dynasty, one of the world's best-known Hasidic movements. One of the largest Hasidic groups, as well as one of the largest Jewish religious organizations in the world. And they're self-segregating. While most Haredi groups are Chabad mainly operates in the wider world, and it caters to secularized Jews. That's all from Wikipedia.
What happened in Brooklyn with those tunnels? They found all in that Jewish synagogue. Did you see
that? That was hilarious. I loved that.
They were coming out of the sewers and shit. Like, what was that all about? They showed you the tunnels.
Nothing was funnier than watching that video and seeing the curly hair and like the Jewish hat like pop out of a hole.
Yeah,
that was hilarious. I loved it.
Careful now,
Jeff. Have you seen it?
But they showed you the tunnels, Mo. It was all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, put a link in the back.
Oh God, I'll have to go back and find it again. It was so funny. Hang on.
But they show you the tunnels, and they show you like all these mattresses and baby cribs and all kinds of shit with blood. Like, what was it all? What was going on down there?
It was a satanic ritual to sacrifice children for the adrenochrome.
Well,
that the serpents
saying words.
You ever see that TV show True Blood, where they were drinking the vampire's blood? And they were
I tried to watch it, but I couldn't get into it.
So people are buying vampire blood, right? And you take a drop of it, and it gets you like super high. Like,
you believe that?
No, it was a TV show.
There you go, Jeff.
So I'm thinking adrenochrome must do that. Like, it must get them really high or something for them to love that shit. But you know how they make that, right? That's really evil.
Did not take you for
Right?
right.
How does he
Right?
crawl out of that little hole?
I don't know.
He
It's
popped
so-
like his suit's intact and everything. He just pops out of a hole in the street.
Yo, that was insane. He popped out of that hole.
Oh
Do you
my
know they
God.
went there with a concrete truck and
Oh, now
poured
they're
concrete
fighting.
in the tunnels?
They're pushing pews aside and everything.
What about
God.
all the
One of
tunnels
them
in
dancing. He's
Israel
in
and Gaza
handcuffs
they're
dancing.
finding now?
He's
They're
my
finding
favorite
all
one
these
so
tunnels.
far.
What are all these fucking
Man,
I loved it.
they are tearing up the synagogue.
Yeah.
What's all
The
these
one
tunnels
cop
about?
was saying
Child
like it'll
trafficking?
get all fixed by the night being over or something. I forget.
But like, what are all these tunnels? What are they doing?
Well, the reason I
Go ahead.
sorry, the reason I brought him that group up because they are the ones who did that tunnel, and also Malay of Argentina converted to that, from what I understand. So
Wait, did he convert? Hang on. Let me check his Wikipedia.
yeah,
page
double
again.
check and see if I'm right. But that's what I was under the impression of.
Wasn't the guy, the president of Argentina, a soccer player?
Something like that.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he hates the New World Order bullshit.
Allegedly,
Yeah.
allegedly. I mean, do you think that Trump hates the New World Order too? I mean, he's a Scottish Rite Freemason, but he hates the NWO.
That's what I did. Wait a minute. He's not only a Scottish Rite Freemason. He is the Grand Poobah. He's the general of the Scottish Rite.
Right. So how can he be anti NWO if he's literally in the club?
Well, we were talking about this before. It's pick your poison. I believe Trump is playing the good guy. I think the Republicans do this. They play the good guy, and the Democrats are like the evil ones that everybody's looking at, right? But it all comes down to it's all a show, because you'll see like Ron Paul on TV going after Fauci for 2 years with this, what do you call it? All these labs he had and all this shit. But nothing happens to Fauci. It's not like Fauci's going to jail. So you got a senator going after a guy for over 2 years, but nothing's happening. They all talk a good game. You know, they put on a show for us.
So, Pops, you might like this because this is about Milei. Milei is not married and said that if elected president, he would have his sister take the role of First Lady of Argentina.
That's wild.
It does say upon being elected president, it was reported that Milei intended to convert to Judaism, and then there is a picture that shows Milei praying on at the grave of I assume this is a rabbi on 27th of November 2023. He owns 5 English Mastiffs.
How about the guy? I think the guy did a great job. The guy Nayib Bukele from El Salvador cleaned the whole country up. You know who that guy is? He rounded up every gang member, put them all in jail. All thousands of them. Just made these giant prisons and just rounded up all the criminals and just threw them all in jail. His name is Nayib Bukele, and he's very Christian. Like he talked.
What do you mean all the criminals? Like, do you mean like
all the gangs and stuff? Like all the gangs there and stuff. They have a lot of gangs and stuff.
So just like violent crime, like big crimes, or like did he?
All
the
the violent criminals. He rounded them all up, put them all in jail. Like would literally go like. I don't know. In America, we have like gangs, Latin kings, right? You have
sounds kind of like Stalinism.
Look what he did to him. Yeah, and the country's the safest country now. He was the most dangerous country. And all he talks about is God. The guy talks about God. You know, we got to do this. You know, and he's talking about God, and the people love him because they're.
Oh my God, I didn't know this. So his 5 dogs are all fucking clones. Of the same dog. Milei has 5 dogs who are all clones of his dog Conan, who died in 2017 after suffering from spinal cancer. He considers Conan his son and has named 4 of Conan's 6 clones, including one named after the original and another named Angelito.
I didn't even know they really could clone dogs though, but I don't know.
I mean, they can. It's not.
Shit is like
it's a complicated process.
I think we're giving them people too much credit. I think we're giving scientists too much credit. I really don't believe they can clone shit.
To do this, he went to a clinic in the United States. The process cost him about $50,000. He has called his dogs his four-legged children and thanked them for his electoral win. Honestly, he's fucking nuts, but he's also hilarious.
I love my
and he's
dog.
cute.
If I could clone my dog,
I know, yeah, it humanized him very much so.
I would clone my dog, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it.
Yeah,
you have to be a wealthy ANCAP.
But I don't even believe in the clone. You know, how do they really go and splice DNA? Like
they don't splice DNA. Basically, what they do is they. It's a very complicated process. I'm a layperson and I don't fucking fully understand it. But basically, they can put together an egg and sperm somehow in the same way. I'm not completely sold or understanding of the process. But then they incubate it in like another dog, and then that dog gives birth normally. That's how cloning is done right now.
Like even humans. How do you clone a human?
We haven't figured out how to clone humans.
Yeah, but they're making it like, Biden has.
I mean, you can do IFV babies.
So like when you clone a human, what are they cloning? Adults or babies? You understand? Like, did they clone like they're saying?
Oh,
Biden
no.
has
The cloning is all like it's babies.
Bullshit.
Like you have to. Well, no, it's still cloning.
We're giving mankind too much credit for shit. Like we are not that smart yet. I don't believe.
Well, we've done some impressive things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We eradicated smallpox.
We reverse engineered most of our
StreamYard,
stuff.
I think, is impressive.
We what?
This technology we're using right here, I think it's impressive that we
I
can
think
just
it's amazing.
chat
The
with
television
people from all over the world. Anytime.
I think TV is amazing. Like, how do you get a picture on it?
Yeah, that's my point. We have done some impressive, amazing things.
I don't think we've done any of it. I think we reverse engineered it.
It was the aliens.
I mean, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So, I mean, I guess.
I don't think mankind's smart enough to figure out half this shit.
We've done it. Like individual men have done amazing things.
And like, look at these idiots like from Facebook. You think he really invented it? You think Elon Musk is smart? I've listened to that guy. He sounds like an idiot.
Did you say Elon Musk says he invented Facebook?
No, the guy that invented Facebook.
Mark
Zuckerberg. Musk is another one. I jumped to the next person.
Musk is an idiot, but
you listen to him. He's not even smart. So how's he worth all that money?
Because
he's part of the club. He's bloodline. He's a bloodline family.
I think Mark Zuckerberg's pretty smart. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg's not stupid.
You think he's snake people?
The CIA, I think the government invents all this shit, and they pick somebody to make the head guy, and they control it all. You know, like Twitter. That guy was a total jerk. And how did he invent Twitter? Come on.
Which guy are you talking? Are you talking about the current guy?
So somebody's inventing it.
Oh, Dorsey.
Even if it's not.
Did he invent Twitter? I don't think he even invented Twitter. He was just the CEO for a while.
He
was the owner.
Founder of it.
I think he came up with the idea.
Did he? Okay.
But like all these guys, you think they're really smart. They're not. Think tanks made this shit. These guys didn't invent it.
But it's still, think tanks are still human. Even if think tanks made it, it's still humans.
Well, no, that stuff is possible for humans to make Facebook. It don't take a genius to make Facebook. I'm just saying.
No, I don't think it does. I don't think any of this stuff is genius. I don't.
You have to have the right idea at the right time.
Modern geniuses.
It's definitely a lot easier anyway.
No, but you know what's a genius like to me? Like the people that made the computer chips. Like, how does a fucking computer chip work? It's amazing. Think about it.
Well, actually, a lot of early computer technology.
Computer chip.
But a lot of early computer technology was pioneered and used almost primarily by women.
What do you mean?
It's where the word computer comes from.
Early military.
The military had all that shit before anybody.
The military, absolutely, but like also early computers.
It was for office work. It automated.
I'd like to see you explain this one because this sounds like a real what the fuck are you talking about?
Women played a pretty integral role in the.
I know. You said that, but
women as a collective.
No, I mean there were women. There were a good number of women.
Individuals that happen.
How's women? Because
yes.
All I know is computers like really jobs and.
You said men earlier, so I had to. equalize it out.
Actually, Jobs is the one who started the computer shit.
Not about computers. You just said men invent things, and
Well,
I know you meant humans, but I felt like I had to equalize it a little.
Well, women,
yeah, I know, but like, how did you equalize it?
Are from men anyway. What are you talking
women have also invented lots of things.
Yes,
they notably have been. No, they were. No, yeah, there were.
But the computers.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They were okay. So before like modern computers, people had to do the calculations, and a lot of that was just like shit, boring, doing math, sitting at a desk. And a lot of women were hired to do this. A lot of women actually were encouraged to do this because this was like almost like secretary work. Yeah, it was woman's work. So in the early computer technology, you actually had a really large contingent of women who were working on and designing a lot of these systems that we use.
Well, I don't know,
or at least the prototypes of the systems that we use.
I don't know about, but as far as women anyway, let's just for argument's sake say women have invented 20% of everything. The other 80% men invented. That's the way it is. Men do everything better than women. You can say whatever you want. There's nothing that a woman can do other than raise a family and make a baby that a man can't. The best chefs in the world are men. I mean, so where are we going to go with this woman thing? Because I'm not a chauvinist, but let's be real.
You're going to maneuver
Let's
me.
Be realistic though about women. We need women, right? Behind every great man is a great woman. There's no doubt. I love women. Men need women, but we need women to raise families. Women could raise a family 100 times better than a man. That's what they were. That's what they're basically
think
made
the
for.
man is necessary. Some male.
Okay,
male
and they're made to make babies, to procreate. They're made to be wives and mothers.
Well, they're made to be. What do you mean made?
That's what they were originally. Their purpose was, and the man was the provider. Now all of a sudden, we got women and men.
Women were gatherers back
They're
in the
not
day.
our equals. That's what I'm trying to get to.
too.
Actually, so there has been some interesting stuff on that. Some archaeologists believe that women actually, at least early on, in sort of like really early hunter-gatherer societies, women actually probably participated just as much in a lot of even the more physical activities due to small like inventions. Notably, I'll bring this up because I love it. It's a great word. The addle, which is just like a little like fucking thing you put on your arm that lets you throw like a spear better. They've done like some tests and it seems that like when you give people that a tool, humans were really good at making tools. When you give people that tool, the gender disparity for like that kind of physical activity shrinks like almost to nothing.
Well, it definitely shrinks. I mean, you give a woman an M16 and a man an M16, you know, it equals it out a little bit. But a man's still going to be if you put 100 men soldiers against 100 women soldiers, I put my money on the men soldiers.
I am not necessarily convinced of that. I mean, it depends on a lot of factors.
Hey, Lip, if you had a choice, okay, you're in a fire, you can't move, you're immobilized, and you got a choice of a man or a woman coming in that building and pulling you out of that fire. Who do you want coming in that building?
How big are they?
No.
How strong are they?
Listen, we're gonna do average man, average woman.
I want the man. I'm not even sure if an average man,
what are you talking
the average
about?
man could pass.
Woman, like one woman that works out like a fiend. No, we're talking about average people.
I'm not even sure if the average man could sufficiently like.
All right, let's go above average. Above average man and above average woman. Who do you want pulling you out of that fire?
The first person to get to me, probably.
See, you won't give the answer because you know what you really want. You don't want to say it. You're not giving an answer though. It's either A or B. There's
Pops.
no who gets there first. That's
Pops.
a stupid answer.
I want to get
just
fucked
asked you a question
by
and
men.
You won't answer it.
Pops, I want to get fucked by men. I want to be saved by women. Okay.
Oh God. Now we're talking about sexual.
You asked. You You got.
Who do you want pulling you out of the fire, Lib?
I answered.
I would love to be pulled out
Do
of
you
a
know women
burning
react differently
building
than
by a guy.
men? Women panic quicker than men do. Like, if you had your kid in that house in a fire,
I'm gonna need a source on that.
will not run through that fire like a man will.
I'm gonna need some evidence to
and you
show
know,
that.
and you know that men are more likely to rape you than women are. Like,
Listen, it's natural. We have testosterone. Women don't.
Not while they're pulling you out of the building, huh?
Okay?
Yeah.
Women don't have. Now, I'll tell you one thing a woman will do, probably just as good as a man. She'll defend her child, without a doubt. A woman, like, you fuck with their kid, they'll kill you. Don't fuck with a woman's kid. They're very protective of their children. That I have to give.
I have seen that, the mama bear
fathers also
response.
have those similar kinds of responses. I don't know if you've. I mean, it depends on the person. I've known some shit moms who definitely would never have ever gotten fucking mama bear strength because they're like fucking
No,
psychos.
but in general, moms, you listen. If a boy doesn't have a
I've
mom,
fucked
he
with a
don't
lot
get
of
that
mama
motherly love. He don't grow up correct. A boy needs mom. The men need, all children need their mom. They need a family, but they need their moms.
I think people need good.
Family unit is very important.
Yeah, people need strong families.
That's what's wrong with this country. The family unit has gone to shit.
Well, I mean, I think
Or it's
probably
by
it
design.
has more to do with social isolation. People are like now more isolated than they ever have been, particularly young men. That's actually
and that's the shit they're putting in our food,
Yeah,
making
I
people
agree.
like you want to fuck men. So we don't have families. no
Hey,
more.
what
We
does that
nice
have to
fucking
do with
guys.
anything?
He
What
just
does
said
that
he
have to
wants
do
to
with?
fuck men and he wants to be
I know,
saved
but what
by
does that have to
women.
do
no,
with kids?
no.
and
You,
a
pops,
attack
you
family?
got it backwards. I want men to fuck me.
Yeah, you want men to fuck you. That's
Yes.
why we don't have children anymore, because too many men are fucking you now.
Yep, they're all mine. All the boys are mine. All those boys, they're mine.
I'm making a joke, but you just ain't laughing.
I like it. No, I'm laughing. I like it.
No,
I'm here for
Jen
it.
wasn't laughing. He didn't get it.
He was. I think he was a little. He's a little peeved off that he almost had to defend women there for a second. Which, like,
Lib, are you from America?
yeah, I'm
No,
American.
I'm good. I'm still thinking about being rescued from the fire.
Anyway, I don't. I love women's asses. So no
Hey,
man
look, no,
has an ass like a woman.
I love women too. Don't get me wrong. I'm very firmly. I
So what are you, bisexual?
like people. Yeah.
They pansexual now. They don't call them bisexual.
Nothing's better than a woman's ass. I don't care
It's
what.
pansexual.
You look at a woman and she got a nice ass. Nothing tops that.
Honestly, asses are where it's at. Like,
Pop
it's just
tops
it's
it,
the
I bet.
best.
Hop on pop.
Pop tops.
I don't know. I just feel like this. Here's the deal. I just feel women are so much more beautiful than men. That how could I want to be with a man? Like
They
women
are
are
all
just
yours.
that much better
I've-
looking than
you
us.
have-
We're ugly compared
No,
to women.
there are definitely a lot of attractive men. Also, I think a lot of the like men are ugly thing is more like social thing where like men aren't socially encouraged to present themselves well. Again,
Yeah,
it's
they're socially encouraged not to hang their ass out of their stuff, right? And that's the problem. So no,
I
and
mean,
I
that
just
is a
wanted
problem. I want to see more guys hang
No.
their asses out. All right.
No, but I wanted to mention this. First of all, Pops, I wanted you to know, Lib thinks that women can have balls and a penis too. So just wanted to make sure you understand that part.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Oh, they can. Yeah. Trans women are women.
Yeah,
He is a
trans. I don't know if you know that.
She is a woman, according to.
You're talking to a she.
Yeah. You ain't
So
gotta.
what are you saying, Lib? You're trans?
Yeah, I'm trans.
Oh, okay. You dress like a woman?
Occasionally. I mean, I mostly just dress like me.
Well, what's
He's
you?
trans.
Like,
He's-
what do you
yeah,
dress
he's-
like? A femboy, a twink? What do you dress like?
It mostly depends on like my mood. Sometimes I'll like just put on, if I'm like going out and just like going to the store, I'll just put on fucking jeans. But I don't know, if I'm like hanging out with people, I'll usually try and spruce things up. Skirts, shorts.
Cats.
So when did you realize? I gotta have him on the show too. You and Jen X. I want to do a show on that too. Lib, you wanna
What is
come
it?
on my show?
Honestly, what is the novelty of meeting a trans
I
person?
wanted
We're
to know
everywhere.
how you became, like, when did you realize you
Consider
were
who
like
you're talking to.
transgender? Like, when did you realize this? No,
So-
save it for my show. Send me your email and the thing. We're gonna do a show.
I will.
I gotta do a show with you too. You're interested. No, people want to understand where this shit's all coming from. Like I'm fucking confused. Like, how is this happening? How is like all of a sudden it's like really booming? Like everybody is like out there.
Some of it is social media, like the social.
There is it is worth noting, Jeff. There is another phenomenon that can explain at least part of it, and I think you'll agree in part. I think, which is like when the social acceptance goes up, like the number goes up, but that's only like the visible number. Like the same thing happened when we destigmatized being left-handed in America. Suddenly, the number of people left-handed,
autism, neurodivergence,
it happened
with mental health,
with gayness. Like it's
I
a lot
like
of,
lefties.
I'm not saying there's not a social sort of, I guess, indoctrination element. However, I do think that most of this can be sufficiently explained with that's just it's become more accepted. So
it's been destigmatized.
People are doing it just to try it, like in school, like the young kids.
No, I don't think anyone's
They're in
fake
high
it,
school. They're like, let me
people
try
that are-
being. Let me see how it is to be gay. Like, you know, they're trying it out. They want to see
But
if they
that
like
doesn't that only goes so far. That only works for so long. You're not going to long term.
No, they experiment.
To be
though.
gay if you're not really.
I think
gay.
there's a lot more bisexual people out there now than anything.
There might be.
In fact, I think I think this is just me wildly speculating, but this is just I do think more people are bisexual than, or maybe not bisexual, but like their sexuality is more flexible. Kind of.
So you're a sexual deviant.
I do think people I do think people have, I mean, yes, I am. I do think though that people's actual desires tend to go outside of like our current relatively constrictive, I mean, less constrictive now, but like there are still definitely pockets of like, I mean, hell, where I grew up, like being gay it's not as bad as it used to be, but it's not like perfect. It's not great.
Well, I think it depends where you live, though.
Yeah, no. I'm saying it depends on where you live.
You live in New York City and Manhattan, being gay is like normal.
Yeah.
I just made a trip to rural South Louisiana and I was fine.
It also depends on how like
nobody
openly
treated me poorly at all.
Wait.
It depends on how openly
Jen,
gay you are.
You're gay too?
Yeah.
Gen
Who,
X,
me? Yeah. Not trans, but gay.
You are? Oh, you man!
Yeah.
My
I
show
thought you
with
knew
you is
that.
going to be incredible.
I'm the gay Satanist.
Gay Satanist is even better. I got that.
Yeah.
I got to have you and Lip. Oh, this is going to be great shows.
Hell yeah.
Because I'm trying to get to the root of all this.
Look,
shit.
and hey, wait, Pops,
figure it out.
Pops, I gotta make sure. Are you monetized?
No,
he is.
Oh, damn it! I was about to say because
he's.
They
he's
will
like,
never monetize my show.
Oh, that makes me worry about
They
mine.
just
Then.
will not monetize me because
We're gonna try to monetize.
I don't get strikes, but I don't talk
See how
about
long it
stuff
lasts.
they want to talk about. Like, you know, I talk about a lot of conspiracy theory shit.
I don't
And
even
a lot
know
of
what
it's
an auto
true
book
anyway.
is.
It's just that you know what the difference is of a conspiracy theory and and truth, right? You know what the difference is?
Between reality and fiction, I do.
No, between a conspiracy theory and the truth. What's the difference?
Yeah.
I don't know. Tell me.
6 months.
That is a funny quip. I do like it.
What's the difference?
6 months. That in 6 months, the conspiracy theory will be proved to be true.
Just like here, I'll give you an example.
It's a very funny little quip.
All the shit with the voting machines, and I don't get into this because I don't really give a shit. All that shit one day, a couple of years from now, it's all going to come out of the closet. Just like Kennedy came out of the closet.
Or maybe not if there was nothing there. I mean, it's been investigated to death.
They didn't investigate anything. They just
they did.
Look, they were pissed off.
Many states
Do
investigated.
you know why they got so pissed off, the Democrats? Because they had it rigged for Hillary to win the first time. But the Trump's organization,
I need
they rigged it too.
I need Illuminati's comment to be highlighted there. You know.
Yeah, you can get gay from getting too much pussy. Yeah, that's how that got me. I got
there are
so
movie
much
stars
pussy.
that did get a lot of pussy and they became gay. Like
Yeah.
Errol
I got so
Flynn.
much pussy.
He's a famous
pussy.
actor. Like a lot of these
Pussy.
famous actors, they flip. They get bored of pussy. I can never get bored of it. If I got bored of it, I would have flipped already. I don't know. I just find women
Yeah, I
so
can't
much
see
more
you flipping.
attractive.
You seem made for it.
My friends, when I was a young man, they used to call me Pussy Man. That was my nickname. I used to hunt. Like I love women. I can't help myself. It's a disease. It's like people used to tell me, "You do drugs?" No, I don't do drugs. I just hunt for pussy. That's my drug.
No, yeah, I'm so insatiable. I had to join a polycule just to have enough sex.
I wanted to go to one of those. I would love to go to one of those sexaholic
the swingers
things,
clubs.
No, sexaholic, like alcoholics.
Like the 12-step meetings.
Yeah, like I want to go to one
They
of them.
have
Really
them.
see if it's
What are
true.
they
Like
called?
they
They have
really have
Sex
people that
Addict
are
Anonymous, and
addicted.
they have like Love and
Yeah, like sex addicts. I want
Love
to go
and
to one.
Affection Anonymous.
I would love to go to one of those. They really hear these
You
stories.
should try to. They probably have some online you could drop in on.
Well, most Americans are like sex addicts anyway because of the porn. I mean, they're fucking everybody.
I mean, it's natural. I don't know.
But people are sitting in the young kids today. That's all they do is watch porn on their phones. I caught my nephew. I used to catch him all the time watching porn on his phone.
Yeah,
I mean,
I just assume kids are if they have access to.
We didn't have that
I
shit when I was.
porn
I
is
didn't have
involved.
porn when I was a kid, like to watch on my
No,
phone.
we had
like,
to dig it
we
out
had to
from
get like
underneath our
porn
mattress.
magazines or something like.
No, I do think the ease of porn access today is a problem. I don't think.
Like when I was a kid, you had to get like a Playboy book, maybe, and that was not
No,
really
you would
doing
go
it.
to the adult section at the stores and browse the magazines.
Yeah, or you went we used to go to like those peekaboo booths and shit when we were kids. We go to Manhattan, but like I didn't have it available to me all the time. Like now these kids have phones. They can just anytime they want to jerk off and put porn on, boom, it's instant gratification.
But
there's
I don't
kids,
know
they jerk off so much that when they have sex with a woman, they can't even get satisfied by the woman because they know how to please themselves better than the woman does. It's crazy. Like people are addicted to porn now. Like they watch it every day. If you're watching porn every day, you're addicted to it.
I do watch porn. My whole sex life is porn.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So wait,
But I don't
Jen,
have a problem with it. I don't know
you're
how
a
to affect
Satanist,
anybody else.
you're gay, and you're a porn addict. What a show this is gonna fucking
Not
be.
an addict. I mean, I can go without it.
Well, you just said you watch it every day.
Yeah, but I'm not addicted to it
How do you know if you didn't stop watching it for a while?
because I can stop. I go a long time without using it. Sometimes it just depends.
Oh, all right.
I go a long time without porn usually. God.
This is
Plus,
a
it's
crazy,
the same
this
stuff
is a
over and over.
fucking
The same
crazy
pictures
show.
after a while.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is a crazy show, isn't it?
Honestly, my head's usually better than fucking porn.
You got one guy on one
Yeah,
side.
me
the
too.
other-
My imagination is.
Honestly,
That's
a
really
lot
all
of
I need. The porn is just like an extra.
Yeah,
all we need is a fucking alien in here, and it'll be a complete show.
Well,
sometimes
you might have one of those.
Sometimes I feel like an alien, but I think that's
Yeah,
just the
me too.
autism.
I used to
Hey,
tell people that.
Would
for
you
real.
fuck a
Yeah,
hot
no,
alien?
I mean, are they humanoid?
Depends on
Well,
how
have
hot
you
he
ever
was.
seen like Star Trek, the new movie, the new Star Trek?
Yeah,
and she's
yeah.
green and she's smoking. She
Yes.
looks like a human.
What?
She got green skin.
Fuck yes. What?
Me too.
That's not even a question. Yeah,
Now,
it gets.
Lib, are you a white guy?
I'm white. Yeah.
You like black guys?
Fine.
Pause.
He paused. He couldn't say nothing.
He like hesitated for like 10 seconds. and
I was like,
continued.
I was not expecting that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've had sex with
You
black
like
guys.
the chocolate?
You like the chocolate?
Dick is dick.
No. Black guys are supposed to be the hung, man. Is that true? Have
I
you
mean,
ever been with a
some
black
are.
guy with a small penis?
I mean, I wouldn't call it small, but it wasn't
like
like a
average.
fucking monster dick. Yeah, it's like average.
I think
yeah.
that's all a myth anyway. I think that's all bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's all like
There's plenty of white guys packing too.
What
Yeah.
did I step away from?
black dick.
Hey, I went with chocolate girls. I like black girls. They got nice bodies, man.
Yeah, I grew up in Memphis. I
went
most
with
got,
everything.
like,
My
pretty-
favorite though is probably, I mean, if I had to pick out of all of them, I think I like Spanish girls the best. Like Latin girls, bronze skin. I love that. Whoop.
It might be time to wrap up. I really don't know where to take the stream from here.
Oh, Liv,
That's fair. It's been going on for 5
We
hours.
can do it
Liv,
again tomorrow.
put your
Talcott is
email in the
streaming if
comments.
anybody's
Yeah,
interested.
I'm gonna have you on my show.
I put my email in the private chat if you check that. So
Yeah, put it in there. I didn't see it.
Let me see who's on Talcott.
Definitely spiraling.
It's Liberty.
Oh, what's his
Yeah,
face?
yeah.
LTW
Okay, I
and
got it.
Joe Cool.
I got it. I sent you, Jen. I sent you an email already.
Yeah, I sent you back. Just tell me what time. Day and
Yeah,
time
we're gonna
works for
figure
you.
out a day, and I'm gonna have it on. We'll have to talk of how we're gonna title the show and everything. I don't want you to be like I'm disrespecting you or anything, but I just think it'll be a very interesting show, and I think Liberty is gonna be real interesting because he's got a lot to say.
I definitely do.
Yeah, how old
You
are you
should've-
around? Are you in your 20s, 30s?
I'm in my 20s. I'm 27.
Oh, you're a young man.
Young enough.
Yeah.
And I'm 19.
Hi, my name's Jared. I'm 19 and I never fucking learned how to read. My girlfriend's a cougar though. She's
What do you mean your girlfriend?
she's
Now you're blowing
she's a
my
hot
mind again.
30.
His girlfriend, his boyfriend, you got a both.
He's a polycule. Yeah.
I do not have a boyfriend, but I do have a girlfriend. And then the other two people in my polycule are not.
He thinks
we
he's
don't
a girlfriend.
So when you say your girlfriend, you mean she's your friend or she's like your sexual girlfriend?
No, like I fuck her.
Oh, really? And does she know that you like men too?
Yes, she does too. Yes, she does
So
too.
like you, sometimes you'll pick up a guy and you'll bring him home and you'll both go with him. All right. that's pretty
We
cool.
have
what
not
the
had a
kids are
threesome.
doing these days.
Honestly, I've had threesomes before. They're not worth it. Like it's overrated.
they're not.
Like they're okay, but like it's not
too much to focus on.
It's,
I
it's
need
a
one
lot.
person.
Let me tell you, it is definitely true. I wanted to try a menage a trois with two girls. So I did it like
too much
twice.
goddamn
And
work.
both times, I couldn't like perform the way I wanted to. Because like
Oh, yeah.
they're both talking to each other. And I'm
Mhm.
like, are they fucking talking about me? Like it was such a distraction because they weren't
Yeah,
like
I agree. Same.
I didn't like it. I like a one-on-one, man. I don't know. I'm not into
No, I
that.
agree.
Now I've been in orgies. Those are pretty cool.
Confession.
You got to save something for your show.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been to a couple of times. You know, it was a whole group of people going at it. It was fucking wild. I actually just like watching, like just watching these girls. Some of them were just filthy animals. I was like, wow, look at that girl. She's fucking nasty. The shit they do. Oh my god.
Ass to ass.
Turns out humans just kind of like sex.
Listen, people are addicted to sex right now.
Sex is pleasurable. There's a lot of pleasure in sex.
Nothing wrong with it, but you know, you need love too.
Yeah, no, I do. I agree.
I agree. Yeah, I would choose that over sex any day. I think it adds. It makes it better. It adds something to the sex and makes it better, and it makes it hard to go back to just sex.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. I that's part of the reason why, like, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm
Pop was
in a-
an interesting.
He definitely is.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because I'm a pretty good interviewer too. Like,
All right.
It'll be good. We'll go over, even with Jen, like we'll go over a whole format, like what questions and what you want to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Like I think
It's really whatever you want. I can roll with anything.
no, but I like that, you know, you're into the satanic stuff and like how did you get into it? People are curious about this shit now. People want to know like what the fuck made you go that route? And like Lib is like all over the place. He's
I
getting
am. That is
fucked,
true.
he's fucking, he's dressing up like like he's doing it all, man. It's crazy.
Huh? I'm a full blown degenerate. I love it.
And then he's a commie on top of it. You like you know communism?
Anarchist technically, but yeah, it's close
I
enough.
mean, communism has never worked out, but we're gonna save all this shit for our show. You could bring up your statistics and stuff. This is good.
I'm a trans girl that's packing in both ways, if you know what I mean.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I went far enough left that I got my guns back.
Oh, you make I can't take it. I don't know. You make me laugh too much.
Well, we're gonna
Machine
wrap up
logic
anyway.
not in
I've
his
been going
fucking
over
head.
5 hours.
All
Yeah.
right. Anyway, hey, thanks for having me on, and I'll
Yeah.
talk to you guys next
Yeah,
time.
thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
I'll
bless
be
you,
in touch
Pops.
with
Thanks
both
for
of
being
you.
here.
We'll
Bless you, man.
definitely do a show.
Yeah, definitely. Shoot me an email.
I did. I think I shot
Oh,
you
okay.
one already.
Hell yeah.
And Gen X. So we're gonna
Hell
hook
yeah.
up a date and a time, and we'll do it.
Yeah.
Sounds groovy.
Definitely.
All right. Take care, guys.
Yeah, y'all take care.
All
All
right.
right.
Bye.
I'm gonna head out. Good stream, y'all. Thank you for
Yeah,
having me,
you
Jeff.
too. Good to see you.
Y'all have
Later.
a blessed day.
You too. Machine, thank you again. It was a pleasure streaming with you.
Yeah, bless. Yeah. Yeah,
And
we had we had a bunch of people watching. Yeah, so yeah, thank you guys for watching here, and
yeah, and
yeah, this is
like
just an
and
impromptu.
subscribe and all of that. Machine's
Yeah,
channel.
like and
His
subscribe. Come
channel.
through here, have some talks with some weirdos. You know what I mean? Definitely
That's what we do.
on the edge.
It's
Outliers.
the
You know,
Outliers,
it is.
and this is Exile for
Yeah,
Outliers.
that's what it is.
Close
Yeah,
to you.
for real. You know, you guys seen it here first. You know, but yeah, bless you guys, man. Thank you for being here with me. Peace.
And Redington, you too. Always a
Peace
pleasure.
out.
Peace out. Hey, B More, we're about to wrap up, but good to see you. All right, let me